Chapter 1050. Autumn in Guangzhou was slightly cold, especially with the light rain that had just fallen in the morning. It was even colder. When the sun rose, there was still a wisp of mist lingering between the mountains, causing the distant mountains, the nearby water, the blue sky, and the earth to look like an ink painting of appropriate shades. Anu was used to this kind of scenery and did not find it strange. She accompanied Gu Zhuting, who was pregnant, to sit in a light car covered with soft leather mattresses. The windows on both sides were only slightly open. The two of them didn't look at the scenery, but just talked about pregnancy and childbirth in the car. This kind of Guangzhou autumn scenery was a rare sight for Shangguan Waner, who had grown up in the palace. Qi province had hundreds of acres of fertile land of the Shangguan family, but she had never been there. For Waner, it was just a line of numbers on an account book. But at this time, she had no time to enjoy the scenery because her beloved daughter was in the same carriage. The little girl had to drink milk, pee, and occasionally cry for her mother to play with her. Fortunately, there was Xiao Man to help. Wan Er's hands, which were used to playing with the four treasures of the study and only knew how to write poems, were clumsy when she served the child, but she could handle it. Yang Fan sat in the first carriage with Nianzhu and Si Rong. The windows on both sides were tightly blocked by the two children. They leaned against the window and poked their heads out, excitedly looking at the scenery along the way and occasionally shouting. Yang Fan sat in the carriage and could only occasionally use their little butts as a hand drum to beat them to relieve his boredom. The vegetation on both sides of the mountain gradually became colorful, tinged with yellow and green, red and purple. The colors were distinct and varied like a painting. The autumn wind sent the reed flowers into the blue sky. A line of wild geese spread their wings and flew past. Yang Fan had a pair of small feet on each of his legs. He lazily leaned against the cushion of the seat. He could not see the scenery outside the carriage, but he could hear the calls of wild geese flying in the sky and the loud and clear Qin accent coming from the fields. Days like this were as free as a mortal's, far away from the chaos of the court. With less scheming and scheming, Yang Fan's body and mind were at ease and unusually relaxed. This kind of life was what he truly wanted. Now that he could spend a few days with his family like this in a year, Yang Fan could not help but feel homesick. Entering Qi province, Wan and Yang Fan sat in the same carriage. Yang Fan was half paralyzed in the seat like an old man. Yang Dyer lay between his chest and abdomen and climbed up. She used all her strength, but could only occasionally reach out a small hand and touch her father's cheek. Then she slid down, but Yang Fan used his belly to bounce her, stopping her of sliding and allowing her to continue. Daphne was very energetic. She never got tired of this seemingly boring little game. She would giggle happily whenever she touched her father's cheeks. One sat to the side and smiled as she watched the intimate game between the father and daughter. Lang Jun, from here onwards, this is our family's land. Wana looked out of the window and said softly. Ever since Wana was favored by the Empress, she was given back her family's land. However, she had never been here before. She could only see the changes and harvest of the land in the account book every year. However, on this trip to Qi province, the steward who was in charge of the land in Qi province had accompanied her all the way. He had already introduced the situation here to her, so she was very clear about it. Yang Fan hugged his daughter and tilted his head to look outside. Dyer took the opportunity to grab his beard and jumped up and down excitedly. Yang Fan was already 28 years old. According to etiquette, he could grow a beard. His beard had just grown and was trimmed very neatly. Dyer grabbed her father's beard and laughed happily. Yang Fan held her little butt and lifted her up a little. He said to Wana, "Are all our lands in this area?" Wana said, "Not all of our lands are in the same area. Only those that are close to the water source are of the best quality. However, this is the most complete piece of land we have. There are more than 1,000 temples. Based on our current speed, it will take us until noon to finish walking from here." Yang Fan grabbed his daughter's naughty little hand and made an angry gesture at her. Unfortunately, the little girl was not afraid at all. Instead, she was amused by him. Yang Fan said, "Look at our precious daughter. She is so beautiful. In the future, she will have such a generous dowry. I wonder which family's son will benefit from it." Wonder rolled her eyes at him and took her daughter from his hands. She said, "Our daughter will naturally have a generous dowry in the future. But how can we give our land to an outsider? Moreover, our daughter will marry a capable man. Are we going to find a useless man who depends on his father-in-law?" Yang Fan laughed. "That makes sense. Our precious daughter will find a good son-in-law in the future." Wonder wrinkled her nose at him and snorted, "You're already thinking about using the land as a dowry. Do you not want people to have more children in the future?" Yang Fan smiled. "I was just speaking thoughtlessly. How could I have thought so much about it? Have children. Of course, have children. Give me a few more sons, and then a few more daughters. The sons will all be taught skills, and the daughters will all be married to capable son-in-law. Huh. At that time, if I, old man Yang, get into trouble with my neighbors, I'll lead a group of capable sons and capable son-in-law to fight and scare them to death." Wonder giggled and pouted. You're not serious at all. In the open, you are the mighty general of loyal marshal. So young and already a fourth-grade official, your future is bright. In the dark, you are the sect master of the Xian clan and hold great power. Which neighbor dares to get into trouble with you?" Yang Fan grimaced and said, "Why wouldn't I dare? My neighbor on the left is the beloved daughter of the Prince of Liang and the current crown prince. My neighbor on the right is one of the 5 Junwang of the Prince of Xiang's estate. Tell me, which one of them is easy to provoke? I, the general of loyal marshal, am not enough in front of a bunch of princes and princesses. The power of the Xian clan is also not good to show, so I can only rely on my son and son-in-law to help me vent my anger." Wonder couldn't help but laugh again. "Now that you say it, it really is like this. When you built your house, did you not choose a good day? Look at your neighbors. Even if they aren't golden branches and jade leaves, they're still princes and marquises. Also, the two families will have to fight sooner or later. You're stuck in the middle. Your feng shui is really good." Yang Fan sighed and said, "Forget it. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, it can't be avoided. Second Zhang lives in the palace and doesn't have any neighbors. Isn't he just inviting trouble to himself? That's why I say, if it's something that belongs to you, you can't avoid it even if you hide in Mount Zhongnan." Dai lay comfortably in her mother's embrace, but her mother didn't play with her like her father did. She found it very boring, so she stretched out her little arms and leaned toward Yang Fan, wiggling her little but for her father to hug her. One angrily said, "You little heartless thing. Mother doesn't even want to hug you for a while." Although she said this, she still handed her daughter to Yang Fan. As soon as Dai was in Yang Fan's embrace, she beamed with joy and stroked the short mustache on his lips. One glanced at Yang Fan and teased, "You didn't come out this time to escape the storm caused by Second Zhang, did you?" Yang Fan said, "What does Second Zhang's matter have to do with me? There's nothing to escape from. This time, I came out with you to relieve your boredom and let you, mother and daughter, get closer. As for the battle in the capital, there's really nothing to see because victory and defeat have long been decided. The 3 brothers, Zhang Tongxiu, Zhang Changqi, and Zhang Changyi, were all arrested by the censorate. The censorate was very well prepared. Faced with a mountain of ironclad evidence, the 3 could not deny it and could only admit that they had taken bribes of more than 4,000 yuan. 1 yuan was equivalent to 10 strings of coins, which was a shocking 40,000 strings of coins. 40 million yuan. Zhang Tongxiu was the assistant minister of rights. Zhang Changyi was the assistant minister of Shangfang, and Zhang Changqi was the governor of Bianzhou. Among the 3, only Zhang Changqi could be considered an official with real power. Not long after he took office, he was able to take bribes of 40 million yuan. What could they do for others? In reality, the people who bribed them were targeting Second Zhang in the palace. Most of the money fell into Second Zhang's hands. The censorate's ultimate goal in arresting them was to prove Second Zhang's corruption. But the 3 brothers were not stupid. They knew one thing. As long as Second Zhang did not fall, they would be fine. Other people's bribes were all sent to them. The only people who had direct contact with Second Zhang were the three brothers. The three brothers gritted their teeth and refused to admit that this matter had anything to do with Second Zhang. The censorate did not dare to torture them, so the case reached an impasse when it came to them. The crimes committed by Zhang Tongxiu and his brothers could not be directly linked to Second Zhang. The censorate could only think of another way. They really did find a way, because according to the laws of the Great Zhou, with the crimes committed by Zhang Tongxiu and his brothers, Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong, who recommended them to be officials, should be punished together. Thus, during the morning court session, Vice Minister Ji Yanfan reported the results of the corruption case to the emperor. Your Majesty, the corruption case of Zhang Tongxiu, Zhang Changqi, and Zhang Changyi has been concluded. The three of them took more than 4,000 yuan and should be punished severely according to the law. These three were recommended by Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong. According to the punishment, they should be exempted from punishment. Vice Minister Ji's method was similar to disciplinary judge Jia Jingyan's method of confiscating Zhang Changzong's 20 jin of copper. Now that Second Zhang was a duke, his original official position was not worth mentioning. He asked the emperor to remove Second Zhang from his official position and not his title. Removing his official position would only mean losing a portion of his salary. To Second Zhang, it was not a big loss. But if the emperor agreed, it meant that the censorate had won this confrontation. At the same time that Second Zhang's prestige was damaged, the censorate not only cut off 3 of their important henchmen, but also scared away some monkeys who were not very loyal to Second Zhang. It was not easy to destroy Second Zhang. It was like trying to topple a big tree. One needed to cut off its roots one by one. When all the roots and branches were cut off, all it would take was a slight breeze to make it fall to the ground. Wu Zetian said loudly, Zhang Tongxiu, Zhang Changqi, and Zhang Changyi have committed serious crimes. They will be removed from their official positions immediately. Wu Zetian's expression was stern. Fighting corruption was a basic national policy that she had been working hard to implement since she ascended to the throne. She would not slap herself in the face on this kind of matter. If she followed her personal interests, it would be her own prestige that would be shaken. The censorate had played a fatal move and forced her to fight within the rules. She could only sacrifice her pawns to protect her general. However, the censorate hoped to eliminate her general as well. Zhang Tongxiu and the other 2 were led out of the hall. When the 3 left, they were fearless and had arrogant expressions. As long as Second Zhang was fine, they could make a comeback at any time. The censorate's methods only made them feel disdain. Vice Minister Ji took a step forward and said aggressively, Your Majesty, Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong have been punished by the law and should also be removed from their official positions. Wu Zetian glanced at him indifferently and said to Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong, who were kneeling on the ground without their hats, Did you hear what Vice Minister Huan said? State Duke Heng, State Duke Yi, do the 2 of you know your crimes? Zhang Yizhi bowed his head and said, I know my crimes. However, I and Changzong have done meritorious deeds for the country, so according to the law, we can atone for our crimes. Wu Zetian raised her brows slightly and asked, What meritorious deeds did the 2 of you do? Tell me face to face. Zhang Yizhi said, I and Changzong were in charge of compiling the Pearl of the 3 Sects and have done meritorious deeds for educating people. Wu Zetian said, Prime Ministers, Second Zhang has done meritorious deeds for writing the book. Can they be absolved of their crimes? Well, the censorate was handling this case. They had just made some progress when they encountered Second Zhang's letter. They also knew that this matter was very disadvantageous for them to pursue Second Zhang's crimes, so they had already thought of a countermeasure. Prime Minister Wei Yuanzhong immediately reported, Your Majesty, although Second Zhang has done meritorious deeds for writing the book, Second Zhang has already been conferred the title of nobility. Their merits have already been rewarded. How can they atone for their crimes? There was a slight commotion in the hall. Although the officials looked down on Second Zhang, very few people dared to openly call him Second Zhang with contempt. Moreover, Second Zhang had already been conferred the title of State Duke. In terms of nobility, he was even higher than the Prime Minister. However, Wei Yuanzhong actually called him Second Zhang in front of the emperor and Second Zhang. The smell of gunpowder in his words was already very thick. Second Zhang angrily raised his head to look at Wei Yuanzhong. However, there was not a trace of joy or anger on Wu Zetian's face. She only lightly turned to Second Zhang and said indifferently, "According to Prime Minister Wei, the two of you have already been conferred the title of nobility for writing the book. Therefore, your merits cannot atone for your crimes. Do the two of you have any other merits? If not, I will punish you according to the law." Zhang Yizhi coldly stared at Prime Minister Yang Zixi. Yang Zixi flattered Second Zhang as if he was his disciple. Being stared at by Zhang Yizhi, Yang Zixi couldn't stand still. He could only bite the bullet and report, "Your Majesty, I heard that Duke Heng and Duke Yi created a divine pill together. When your Majesty consumed it, your body became healthy and healthy. This is a great merit and can atone for your crimes." Wei Yuanzhong was both shocked and angry. He said, "Prime Minister Yang, how come I have never heard that the two of you created a divine pill together to cure your Majesty's illness?" Yang Zixi avoided his angry gaze and stammered, This is something I happened to hear Duke Heng mention at the banquet. Duke Heng and Duke Yi are not proud of their merits and have never made it public. Prime Minister Wei does not know what is so strange about this matter." Wei Yuanzhong wanted to say more, but Wu Zetian already said, "That's right. What Minister Yang said is true. I am old. If Minister Yang did not mention it, I would have forgotten. I was once ill. It was Duke Heng and Duke Yi who created a divine pill together. I only recovered after consuming it. Prime Minister Wei, do you think this merit can atone for your crimes?" Wei Yuanzhong knew that the emperor was determined to protect the two Zhangs. What divine pill? Other than pleasing the empress in bed, these two brats don't know how to create a divine pill. But the emperor had personally admitted that it was true. They couldn't say that the emperor gave false testimony. Wei Yuanzhong could only bow his head and say, "In that case, it can atone for your crimes." "Ha!" Wu Zetian suddenly laughed. She stood up and swung her sleeve. The golden dragon on her sleeve drew a dazzling golden light on the imperial table. Court dismissed. Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong quickly put on their hats and stood up. They looked at Wei Yuanzhong, Zhi Yanfan, and the other ministers with provocative eyes. They ran up the imperial stairs and helped Wu Zetian up. They walked away like generals returning to the court after victory. Zhi Yanfan and Wei Yuanzhong looked at each other and felt sad. When the court meeting was over, Princess Taiping heard about the details of the Zhang's crimes. She stood by the pond and threw a handful of fish food into the water. She watched the fish fighting for food in silence. Mr. Mo consoled him. "In this attack, under the circumstances that the two Zhangs have made great contributions in writing the book, we were able to remove Zhang Tongxiu, 3 people, from their official positions, and also find Zhang Changzong. It can be considered we have achieved something." Taiping sighed. "After so much effort, we finally solved this corruption case." In the end, the board was raised high and fell lightly. It still can't shake the two Zhangs. With the protection of the Empress, the two Zhangs have nothing to fear. After today's attack, they will definitely think of revenge in the future. From now on, the imperial court will have a lot of trouble. Mo Yuhan was silent for a moment and said leisurely, "Selling official positions, bribery, and bending the law harms the country. The emperor is the master of the country. If he still protects them like this, it can be seen that he cares for them. But if the two Zhangs usurp the country, will Her Majesty still protect them?" Taiping was startled. He turned his head around and saw Mr. Mo was smiling as he watched the school of fish fighting for food. His expression was tranquil. Chapter 1051. According to Wan Er's orders, the steward of Qi province did not spread the news that the master of the main family had come to Qi province. Even when they moved into the Shangwan family's old residence, they only said that the main family had sent a relative to Qi province to check the accounts under the orders of the old madam. Wan Er and her mother only stayed in the old residence for a day before they went to Qishan County to meet up with Yang Fan and began their journey to Qi province. Old Madame Zheng only knew of Yang Fan's existence when her daughter was pregnant. It was not until this trip to Qi province that she met this shameful son-in-law for the first time. Madame Zheng disliked Yang Fan very much. Madame Zheng thought that her daughter could marry someone with a higher status than Yang Fan, and that she would be his legal wife. Perhaps Yang Fan could be considered young and promising among his peers, but it would not be easy to find someone with a higher status than him. Most of these people were over 50 years old, and their legal wife had already passed away and they wanted to remarry. But in the eyes of Madame Zheng, who had experienced many hardships, these factors were not important. Congenial love and similar age did not necessarily mean they were a good match. Only a person with this kind of family background and status would be worthy of her daughter, and they would be able to harmonize. Moreover, Yang Fan already had a wife and concubines, so he did not have an advantage in this aspect. His relationship with her daughter could not be shown to others, so Madame Zheng was even more displeased. In fact, the reason why Wan could not marry was because of Wu Zetian. Madame Zheng also understood this, but since she was already dissatisfied with Yang Fan, she naturally pushed all the blame onto him. When Madame Zheng had just given birth to Wan, her father-in-law and husband had died a violent death. She, who was originally from a wealthy family, had brought her infant daughter to become a palace servant. She had endured hardships to raise her daughter and even taught her a body of knowledge and skills. It could be seen that her personality was tenacious and tenacious. After going through so many hardships, her temperament had become even more stubborn. She already had a prejudice in her heart. Her attitude towards Yang Fan was the more a mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, the angrier she gets. However, not only had Yang Fan and Wan become husband and wife long ago, they even had a child now. What could Madame Zheng do? Moreover, Wan looked weak, but she was soft on the outside and strong on the inside. She was very opinionated, so Lady Zheng could only admit this fact. Admitting it was one thing, but when it came to Yang Fan, she naturally didn't have the slightest bit of goodwill. Yang Fan had a lot of luck with women since he was young, but he didn't want to be defeated in front of his mother-in-law. Yang Fan still maintained a considerable amount of respect towards Zheng Shi, but Wan naturally felt apologetic towards Yang Fan for receiving such cold treatment. She only stayed in the old house for a day before going out with Yang Fan. She was expressing her dissatisfaction to her mother. Because of this reason, Wan was especially gentle to Yang Fan along the way. Xiao Meng and Anu usually had a lot of time to spend with their Langjun. Wan rarely left the palace, so they gave way to Yang Fan so that they could spend more time together. Qi Mountain, Zhou Yuan, Zhou Gong Temple, Kongming Temple. The Yang family had visited all the famous historical sites in Qi province. In fact, because many historical sites were too old, only their names were left, and it was very difficult to see the real historical sites. However, when one was in a place that was familiar from the ancient books and faced those places that had been wiped out and turned into plains and villages, although it was difficult to feel nostalgic about the past and the present, one would feel a sense of the vicissitudes of the world and the vicissitudes of life. On this day, they came to Wuzhong Plain. Wuzhong Plain faced the Qinling Mountains to the south and the Wei River to the north. Both the east and west were deep ravines formed by years of rain, and the terrain was extremely dangerous. At noon, they rested in the town. There was a noodle shop at the entrance of the town, and the owner was the village chief. As soon as Yang Fan and his family sat under the shelter of the noodle shop, they immediately attracted many villagers. The villagers were full of curiosity about these guests who were obviously nobles in the town. However, Rinwei and the others stood with their hands on their swords and looked around. Their cold and vigilant eyes made the villagers timid. Yang Yinzu really wanted to play with those village children, but those children were scared away by Rinwei and the rest of the guards. Yang Yinzu stood under the canopy and stared at those urchins who were peeing and playing in the mud under the opposite tree. He was really envious. Yang Fan smiled at Rinwei and said, "These people are obviously local villagers. There is no need to be so cautious. Sit down and rest." Gu Zhuding and Anu glanced around and did not say anything. The people who lived here seemed to have become a part of the Lust Plateau from their bones. Their clothes, hair, skin color, every action, every word, and every action were imbued with the taste of the Lust Plateau. This was something that could not be imitated. The village chief and the shopkeeper saw that Yang Fan and his group were extraordinary, so he took the initiative to greet them. Yang Fan said that he was from the Shangwan family, and the village chief was immediately in awe. Coincidentally, half of the land in this town belonged to the Shangwan family, and half of the people in the village were tenants of the Shangwan family. Yang Fan asked with a smile, "Wang Lijing, why is this place called Wuzhong Plain?" Wang Lijing said, "The older generation said that in the beginning, this place was called Jagged Slope." The second emperor of the Qin dynasty, Hu Hai, was patrolling the west at the beginning of autumn. Coincidentally, there was a whirlwind that blew up a 5-zhong dust pillar. It was very spectacular. The second emperor of the Qin dynasty wrote a poem, Wuzhong Autumn Wind Plain. Hu Hai was the emperor, and as an official, how could he not flatter? Following the emperor's will, it was changed to Wuzhong Plain. Yang Fan listened and laughed. Xiaoman nudged him with her elbow and laughed in a low voice. "Did you hear that? As an official, how could he not flatter? It turns out that Long Juan's best skill is flattery." Yang Fan looked at her and said, "Miss Xie has become a military officer at such a young age. Amazing, really amazing." Xiaoman coquettishly rolled her eyes at him. One originally wanted to make fun of Yang Fan, but she suddenly realized that she was also an official. Officials may not be opportunistic, but who hasn't been complimenting their superiors? Yang Fan, and Xiaoman looked at each other, and no one said anything. Anu couldn't help but laugh. She held Gu Zhuding's arm and said to them, "Gu Shi and I have never been an official." Although Yang Yinzu didn't know what was going on, he could tell that flattery was definitely not a compliment. He immediately cleared himself and said loudly, "I didn't either. My sister didn't either, my brother didn't, and my sister didn't either." Yang Fan said snappily, "Get lost. Little brat, you are flattering your Aunt Nu, do you know that?" Yang Yinzu blinked his big eyes and didn't understand. Xiaoman and Wanner looked at his cute face and couldn't help but laugh. At this time, the steaming minced meat noodles were ready. Yang Fan quickly said, Okay, let's not talk about it. Let's eat." Rapeseed oil, wheat flour, pork, and vinegar were all locally produced. The noodles were thin and chewy, and the broth was clear and delicious. A few drops of chili oil made from cornel were added, and the aroma was very appetizing. Yinzu and Si Rong ate a lot of snacks along the way and were full after a few mouthfuls. The two of them refused to sit still and wandered around. They began to develop an interest in the guacamole. The pancake that was as big as a pot lid was really rare to them. Wang Lijing knew that this family didn't lack money, so he immediately took a pot and handed it to them. The cauldron became a toy in Yinzu's hands. He hollowed out the center of the cauldron and left it for his sister to eat. He hung the cauldron with a big hole in the center around his neck, as if he was wearing a suit of armor. He looked calm and proud. Because of Yang Fan's words, Rinwei didn't stop him from getting close to the village children. He only sent 2 vigilant men to keep an eye on him. Yinzu played with the pot for a while. When the novelty wore off, he took off the pot and generously gave it to the village children. This immediately won the favor of the children. They didn't treat this rich young master as an outsider anymore. They quickly played together. Yang Fan stayed at the entrance of the town. He wanted to leave after lunch, but he deliberately stayed a little longer when he saw Yinzu playing with the village children. Seeing that it was almost time, Yang Fan came out of the shed and was about to call his son to leave when a group of people galloped in the distance. It was rare to see people riding horses in this village, let alone a group of people. There were hundreds of people in a long line, and wherever the group passed, the yellow soil behind them rolled up a light dust. Yang Fan looked over and saw a group of government soldiers. But then he found that the government soldiers were guarding the periphery, and the people in the middle were a group of people dressed in tubo. Yang Fan couldn't help but stand in surprise. Tubo and Great Zhou had been fighting for years and were in a state of hostility. How could a group of Tubo people appear here? The two guards sent by Renwei to watch over Yang Yinzu immediately brought the young master to the shed. The other guards guarded them inside the shed with their hands on their swords and sabers, raising their vigilance. The group of government soldiers escorted the Tubo people to the front and did not slow down at all. But when they passed by the entrance of the town, a burly Tubo man with a broadsword at his waist suddenly exclaimed in surprise. He immediately pulled on the reins of his horse and stopped in his tracks. The people around him were all well-trained and skilled in horsemanship. When this person suddenly reined in his horse, the guards around him did not panic, and no one rashly crashed into him. Even the people who were extremely close to him reined in their horses in time. The great Zhou martial army that was protecting them also stopped in their tracks. The Tubo man dismounted from his horse and strode to the tree at the entrance of the town. The carriage that Yang Fan and his family were in was parked at the entrance of the village. There were also a dozen fine horses. The Tubo man circled around the beauty that Yang Fan gifted to Gu Zhuting twice, rubbed his hands and praised, "Good horse, good horse. This is a majestic Arabian horse." A rank 5 official of Datong, dressed in a crimson robe and carrying a silver fish pouch, dismounted as well. He walked to the Tubo man's side and said, "Ambassador Lun Misha, let us hurry on our way." The Tubo man, who was addressed as Lun Misha, pointed at the Arabian horse and said, "Whose horse is this? I want it." Yang Fan heard the conversation between the two of them and couldn't help but smile at the girls. Beauties like you who can bring disaster to a country and bring disaster to the people should all feel ashamed. The horse that Abdullah gave me is much more impressive than yours. He only took it out twice, and both times someone took a fancy to it. Gu Zhuting covered her mouth and laughed. "This horse is called Beauty. It is worthy of its name." Yang Fan laughed and stood up to welcome them. He loudly said, "This is my horse." Lun Misha turned around and saw Yang Fan's face clearly. He could not help but exclaim, "Mousy, why is it you?" Chapter 1052. Yang Fan did not expect the Tibetan envoy to recognize Ashinamuzi. He was slightly startled, but his expression naturally changed into one of confusion. "What are you talking about? You know me?" Lun Misa said, "I am Lun Misa of Tubo. Don't you recognize me? Why are you from the Turks?" At this point, Lun Misa's voice came to an abrupt halt. He realized that the person in front of him was different from Muzi. Their facial features were indeed very similar, but this person's skin was much fairer than Muzi's. Their beards were also different. It seemed that this Muzi in front of him was very young, but the Muzi in his impression was far older than his peers. This Muzi in front of him spoke in Han. This was not unusual. Most of the Turks and Tubo officials and nobles could speak Han. However, this Muzi in front of him had an unusually clear voice. Because Muzi's throat was injured, his voice was hoarse as if he was filing the back of a steel file. Lun Misa looked at Yang Fan in surprise and said hesitantly, "You're not Muzi?" Yang Fan asked, even though he already knew the answer. "Who is Muzi? They'll look like this one." "Ha! It turns out that I have mistaken you for someone else." "Indeed not." Lun Misa suddenly smiled and said, "My apologies. I have mistaken you for someone else. His appearance is extremely similar to that of a Turkic royal I know." "Haha, I suddenly remembered something. Your country's General Wang Xiaojia looks like my emperor's father who passed away many years ago. Today, I have met you again. You look so similar to a friend of mine. Your country is vast and has many people. No wonder." At this time, the great Zhou official cupped his hands towards Yang Fan and asked, "I dare not ask. There were many aristocratic families and nobles in Guangzhou. Now that the emperor had moved the capital to Chang, and there were countless officials and nobles accompanying him. No one could guarantee that this ordinary person he met had a great background. Moreover, although the Yang Fan that this great Zhou official had encountered appeared in the Wuzhong Plains, his attire and bearing were all extraordinary. Naturally, he did not dare to underestimate him. Yang Fan returned the greeting and said, "I am Yang Fan, the loyal general of the 1,000 horsemen. I am." The official was visibly moved. He hastily saluted and said, "So it's Grand General Yang of the Imperial Army's 1,000 Horseman Battalion, Qi Province's Commandant Zhang Yu. Greetings, General Yang." Upon hearing Yang Fan's identity, a strange light flashed in Luan Misa's eyes. He laughed and said, "General Yang, I'm Tubo's envoy, Luan Misa. I was ordered by the king to come to your country. I really like this horse of yours. I wonder if you're willing to part with it?" Luan Misa took out a velvet pouch from her bosom and carefully held it in the hollow of her palm. She loosened the opening of the pouch. As soon as the sun shone on it, the colorful light inside the pouch rose up, dazzling everyone's eyes. Inside the pouch was a pouch of pearls. Each pearl was the size of a longan. They were lustrous and translucent. Moreover, they came in various colors: golden yellow, pink, white jade, pure black, dark blue, light green, lilac purple, rose red, and so on. There were more than 10 pearls of the same size. Moreover, all of them were the same color. They were dazzling and priceless. Exchanging this pouch of pearls for a precious horse, it should be said that Yang Fan had made a profit. Most importantly, the value of a precious horse was reflected on the battlefield. Although Yang Fan was a general, he was a general of the Imperial Army. To him, a precious horse was far less useful than a pouch of precious pearls. Luan Misa thought that Yang Fan would definitely agree. Unexpectedly, Yang Fan shook his head and said with a smile, "Do you think that I'm short of money?" Luan Misa frowned and slowly said, "This is not a matter of money. I really like this horse, and I believe that this pearl is worthy of the horse's value to me." While speaking, Luan Misa glanced at the table where Yang Fan came from. He saw 4 beauties sitting at the table. They were graceful and graceful, each with their own unique beauty. It was not rare to see one of such stunning beauties. What was rare was that the 4 of them were dressed like his family's wives. Yet, each of them was exceptionally charming. If one looked carefully, it was obvious that each of them had their own advantages. Luan Misa thought, "Money will not move this man's heart, but it seems that he is extremely lustful." Luan Misa immediately changed his words and said, "In that case, I will use beauties to exchange for it. How about it?" Yang Fan raised his eyebrows and asked in a strange tone, "Honorable envoy has beauties with you?" Luan Misa laughed and pointed to the carriage. He said, "Look at the beauties in my carriage. They are 1 in 10,000 beauties. Perhaps they are slightly inferior to generals' wives and concubines, but women are like flowers. Each of them is enchanting. Who would complain about having too many flowers in the house? These women are frank and candid. They are good at singing and dancing. Each of them has the 64 virtues of a woman. Tubo's ideal requirements for women. You can choose whichever one you like. I will use that one to exchange with you. How about it?" Yang Fan looked up and saw that there were 5 or 6 carriages in the procession, and in each carriage sat a few young women. The curtains of the carriages were lifted, and although they were still far away, he could vaguely see that the women in the carriages were all bright and beautiful, and their facial features were picturesque. At first glance, he felt an indescribable charm, like a gentle spring breeze caressing his heart. Anu whispered, "Do you think Lang Jun will agree to exchange a horse for a beauty?" Gu Zhuding smiled and did not say anything. Thinking of how Lang Jun did not hesitate to offend Princess Annel after giving her the horse, her heart felt like it had drunk honey. She could not care less about her identity and status in the Yang family, but she cared about her man, did not care about her. Although she did not care if Yang Fan was forced by Princess Annel to hand over the horse, she was very happy that Yang Fan did not do so. Xiao Man and Wan also smiled and did not say anything. Xiao Man always had an indifferent attitude. She did not care if Elder Brother was willing to exchange a horse. If Elder Brother agreed, he must have his reasons. If Elder Brother did not agree, he must have his own considerations. Xiao Man had a kind of blind trust and obedience to Yang Fan. Wan was sure that Yang Fan would not agree, but the reason she thought of was different from Xiao Man's unconditional trust without any consideration. After she learned of the other party's identity, she knew that Yang Fan would not agree. She had confidence in Yang Fan's wisdom and steadiness. Sure enough, Yang Fan smiled and said calmly, As for Envoy Misa, if I am not wrong, your pearls and beauty should be used as a tribute by your country, right? Misa hurriedly said, It doesn't matter. We live on the grassland, and horses are our herdsmen's best friends. If I can exchange a basket of pearls and a few beauties for such a good horse, even Zampu will not blame me. Yang Fan said, Your country's Zampu does not blame you, but it does not mean that you have done this properly. When your country's Zampu puts you in an important position, he will not use this to find fault with you. But once you offend Zampu, he will use it against you. Besides, when there is officialdom, there will be strife. Just because Zampu does not blame you does not mean that others will not regard this as a major mistake on your part as an envoy. You are straightforward, a worthy friend. How could I let you leave behind a weakness that others can use against you and leave behind future troubles? Misa stared at Yang Fan, his bright eyes carrying a hint of deep thought. The two stared at each other for a long time, and then they both burst into laughter. Misa truly did like this horse and truly did want to buy it, but he did not have the courage to use the gifts that Zampu had given him as a tribute to the emperor and to communicate with the crown prince, the Prince of Xiang, and the Prince of Liang. Only when he heard of Yang Fan's identity did he do so. Yang Fan was an important commander of the imperial army. If the pearls originally intended for the son of heaven and the beauties for the crown prince, the Prince of Liang, and the Prince of Xiang were given to him, even if Misa had taken the initiative to barter, what would these people think? The son of heaven was wealthy, and perhaps he did not care about the rare, but not unique seven-colored pearls. Perhaps Prince Liang, the Prince of Xiang, and the crown prince were used to seeing beautiful women and did not care about a few Tibetan beauties, but they would definitely care about Yang Fan's actions. If a general were to exchange the gifts that had been intended for them without permission, they would feel that this general did not respect them. This was a serious challenge to their dignity and power. If this matter caused them to develop a rift with this commander of the imperial army, no one could predict what would happen in the future. Unfortunately, Yang Fan had seen through his intentions. Yang Fan was using the political situation in Tibet as an analogy, but he was actually hinting at the situation that he would face if he accepted the other party's conditions. Misa had a boorish appearance and seemed straightforward, but he was actually a quick-witted person. Since his attempt to drive a wedge had been seen through, he naturally would not make things difficult for himself. Misa heartily laughed as he cupped his hands to Yang Fan and said, Many thanks for your kind intentions. Since this is the case, this one will take his leave. Yang Fan smiled and cupped his hands. Misa mounted his horse, took one last reluctant look at the Arabian steed, kicked his stirrups, and prepared to leave. Yang Fan knew that ever since the internal strife between the Tubo King and Prime Minister resulted in the death of the war god Luin Trinling, although the Tubo King's ambitions were as high as the heavens, the strength of his country and army had been on a steady decline. Luin Trinling's death was no different from the Tubo King cutting off his own arm. The consequences were far more severe than Wu Zetian's execution of Blacktooth Changji and the other famous generals. From then on, when the Tubo and the Great Zhou went to war, the outcome of the war could not be compared to the past. The Tubo Empire was like a dogskin plaster that could not be removed. Their fundamental goal was to fish for more benefits from the Central Plains, but it was unknown what they wanted to do by sending an envoy this time. Yang Fan could not help but raise his voice and ask, May I know what mission esteemed envoy has come to the east this time? Misa turned his head to look at him, smiled, and said, Our Tubo King wishes to be on good terms with the Great Zhou and form a father-in-law and son-in-law relationship. Thus, he has sent me here to request a marriage of peace and marry the princess of your country. Yang Fan's eyes flashed, and he cupped his hands without saying a word. Misa nodded his head and urged his horse to leave. Wana had also heard Misa's words. Her eyes narrowed, and her expression gradually turned solemn. She stood up and walked towards Yang Fan. Her gait was as graceful as a peony swaying in the wind. She walked slowly to Yang Fan's side and looked at the Tubo Empire's entourage with him. Anu came over and teased. What are you looking at so reluctantly? If you are reluctant to part with that Tubo beauty, Our Arabian horse can travel 1,000 miles in a day. Why don't you ride on it and catch up with them? It's not too late if you want to change now." Yang Fan laughed and said, "Pack up, it's time for us to leave." Xiao Man asked softly, "Lang Jun, where are we going next?" Yang Fan said, "Back to Chang'an." Xiao Man was slightly startled. They had agreed to stay for another 3 days before leaving. Why did they suddenly? Yang Fan said, "Let's get ready to leave." He then turned around and walked towards Yang Yinzu, who was playing happily. This child was very playful. If Yang Fan did not personally appear, he would not be willing to leave. Anu said curiously, "The Tubo Empire is here to marry the princess. Why are you so anxious?" Xiao Man, Anu, and Gu Zhuting looked at each other and suddenly felt guilty. Could it be that the unmarried princess and our Lang Jun? Cough. This is not impossible. Our man has a criminal record. Among the ladies, only one nodded her head lightly. She had obviously seen what Yang Fan saw under the appearance of marriage. Chapter 1053. Xiao Man, Anu, and Gu Zhuting were not inferior to Wanner when it came to intelligence and craftiness. However, they were not in positions and did not participate in politics. They did not have Wanner's experience of serving the emperor since she was 14 years old and immersed in politics. Therefore, they were not used to analyzing weddings and funerals from the perspective of political changes and power struggles. Wanner was different from them, so she immediately thought of the various effects of the Tubo peace marriage on the political situation of the Great Zhou. The Turks once refused their daughter's marriage on the grounds that the prince consort who went to the Turks was surnamed Wu and not Li. As a result, Wu Yinshou was still herding horses on the prairie. The Tubo princess could only be a member of the Li family. Now that the emperor had decided to return power to the Li family, this was known to all. So it was even more impossible for the Tubo princess to be a member of the Wu family. But how many princesses of marriageable age were there in Li Tang's royal family? Crown Prince Li Dan had 6 daughters who were not very old. But after Li Xian returned to the court, in order to consolidate his position, he used marriage to win over the aristocratic families and make friends with the Wu family. All 6 of his daughters were quickly married to the sons of the aristocratic families and the Wu family. If the Tubo wanted to make peace with the Great Zhou, the only choice was the daughter of Li Dan, the Prince of Xiang. Li Dan had a few more children than his 7th brother, Li Xian. He had 5 sons and 11 daughters, the eldest of whom was not even 20 and the youngest was only 7. There were a few who were unmarried and of marriageable age. So the question arose, what was the real purpose of the Tubo peace marriage? For peace? Absolutely impossible. In history, there had never been a peace marriage that really played such a role. It was always proposed as a dignified way to end a conflict when one side could no longer fight and the other side would lose more than the gains. Sometimes, after the peace marriage, the two countries would calm down for a few years, a dozen years, or even a few decades. It was not because a daughter was married, but because neither side had the ability to continue fighting, or they did not think that continuing to fight at this stage would bring them more benefits. So the Tubo peace marriage was because the prime minister and the emperor wanted to stop fighting and recharge after exhausting the country's power. If so, the Great Zhou might agree to the peace marriage. You need to conserve your strength, and I also need to conserve my strength. After a few decades, who will be stronger and who will be weaker will depend on who recuperates better in these few decades. However, right now, the object of the Tubo peace marriage could only be the Prince of Xiang's daughter, and Li Xian was a crown prince whose authority had fallen to the Wu clan. Once he ascended to the throne, he was destined to become a weak crown prince. After the Tubo and the Prince of Xiang became in-laws, would they instigate the Prince of Xiang to ascend to the throne and interfere with the internal affairs of the Great Zhou? The crown prince, Li Xian, and the Prince of Xiang, Li Dan, had originally been emperor and minister, but these two brothers had both been crown princes and emperors. If a foreign power tried to stir up trouble, would the imperial court stir up another storm, making the future political situation of the Great Zhou even more complicated and confusing? Ever since the Tubo eradicated their war god, Luan Qinling, their military strength had been greatly weakened, and they began to lose more than they won against the Great Zhou. After Wu Zetian moved the capital to Chang'an, she strengthened the defenses of the Guangzhou region, increasing the pressure on the Tubo. This was probably an important reason why they chose the peace marriage. But just like how Luan Misa had casually dug a hole for Yang Fan to jump into, the Tubo peace marriage could not have any good intentions. As long as they were given a chance, they would not give up on splitting the Great Zhou and weakening the Central Plains. In addition, from the perspective of the Great Zhou Empire, would the Tubo marriage with the Prince of Xiang arouse the suspicion of the Crown Prince? To the Wu clan, Li Tang was one. If the Tubo marriage with the Prince of Xiang strengthened the power of the Li clan, how would the Wu clan react? In the last few years, Wu Zetian had been making preparations for her death. Would the political balance she had worked so hard to create be broken by the peace marriage? How would she choose? All these unknown choices could have far-reaching effects on the politics of the Great Zhou in the future. Even if Yang Fan was just a simple general, standing in his sensitive position, it was inevitable that he would be drawn into conflict, and this was not to mention that he had another identity in secret. If he felt that this matter had nothing to do with him and hung up high, it would be too late for him to react when disaster struck him. A person with foresight would not do something so short-sighted. Thus, even though Yang Fan did not know what he could do in this matter, he had to go. He had to know what was going on as soon as possible and prepare for a rainy day. An hour after Zhang Yu, the Qi province's commander, escorted Lumis's team away, Yang Fan and his family's carriages also left the Five-Zhang plain. In the twilight, the carriage traveled along a strangely beautiful and dangerous ravine. This was a ravine that had been carved out by a river over tens of thousands of years. The mighty forces of nature had carved desolate and solemn marks into the yellow cliffs and river. Wanner and Yang Fan stood side by side on the yellow cliffs, looking at the strange and dangerous ravine. The night wind blew through Wanner's hair. The setting sun added a layer of gold to her hair and face, making her look like a beautiful statue. Years ago, Zhuge Liang set out from Hanzhong, took the Baoxia Road, crossed the Qinling Mountains, and entered Wuzhong Plain. Here, he was locked in a stalemate with the Wei General Sima Yi. He used a trick to lure the Wei soldiers into the gourd ravine and set fire to the entrance of the ravine. Unexpectedly, a heavy rain saved the Wei army from danger. Zhuge Liang was a great talent, but he could only sigh and say, "Man proposes, God disposes." Yang Fan rode to the top of the cliff. Listening to Wanner's soft voice, it was as if he could see the golden spears, iron horses, and banners in the sky. It was as if he could hear the sound of horns and the rumbling of drums. Yang Fan sighed and said, "It is not only Zhuge Liang who feels this way. No one can do as they please, even if they are the high and mighty emperor. Don't worry, I just want to plan, not go against heaven." The Censorate's first attack on Zhang succeeded in removing the three brothers, Zhang Tongxiu, Zhang Changyi, and Zhang Changqi, from their official positions, and fined Zhang Changzong 20 caddies of copper. It could be considered a small gain, but Zhang's vitality was not damaged. A few days later, at the request of the Zhang brothers, Zhang Tongxiu and his brothers became officials again. Wu Zetian issued an edict, appointing Zhang Tongxiu as the Fang Prefecture Magistrate, Zhang Changyi as the Bao'an Prefecture Magistrate, and Zhang Changqi as the Qi Prefecture Magistrate. All three were demoted to a county magistrate. This was the first assistant of a county official. Compared to their original positions in the capital, it was a demotion, but in terms of real power, it was a demotion. With the Zhang brothers supporting them in the capital, a county magistrate was enough to suppress a county magistrate and become the real head of county. Although the three were demoted, they did not leave the Guangzhou area. They were all local officials in the Guangzhou area, and the capital was in the Guangzhou area. Moreover, the three originally had no real power, but now they had real power in their hands. This was a strong counterattack by the Zhang brothers, and also a strong counterattack by Wu Zetian. The Zhang brothers proved that the emperor loved them, and Wu Zetian showed that power was still in her hands. Although the imperial censorate could use the rules of the law to make things difficult for the Zhang brothers, she could also use the rules of power to turn the tide. The Prime Minister Wei Yuanzhong and the Imperial Censorate Song Jing heard that the Zhang brothers had been reactivated, and both rushed to the emperor to argue, but returned without success. The Prime Minister Wei Yuanzhong and the Imperial Censorate Song Jing heard that the Zhang brothers were reactivated, and both rushed to the emperor to argue, but returned without success. This time, Wei Yuanzhong and the others' attack on the second Zhang family really did not have the right time, the right place, and the right people. This sudden accident completely diverted the attention of the court. In the face of this far-reaching and important national affair, they had no choice but to continue to be entangled in the Zhang brothers' corruption case. The Tibetan envoy Lumsa came to the capital and presented 1,000 horses and 2,000 taels of gold as tribute to the Zhou court, and brought a letter of credence to ask the Zhou emperor to marry the princess of the royal family to the Tibetan Zanpu. The 1,000 horses could not be brought into the capital, so they were handed over to the local government in Qi province. Compared to the Turkic Khan Mosi's stingy marriage proposal, the Tibetan tribute was very grand, but after the peace marriage, they would receive a more generous dowry. Even if the peace marriage was not approved, the reward from the Zhou Empire would be doubled. The Central Plains Empire had always been generous. Wu Zetian received the letter of credence and announced that the Tibetan envoy would be entertained at the Linda Hall of the Daming Palace the next day. After the officials from the Ministry of Rites took the Tibetan envoy Lumsa away, Wu Zetian immediately discussed with the officials whether the Zhou Empire would agree to the Tibetan marriage proposal. For a moment, the officials were discussing, whispering to each other, and the hall was buzzing. Wu Zetian frowned, looked at the Prime Minister Banzhong, and asked in a clear voice, "Minister Wei, what do you think?" Wei Yuanzhong slowly stepped out and bowed to Wu Zetian and said, "I remember that the Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty once said, the customs of the northern barbarians are mostly about internal affairs. That is, having children, then my grandson will not invade China. And so, the border has been peaceful for the past 30 years. Although the current country was called the Zhou Empire, Wu Zetian ascended to the throne because of her son's abdication of the throne, and it was a peaceful evolution. And the Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty was her father-in-law. So the Zhou Empire was not too afraid to talk about the previous dynasty. Wu Zetian herself often talked about how Taizong was, so it was not a big deal for Wei Yuanzhong to use Taizong's words as an answer. Wu Zetian's eyes narrowed, and she asked, "So Minister Wei agrees to the peace marriage?" Wei Yuanzhong hesitated for a moment, then nodded and replied, "Yes. I think, since Tibet is sincere about peace, why not become a father-in-law and son-in-law state? The two countries can turn hostility into friendship, and the people will be very happy." Wei Yuanzhong was a member of the Crown Prince's faction, loyal to the current Crown Prince Li Xian, but he was also close to the Prince of Xiang, Li Dan. The reason why he hesitated just now was also because of this relationship. He felt that if they wanted to make peace with Tibet, they could only marry the Prince of Xiang's daughter, which would not be good for consolidating the Crown Prince's position. But if Li Tang's royal family and Tibet were married, it would be beneficial for Li Tang's royal family to compete with the Wu family, so it was difficult for him to choose. But the emperor had already asked, and there was no time for him to slowly weigh the pros and cons, so he could only answer hastily. Minister Wei's words are wrong. Just as Wei Yuanzhong finished speaking, a tall civil official stepped out from the crowd, vehemently saying, "In the 3rd year of Jingguan, Songzan Gampo succeeded to the throne, and after that he trained his troops, quelled the rebellions, and successively conquered the Supi, Domi, and Yangtang tribes trying to unify Tibet. In the 8th year of Jingguan, Songzan Gampo was still in civil strife, and in order to seek the support of the Central Plains, he proposed marriage to Emperor Taizong, but was rejected. Not long after, he proposed again, but was also rejected. Songzan Gampo resorted to military force and sent troops to Songzhou, but was defeated by Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty, and the marriage proposal was no longer mentioned. In the 14th year of Jingguan, Songzan Gampo used military force to unify Tibet, and after the chaos, he urgently needed to govern. If he wanted to govern, He needed to borrow the strength of the Central Plains, so he sent troops to the border and once again sent envoys to propose marriage and added craftsmen, agriculture, culture, education, and governance as dowry. At that time, the Tang dynasty was on an expedition to Korea, and because of the civil strife of the Eastern and Western Turks, the Tang dynasty took this opportunity to send troops to suppress them and did not have the strength to wage war on three sides and also to fight with the newly unified Tibet. So they had no choice but to agree to the marriage proposal. Looking at it from this point of view, that speech was really a cover-up. Minister Wei is knowledgeable. How can you not know? Chapter 1054. The speaker was Ran Ziyong, one of the 3 thoughts and 5 dogs, now an assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice. Tubo's marriage alliance would inevitably lead to internal strife among the great Zhou's factions, but the uproar it caused was beyond everyone's expectations. Wei Yuanzhong glanced at Ran Ziyong and said, "Am I wrong? Ever since Princess Wenshang made peace with Tubo, although the two countries have not had 30 years of peace, there has been no war for 22 years. Ran Ziyong looked up to the sky and laughed, saying coldly, "What Prime Minister Wei said is true, but did you think that 22 years of peace came because of a woman?" Ran Ziyong flicked his sleeve and faced the officials, saying with fervor and assurance, "Songzan Gampo had more than one concubine. He also married the princess of Xiangxiong, and his sister married the king of Xiangxiong. What was the result? In the 18th year of Jingguan, Songzan Gampo destroyed Xiangxiong and killed the king." Wei Yuanzhong said, "So what? He did not invade the Tang dynasty." Ran Ziyong said, "Wrong. He only did not directly invade the Tang dynasty. Not that he did not invade the Tang dynasty." Wei Yuanzhong frowned, saying, "What does Minister Ran mean?" Ran Ziyong rolled his eyes and said with a cold smile, "Prime Minister Wei, do you dare to tell the world that invading the Tang dynasty's vassal states is not an invasion of the Tang dynasty?" Wei Yuanzhong suddenly remembered something, and his voice became stifled. Ran Ziyong said, "After the marriage alliance, Songzan Gampo did not fight with the Tang dynasty because Ho Junji happened to destroy Gaochang at this time. The Tang dynasty set up the Anshi Protectorate at Jiaohe and set up their army in coordination with Tuyuan. Would Tubo dare to start a war with the Tang dynasty? But what did Songzan Gampo do in these 22 years? He suppressed rebellions, formulated laws, rewarded meritorious officials, created a written language. Through marriage, he obtained a large number of craftsmen and agricultural books from our Central Earth, reformed the political and military system, and conquered the Eastern Kong and in regions. It was during this period that the more than 20 vassal states of the Tang dynasty in the Kong and in regions were swallowed up by the Tubo. Tubo has been working hard for more than 20 years. As soon as the internal affairs are stable and the national strength is strong, they sent troops to destroy the last barrier between our Tang dynasty and Tubo, Tuyuan. Tuyuan is also a vassal state of our Tang dynasty. 7 years later, the Tubo Empire invaded 18 prefectures of the western regions, attacked Kucha City, defeated Shuirengue, and invaded Jiannan. Another 6 years later, they raided the 5 prefectures of Qi, Ke, He, Fang, and Dai. The following year, the Tufan invaded our Fuzhou's Linhe town and captured the town's general Du Shaoxun. In the 9th month of the same year, they defeated Li Jingxuan's 180,000-strong army and captured the Minister of Works Left Guard Great General Lu Xinli. With all these kinds of things, how could there be peace? To seek peace from the princess and the Tufan is no different from asking for fish from a tree. It is pure wishful thinking. Song Jing reported, "Your Majesty, the 2 states are related by marriage. If the daughter of a big country is married off to her father's country, and the son-in-law is married off to her son's country, there is no need to doubt this principle. If the 2 states are related by marriage, at the very least, it will protect the people and not harm the harmony between the 2 states. At the very least, it will avoid war and not harm the foundation of the country. Using one woman to defeat 1,000 soldiers. Why not? If not for this marriage, the Tang and Tubo might not have had 22 years of peace." Zhou Yi reported. Although our heavenly empire intends to win over people with virtue, the barbarians have the ambition of wolves. Without a strong military force to rely on, it is difficult for us to seek peace. If not for the marriage, the Tubo might not have dared to fight. If the Tubo dared to fight, based on their situation at that time, they would have suffered great losses, and the 20 or so western vassal states of the Central Plains would not have been swallowed by them one by one, resulting in the Tubo's vast territory today. The two sides argued, each quoting from the classics, refuting each other, not giving an inch. The magnificent hall suddenly became a place for both sides to show off their tongues. More and more people joined the fray, but no one could convince the other side. Seeing that it was noon, Wu Zetian was tired from sitting in the court for a long time. Impatiently, she ordered, "This matter will be discussed later. Court dismissed." The clamor in the hall immediately died down. All the officials bowed to the minister and respectfully sent Wu Zetian off. Wu Zetian unhappily left the hall. The current palace guard, Ji Su, accompanied her. Sitting on the carriage, Wu Zetian shook her head and sighed to Ji Su, who was accompanying her. She said, "The court is full of officials, each with their own schemes, yet they are still dignified and full of righteousness. When will they be able to put aside their selfishness and wholeheartedly serve the country?" Although Ji Su had been demoted once, he still had a bold personality. Hearing Wu Zetian's lamentation, Ji Su straightforwardly replied, "I think that the situation of the court today is really your Majesty's fault." "Oh!" Wu Zetian waved her hand and stopped the carriage. She looked strangely at Ji Su and asked, "What do you mean by this?" Ji Su bowed and said, "Your Majesty, if water and earth are mixed into a lump of mud, will the mud fight?" Wu Zetian said, "The two have already merged into one. Naturally, there will be no fight." Ji Su said, "If the mud is divided into two, one half is sculpted into Buddha, the other is sculpted into Tianzuan. Will there be a fight between them?" Wu Zetian said, "One Buddha, one Tianzuan, each seeking incense. Naturally, there will be a fight." Ji Su said, "Exactly. If the royal family, Li family, and the relatives, Wu family, each abide by their duties, the world will be at peace. Now that the crown prince has been appointed and the relatives still call themselves kings, this is your Majesty creating a situation where they will have to fight in the future. I fear that they will not be at peace." Wu Zetian was silent for a long time. She sighed and said, "I also know, but things have come to this. There is nothing I can do." The estates of the Prince of Xiang's 5 sons had not yet been completed, so the 5 princes were still living in their father's estate. Today was not the Grand Court Conference, so the Prince of Xiang and his 3 sons did not need to go to the palace to see the ruler. However, the news of the Tufan peace marriage still quickly spread through their channels to the Prince of Xiang's estate. Upon hearing the news, Li Dan immediately summoned his 3 sons. Because the 4th and 5th were still young, they did not participate in the discussion. In truth, the 3rd son, Li Longji, was also not very old, but he was mature and resourceful, even more so than his 2 older brothers. He had always been highly regarded by the Prince of Xiang and would often be summoned to discuss matters with him. Li Dan explained the situation of the Tufan peace marriage, then said, "The crown prince has no daughter to marry. Once the peace marriage is completed, there is an 8 or 9 out of 10 chance that it will fall on your sisters. What do you think of this matter?" Li Qingqi frowned and said, "Father is correct. If the Tufan peace marriage is completed, the only suitable daughter of the royal family is my family. Tufan is a barbaric land, and the mountains are high and the road is long. If we go, we will be parting with our relatives forever. None of my sisters will be willing to go to the Tufan peace marriage." Li Chengqi loudly said, "That's right, Father, you can't agree to this matter. That boorish foreign king is the ruler of an uncivilized country. His whole body smells like sheep. It is said that he has never bathed in his entire life. Even if it was the daughter of an ordinary family in the Central Plains, who would be willing to marry him, let alone our family?" Li Longji hesitated and said, "The king of the Tufan is the ruler of a country. He holds great power and can be considered a great man. But the customs of Tufan are very different from those of the Central Plains. Their temperament and character are also very different from those of the Central Plains. If my sisters are married, I am afraid it will be difficult for the husband and wife to live in harmony. In the past, when Princess Wunxing was 16, she had to travel through mountains and rivers to marry in the distant western regions. But she and Songzan Gambo were husband and wife for 10 years, and the time they spent together was no more than 3 years. For the next 30 years, she was even more lonely and destitute. How can you let my sisters suffer like this? Father, can't you find other members of the royal family to marry? Li Dan sighed and said, there are a few members of the royal family. Their fathers and older brothers were executed for treason. Now they are imprisoned as sinners. If they can marry far away and gain their freedom, they might be willing to do so. But the Tufan is harboring evil intentions at this time. The one they are plotting is definitely not a woman. If it were an ordinary member of the royal family, they would never agree. For a moment, the four of them were all silent. Li Dan was silent for a long time. He slowly looked at his 3 sons and gently stroked his beard. Suddenly, a smile appeared on his face. Li Longji saw the smile on his father's face and couldn't help but ask, Father, why are you smiling? Do you have an idea? Li Dan shook his head and said, it's not that I have an idea. It's just that I'm deeply gratified to see you all like this. Li Chengqi and his brothers looked at each other in astonishment. They didn't quite understand what Li Dan was saying. Li Dan said, when I came to discuss this matter with you 3 brothers, all of you were thinking about was whether you sisters would be happy or not. Not a single one of you thought about how marrying a sister would help our family. I am very happy that you brothers and sisters can love each other so deeply. Li Qingqi said, Father, we brothers and sisters are related by blood. We should love each other. Li Dan nodded deeply and said in a deep voice, that's right. This is also what I am most proud of. You all must remember that no matter what happens, you must never forget about brotherly love. Power, status, riches, and future prospects should never be placed above familial love. This was a solemn warning from a father. The 3 brothers hurriedly stood up and solemnly acknowledged. Li Dan waved his hand and said, sit down. We're father and son, so there's no need for so many rules. Li Dan twirled his beard and thought for a moment. He then said, I was thinking too much just now. Thinking too much ahead of time has made me indecisive. You 3 brothers' words have reminded me that my daughter has to be willing to marry herself and find an ideal husband for her. How can I ruin my daughter's life for the sake of profit? Our daughters can't be married off to Tufan. If we want to avoid this calamity, we have to get them married as soon as possible. Li Qingyi grinned and said, great. This way, I'll have quite a few brothers-in-law. I'll have company when I want to drink in the future. I'll go talk to the girls. Li Chengqi hurriedly pulled him back. Wait, Erlang. Li Qingqi stopped Li Qingyi and turned to Li Dan. Father, the imperial grandmother hasn't made up her mind yet. If you're in a hurry to find a son-in-law for your daughter, won't she blame you if she finds out? When Li Dan heard this, he frowned. Both he and Li Xian were cowardly. Although he was braver than Li Xian, he didn't have the courage to go against Wu Zetian. Moreover, he understood that unless his mother allowed it, even if he chose a son-in-law for his daughter, it wouldn't count. Li Longji slowly said, I don't think it'll be too difficult. Li Dan's eyes brightened. Sandling has always been wise. What ideas do you have? Tell me quickly. Li Longji smiled. How could I have any ideas? It's just that I know that Imperial Grandmother has always listened to the Wu clan. The Wu clan will definitely oppose the marriage of our Li clan's daughter. Thus, although the court has yet to come to a decision, Imperial Grandmother has probably already made a decision. Right now, Imperial Grandmother is only worried that the Tubo clan will use force to force the marriage after failing in their marriage proposal, causing chaos at the borders. Our capital has just been moved back to Chang, and the border defense has yet to be consolidated. If war breaks out and we lose, I'm afraid we'll have to move the capital again. If that happens, we'll be the laughingstock of the world. If Father asks Imperial Grandmother for permission, there's an 80 to 90% chance that Imperial Grandmother will agree. What the Tubo clan needs is only dignity. If all the eligible women of our imperial clan already have husbands, can the Tubo force us to cancel the marriage? Now that the Tubo clan is not as strong as before, they won't be willing to go to war unless absolutely necessary. If the Tubo clan is willing to marry, then they can choose a guilty imperial clan daughter to marry. If they don't want to marry, then it's because they don't have a suitable candidate. This matter must be approved by Imperial Grandmother. Only then can we ask Imperial Grandmother to issue an edict to have the Four Quarters Embassy prevent news of this from reaching the ears of the Tubo envoys. Li Qingqi and Li Qingyi nodded. Li Dan also nodded. Sanlang's words are reasonable. I'll go to the palace now and ask Mother for permission to pick a son-in-law for your sister. Li Dan counted with her fingers and said, Shou Chang and Jing Shan are already 16 years old, while Huaiyang and Lianghua are 15. These 4 daughters have to get married immediately. As for the other children, the oldest is only 12. I don't think the Tibetan king will marry them either. I'll go to the palace now. Yang Fan hurried back to Chang, and with his entire family. He had originally believed that the moment he returned to Chang, and he would hear that the Wu and Li clans were engaged in an endless war of words over the marriage. He had not expected that the most sensational news he had heard was that the Prince of Xiang, Li Dan, was scouring Chang and to find a son-in-law for his daughter. Chapter 1055. Yang Fan's carriage rushed all the way to Longqing Square. All kinds of news that had happened in the capital city in recent days were continuously passed to his carriage. The common people naturally did not know about the detailed debate in court about the marriage alliance. They only knew the result, but Yang Fan had his own channels of information and clearly grasped the reactions of the various factions. As for the rumor that the Prince of Xiang was in a hurry to marry off his daughter, Xianzong had already confirmed it. The Prince of Xiang was marrying off 4 daughters. How could such a large commotion be concealed? This matter had already spread throughout the city. The only people who did not know about it were the Tubo emissaries. The Tubo emissaries were settled in the Four Quarters Embassy. The Four Quarters Embassy was under the Ministry of Rights, and its function was to receive the emissaries of various countries. Thus, even a low-ranking official or servant in the Four Quarters Embassy was considered half a spy. They analyzed the words and actions of the emissaries and obtained all kinds of intelligence. At the same time, they were also responsible for preventing the emissaries from spying on their own country. Under their vigilance, Misa and the others really did not know what was happening in Chang City. Moreover, in order to cover the Prince of Xiang's selection of a son-in-law, Wu Ziqian had used the excuse of lacking palace maids after the capital was moved to hold a selection in Chang City. For a moment, the common people of Chang's were busy looking for son-in-law to marry off their daughters. This was an excellent cover for the Prince of Xiang's actions. After reading the news, Yang Fan lightly sighed and said to Xiao Man, if the Prince of Xiang can marry a daughter into the Tubo Empire, it will be extremely beneficial to his consolidation of power. But for the lifelong happiness of his daughter, he is willing to give up this opportunity. For a prince in such a dangerous situation to do this is truly not easy. Xiao Man sighed. Yes, this is something even many noble families cannot do. In their eyes, their daughters are only tools to be used to form alliances with other powers. When a noble family marries off a daughter, the most important thing is never whether the daughter likes him or not, but what benefits the son-in-law will bring to the family. Yang Fan slowly nodded. Yes, the noble families are like this, and the imperial family is also like this. The current crown prince, the current emperor, Yang Fan suddenly thought of how Crown Prince Li Xian had hastily married off his daughter after returning from Fangzhou. Compared to his brother Li Dan, Li Xian's decision to marry off his daughter was too obvious. Even the current empress, Wu Zetian, had forced Princess Taiping to marry Wu Yuji out of political motives. Although Wu Zetian had compensated her daughter and rewarded her generously, raising her salary to the rank of a prince and bestowing her with fields and houses, could all of this heal the emotional damage she had suffered? It was truly rare for the Prince of Xiang to resolutely abandon this opportunity that could greatly increase the influence and status of the Prince of Xiang's estate and improve his political environment. On the long street, Shanghai Wander's motorcade was slowly leaving. As soon as they entered the city, one Er's entourage separated from his. She accompanied her mother, Lady Zheng, and turned towards the Shangwan family's old house. Yang Fan looked out the window at one Er's entourage, which was gradually moving further and further away. He thought of how he and she could not stay together because there were too many interests at stake. He could not help but sigh sadly. The next day, Wu Ziqian invited the envoy of Tu Fan, Luan Misa, to a banquet in the Linda Hall of the Palace of Great Clarity. After all, this was the first important envoy from a foreign country that the emperor had welcomed after moving the capital. It was accompanied by all the civil and military officials and members of the imperial family. For such a grand banquet, naturally it was necessary to play court music. The first song to be played was the Taiping Yu. The Taiping Yu was also known as the Five-Direction Line Dance. It consisted of two people wearing flowery embroidered robes, five-colored silk cloths, cloud crowns, and black leather boots. They held ropes and brushed them as they teased the male lions. There were also 10 people dressed as 5 male lions, each standing on one side and dancing to the music. There were also 140 people singing the Taiping Yu at the same time, clapping their hands and stomping their feet to match the beat. As soon as Luan Misa saw this grand and powerful dance, he could not help but dance with joy. He hurriedly asked Wu Ziqian, "Your Majesty, I was born in the wilderness and do not know Chinese music. Now that I am sitting at the bottom of the stairs, I cannot see the details of the dance. I beg your Majesty to allow me to leave the banquet and come closer to take a look." Wu Zetian smiled and nodded her head. Luan Misa and Tu Fan's assistant envoy left their seats and rushed to the side of the song and dance performers. They leaned against the dragon pillar and whispered to each other, praising them incessantly. The civil and military officials in the hall saw them like this. They could not help but show contempt on their faces. Some people even whispered and laughed in low voices. But Luan Misa and the deputy envoy stood there with a look of surprise and admiration. They seemed to be completely unaware of the people's barely concealed mockery. Yang Fan held his sword and stood at the side of the hall, watching his performance with cold eyes. He gradually became vigilant. He had a confrontation with Luan Misa on the Wuzhong Plain, so he knew that this man's appearance was rough, but his mind was actually very cunning. Perhaps Luan Misa had never seen this kind of grand, well-dressed, uniform, and dignified palace music. But as an envoy sent by the Tubo king, his self-restraint should not be this low. Now that he was pretending to be rough, he must have some ulterior motive. When the song of peace and prosperity was over, Luan Misa and the deputy envoy returned to their seats. They sighed in admiration and thanked Wu Ziqian, saying, "Ever since I entered the holy court, I have received your Majesty's preferential treatment. Now that I have seen this wonderful music, my life has not been in vain. Although I'm lowly, I really do not know how to repay heaven's kindness. I only wish your Majesty to live long, long, long live." Luan Misa humbled himself. Even though she knew that he was speaking words of flattery, Wu Ziqian could not help but be pleased. She, who rarely drank in recent years, unexpectedly also picked up her cup and took a big sip. Luan Misa continued, "Tu Fan is located in a remote and desolate area. We have always admired the culture of the Central Plains. Today, I have been sent by my king to come to your country. I sincerely beg the Holy Emperor to allow the marriage of the imperial princess to my king. From now on, our two countries will forever be father and son-in-law." Wu Zetian was slightly startled. She put down her cup and said with a smile, "Even if I am an ordinary housewife, marrying off my daughter is not a small matter. I have to discuss it with my children and see which of the marriageable girls in my family is the best match. Since you have just arrived in the Central Plains, there is no need to be anxious. Today, let's watch the song and dance and discuss this matter later." Luan Misa had no choice but to thank her and return to his seat. Following that, the hall began to play four-way music. Luan Misa sat upright and watched while his assistant looked left and right. Suddenly, he saw someone and was startled. He whispered a few words to Luan Misa. Luan Misa looked over and was also slightly startled. Then the two of them whispered to each other and peeked at each other from time to time. Wu Zetian saw that the two of them were acting suspiciously. She could not help but ask, "What are you looking at?" Luan Misa quickly bowed and said, "Your Majesty, may I ask if the general at the opposite table is surnamed Tang?" Wu Zetian looked at the person he was pointing at. He was indeed wearing a general's uniform. He looked vaguely familiar, but she could not remember his name. She signaled him to come forward. That person was Liangzhou's Governor Tang Xiujing. Because he had just returned to the imperial court to handle some matters, according to his rank, he was also attending the palace banquet today. After Tang Xiujing introduced himself, Luan Misa suddenly realized, it really is General Tang. Wu Zetian curiously asked, "Do you have a relationship with Tang Xiujing?" Luan Misa hurriedly said, "My country overestimated its own strength and offended your country's heavenly prestige. During the Battle of Hanyuan, I saw this General Tang with my own eyes. This General Tang is brave and invincible. He was outnumbered and defeated my Tufan army. Because I have seen him with my own eyes, I have a deep memory of him." Wu Zetian was very happy to hear this. She turned to Shangguan Wanner, who was accompanying her, and said in a low voice, "This man is a brave general. Remember his name? I want to put him in an important position." Yang Fan did not believe that as an envoy, Luan Misa did not have this kind of profound bearing at the banquet. Even the old and clumsy Wu Zetian was able to notice his strange behavior. He was afraid that seeing Tang Xiujing and exposing the scandal of his defeat at the hands of the Zhou army were all intentional. This Lin Misa was so servile that he did not hesitate to expose his own disgrace. First, he portrayed himself as a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. Now, he shamelessly exposed the scandal of their defeat at the hands of Tang Xiujing. Was all this just to curry favor with the emperor and ask for a marriage alliance? When a bird is about to strike, it will fly and fold its wings. When a fierce beast fights, it will bow down. Yang Fan suddenly thought of these words and couldn't help but tremble. He immediately rushed to the palace and gave a few orders to Ren Wei, who was patrolling outside, before returning to the palace. As the sect master, there were many things that he did not need to do personally. As long as he thought of it, he could use his own strength to carry it out. In this case alone, if he had any suspicions, he could use his own strength to investigate. And these matters were not something that a few servants and attendants in the estate could accomplish. Besides Yang Fan and Shen Mu, only the imperial court had this kind of power. But this sort of groundless suspicion might not necessarily be enough to convince the imperial court to mobilize its strength to investigate. Moreover, the efficiency of using official channels was too slow. By the time the truth was discovered, it might already be too late. Yang Fan's rush in and out of the palace attracted Luan Misa's attention. When Luan Misa saw Yang Fan, he couldn't help but laugh and whisper a few more words to the deputy envoy. After entering the court, Luan Misa had already paid a visit to the crown prince, the Prince of Xiang, and King Liang with lavish gifts, so he was rather familiar with them. Seeing him laugh, Crown Prince Li Xian followed his gaze and asked, "Could it be that esteemed envoy is also an old acquaintance of General Yang?" Luan Misa smiled. "Indeed, this envoy came from Tibet and passed through the Wuzhong Plains. I once met this general. General Yang has an Arabian horse. This envoy wanted to buy it with a large sum of money, but General Yang is also a horse lover and firmly refused. This envoy wanted to exchange a Tibetan beauty for a horse, but General Yang still refused. What a pity." When Li Dan heard this, he turned to glance at Yang Fan and said to his eldest son, Li Chengqi, who was sitting to the side, "Yang Fan loves horses, and the Tibetans are unwilling to part with him. How can I, your father, abandon my beloved daughter and marry someone far away? The marriages of your sisters must be carried out as soon as possible." Li Chengqi replied in a low voice, "Father, rest assured. Your son has already selected a few suitable candidates from the talented and noble young masters of the capital. In the next few days, I will invite them to my residence for a banquet and have the sisters take a look. If they are to their liking, they will immediately be engaged. Li Dan nodded. At this moment, Lun Misa suddenly said to him, "This envoy has heard that Your Highness, the Prince of Xiang, has many beloved daughters who have all reached marriageable age. My prince is currently in his 30s and is in the prime of his life. Moreover, he has always longed for the people of the Central Plains. I wonder if Your Highness, the Prince of Xiang, is willing to marry my prince?" Crown Prince Li Xian quickly glanced at Li Dan and answered on his behalf. "Esteemed envoy is too impatient. Didn't His Majesty say that marrying off a daughter is not a small matter? This matter can be discussed later." Li Dan sighed inwardly, thinking, "There are two overbearing Zhang and the Wu clan eyeing me like a tiger. I didn't think that elder brother would still be wary of me." Lun Misa smiled. "That is why this envoy is asking the Prince of Xiang. If Your Highness, the Prince of Xiang, agrees, I believe that Her Majesty, the Empress, will also graciously approve." Li Dan said, "Esteemed Envoy's Information Network is not very well informed. To tell you the truth, although this prince has several daughters who are suitable for marriage, they have long since found husbands. The betrothal gifts have already been sent out. My eldest and second daughters will be married this year, and my third and fourth daughters have already been engaged." Luan Misa immediately asked, "Your Highness, the Prince of Xiang, has more than 4 daughters, right? Have the other imperial daughters been married?" Li Dan replied, "This prince has 7 daughters, but the eldest of these 7 is only 12. How can we talk about marriage?" Luan Misa clapped his hands and laughed. "The Prince of Xiang's words are incorrect. According to the customs of our Tubo, what harm is there in getting married at the age of 6 or 7? Since Your Highness, the Prince of Xiang, has 7 beloved daughters, I believe that for the sake of the friendship between the Great Zhou and the Tubo, Your Highness, the Prince of Xiang, will not refuse to marry one of your 7 beloved daughters." Chapter 1056. Li Dan was dumbstruck, momentarily speechless at Trinling's words. He suddenly remembered, in the 3rd year of Xianqing, when Tubo proposed marriage to the Tang dynasty, Tubo King Mongsong Mangzhen was only 8 years old. In the 4th year of Yifeng, when Tubo proposed marriage to the Tang dynasty, Tubo King Chittisong was only 4 years old. In a political marriage, the decisive factor was the political benefits attached to the marriage. Age was definitely not an issue. In fact, in the history of the Tang dynasty, Tubo had asked for a marriage with the Tangs several times, including the 3rd year of the Divine Dragon. Tubo had asked for a peace marriage with the Tang. At that time, the Tubo king, Inda Zuzan, was only 3 years old. 3 years later, the peace marriage was successful. The 6-year-old groom married the 12-year-old princess of Jinsheng. It was not that Li Dan did not know about the Tubo's marriage proposal to the Tang several times in the past. The problem was that the Tubo king was still a child when the Tubo king married the little princess. At worst, the husband and wife would grow up together. But now the Tubo king was already over 30 years old. How could a man over 30 marry a 12-year-old little princess? So Li Dan completely ignored this point. It was only when Misa nonchalantly said that a 7 or 8-year-old princess would be fine that Li Dan suddenly understood. A political marriage could not be judged with common sense. Not to mention his 12-year-old daughter. Even if his daughter was only 3 years old, as long as it was in line with political interests, she could still become the Tufan king's wife, even if the Tufan king was already 80 years old. Luan Misa stared at Li Dan with bright eyes. His expression did not have the initial feigned awe and ignorance. He believed that Li Dan was willing to marry his daughter to Tubo. Tubo had investigated the current situation of Great Zhou. They believed that a peaceful marriage would help to consolidate Li Dan's position. He would definitely be willing. His current refusal should be because he was afraid of arousing the fear of the crown prince and the Wu clan. Li Dan hesitated for a moment before saying reluctantly, "A 12-year-old girl who is young and inexperienced, how can she become a qualified consort and wife? Our imperial family has other imperial daughters." Luan Misa interrupted him. "Your Highness the Prince of Xiang, based on what this foreign subject knows, The crown prince's daughters have all been married off, so the only one suitable to marry my king is Prince of Xiang's daughter. Hee, your country pays particular attention to the marriage between two families of equal social status. Isn't it the same in Tubo? As your daughter, even if she is young, I believe that she is well-educated, gentle, and virtuous. As for the fact that she is still young, that is not a problem. After my Wang marries Wang Fei, we can wait until she is a bit older before consummating the marriage. Li Dan couldn't take it anymore. He couldn't possibly say that his 11 or 12-year-old daughters were also engaged, right? Even if he could change his words now, what about his 6 or 7-year-old daughter? Could it be that they were already engaged? But he did not even want to marry his grown-up daughter to Tubo. How could he be willing to marry an innocent 12-year-old girl to Tubo to suffer? Li Dan could only brace himself and say this. My daughter is still young. In this prince's opinion, it's not appropriate for her to get married so early. How about this? Let this prince discuss this matter with the empress first. Today, we are only hosting a banquet for the esteemed envoy. Let's not talk about this matter for the time being. Come, let's have a drink. Li Dan could only use the delaying tactic against the Tubo proposal, but he didn't know how long he could delay it. Lu and Misha would go to the imperial palace every other day to seek an audience with the Son of Heaven, urging him to agree to the marriage. From time to time, he would also visit the crown prince, the Prince of Xiang, and Prince Liang, using both the carrot and the stick. Wu Ziqian had also tried to marry his sinner daughter to Tu Fan as a princess, but she was flatly rejected by Lu and Misa. Lu and Misa's reason was that Tu Fan Zanpu was, after all, the ruler of a country and could not be matched with a sinner daughter of the great Zhou dynasty. Only the blood of the empress was worthy of the ruler of Tu Fan. The only children who had continued Empress Wu Zetian's bloodline were Li Xian and Li Dan's branch. Li Xian's 6 daughters were all married off, so only Li Dan's daughter could be married off. However, even if Crown Prince Li Xian still had a daughter to marry, Wu Ziqian did not wish for a marriage with the Tubo Empire to increase the balance of power in the Great Zhou Empire in the future. Moreover, it was Li Dan's daughter. Once the Prince of Xiang, Li Dan, married the Tubo Empire, the political situation in the future would become even more complicated. But if she did not agree, she was worried that Tubo would once again send an army to war. Tubo was currently a powerful neighboring country. Although the Great Zhou had gradually gained the upper hand in military power after the death of the Tubo's military god, Luin Trinling, it was still not strong enough to completely suppress the other side. To kill 1,000 enemies, one would suffer 800 casualties. Wu Ziqian, who had just moved the capital to Chang and did not dare to lightly start a war. In the past, it was not that Wu Ziqian did not have this confidence, but ever since the little Khitan rebelled and lost Wang Xiaojia and several other great generals, sent troops to Hebei, and dealt a blow to the Great Zhou, Wu Ziqian suddenly realized that although the Great Zhou still looked like a colossus, it was no longer as powerful as it was in the days of Taizong and Gaozong. The court did not delay for more than half a month. Luin Misa's attitude gradually hardened, and he came to the palace every day to pester them. Even Wu Zetian found it difficult to deal with him. At this time, the Turkic Khagan, Mok, suddenly sent troops to harass the entire Wuzhou territory. Traces of the enemy appeared in Yin Province, Xia Province, Bing Province, Daizhou, and Xinzhou. After receiving the report, Wu Ziqian didn't dare to send those nephews of the Wu family to mess things up. She first appointed Xue Jichang, the chief scholar of Yong Province, as the defense ambassador of Shandong Province, in charge of the troops in Hebei Province, Song, Ying, Yu, Yi, Hung, and Ding provinces. She also appointed Zhang Renyuan, the provincial governor of Yu Province, to be in charge of the defense of Yu, Ping, Guwei, and Tan provinces, together with Xue Jichang. They worked together to repel the Turks. Shortly after, Wu Zetian appointed Prince of Xiang, Li Dan, as the Northern Protector General of Anbei and the Grand Marshal of the Path of Heavenly Soldiers, commanding the troops of Yin, Zhao, Qin, Long, and Yin against the Turks. However, she still used the same trick, appointing Li Dan as the Grand Marshal but not letting him lead the troops. It was just a title for Li Dan, but in reality, Prime Minister Wei Yuanzhong was the Grand Marshal to deal with the Turks. At this time, Wu Zetian had a good reason to evade Luan Misa. Since the Great Zhou was at war with foreign enemies, it wasn't appropriate for them to discuss the marriage. When Luan Misa learned that the Great Zhou was at war with the Turks, he didn't go to the royal palace to urge them. Instead, he settled down in the Four Quarters Embassy. It seemed like he could stop urging them for the time being, but he wouldn't let the marriage go just like that. He wouldn't leave until the marriage was settled. Thick clouds covered the sky, and a cold wind howled. The snowflakes were swept up by the fierce winds, making it difficult for the passers-by to open their eyes. The snow fell more frequently this winter, and the earth seemed to be covered with a thick blanket. The farmers were overjoyed. This year was destined to be a bumper harvest. On the other hand, the shepherds couldn't help but pray to the heavens to give them a break. They couldn't do without snow, but if the snow was too heavy, it could easily turn into a white calamity, freezing all of their cattle and sheep to death. That would be their nightmare. It was currently the midwinter season, and with the end of the year approaching, the mountains and villages were all empty. Humans and animals alike were beginning to hide for the winter. The roads were blocked by the heavy snow, and there shouldn't be any humans in the world of ice and snow beyond the Great Wall. But in this weather, on the outskirts of Maozhou, present-day Maowenchang Autonomous County, Sichuan, several figures were arduously traversing through the snowy plains. The snow was a foot deep, knee-deep, and coupled with the abominable weather, there shouldn't be any humans in the wilderness. Yet, these figures were clearly humans. They were leading their mounts and hurrying through the heavy snow. As the snow was too deep, it was impossible for the horses to gallop. As such, the four of them could only lead their mounts on foot. The horses were wrapped in warm wrappings, and a blanket was draped over their backs. The four of them were dressed in thick sheepskin jackets, and their pants were sewn from wolf pelt. The legs of the pants were tucked into high felt boots made of cowhide, and their legs were bound with leather leggings to prevent the snow from seeping in. The four of them wore dogskin hoods on their heads, and they used towels to cover their mouths and noses, leaving only their eyes exposed. Their breaths emitted hot air from the towels, and a thick layer of frost covered their mouths and the corners of their eyes. It seemed that they were working very hard. The four of them walked forward with uneven steps. None of them expected that as they advanced, 6 figures would suddenly appear in the snow around them. All 6 of them were dressed in white, the same color as the snow. In the wind and snow, if they hadn't suddenly appeared and brandished their knives, no one would have noticed them. The snow was knee-deep, and it was difficult to move forward. But the 6 of them were unusually agile. As soon as they appeared, they pounced on the 4 walkers like a pack of hungry beasts. Kill! With a cold shout, the 6 of them transformed into 6 gusts of wind, filling the sky with snow as they pounced on the 4 walkers. The 4 walkers had walked a long distance in the snow, and they were exhausted. Moreover, they covered their mouths too tightly, and their vision and hearing were affected. By the time they discovered the danger, it was already a beat too late. Moreover, the 6 attackers had suddenly launched an attack. Their movements were swift and agile. As the shadows intertwined, blood splashed everywhere. Amidst the screams, one of the walkers broke out of the encirclement, turned around, and madly ran. While running for his life, this person suddenly had a divine strength, and he was able to run knee-deep in the snow as if he was flying. The other 3 companions of the walkers were cut into meat paste by the 6 people the moment he broke out of the encirclement. The escaping walkers ran 7 or 8 feet away, leaving behind a trail of blood that looked like blooming plum blossoms. The 6 people didn't chase after him. One of them just sneered. He used one of his feet to pick up a knife from the ground and used the tip of his foot to kick the handle of the knife. The knife suddenly whizzed out like a windmill and spun in between the right leg of the escaping walkers. As the knife spun, the walker's right leg, which had just been raised, was cut off from the ankle. The walkers let out a miserable scream and fell diagonally into the snow, wailing mournfully as he rolled on the ground. A white-robed assassin slowly chased after him, and with a palm strike, he struck the walker's neck and knocked him out. Then, he grabbed the walker's collar and dragged him back like a dead dog, leaving a horrifying trail of blood wherever he passed. This person was left alive, but they didn't try to bandage his wound. In the cold of the 12th lunar month, a drop of water would turn into ice. Soon, this person's wound would freeze into ice, and he wouldn't die from excessive blood loss. The 6 people suddenly killed 3 people and chopped off another person's leg, but they looked as if they had just slaughtered 3 wild dogs. Their expressions were terrifyingly calm. They carefully searched the 3 corpses and put everything they found into their own pockets. A moment later, the 6 people led the 4 horses and carried the half-dead walkers and disappeared into the endless wind and snow. The wind and snow would quickly bury the blood on the ground, the scattered corpses, and the weapons. If the beast with a keen sense of smell couldn't dig them out from under the snow and wrap them up, they would have to wait until spring before they could be discovered. These 6 people were just one of the hundreds of small teams that Xianzong had sent out after Yangfan gave the order. They had luckily found the people they were looking for in their mission. After completing the mission, they turned in the things they had found and the people they had captured alive. As for why and who they had killed, they didn't care at all. They were originally horse bandits who killed without blinking and only cared about getting paid. After the things they had seized and the people they had captured changed hands 5 times, they were taken over by Yangfan's people. Before this, the 5 layers of relationships did not know that they were working for the Succession Hall and did not even know that the Succession Hall existed in the world. The people who were alive were interrogated by Yangfan's people. As long as they were still alive, they had a way to make them talk. Very quickly, the information they had obtained was carried by a dog-pulled sledge, and like an arrow, it passed through the snowy Guangzhou plains into Chang'an. At this time, Yangfan was on duty in the 1,000 Horsemen camp, and the information was passed to Renwei. When Yangfan read the secret letter, he couldn't help but be shocked. Unfortunately, he was right. The Tubo really had other plans. Chapter 1057. As the end of the year approached, the defense of the palace was strengthened. Yangfan patrolled around again and told Dugu Huizhi, who was on duty today, to be extra cautious and not make any mistakes. Only then did he find an excuse to leave the palace. As soon as Yangfan left the palace, Renwei, who was waiting at the Black Tortoise Gate, draped a fox fur cloak over him. Yangfan asked in a low voice, "Has Shun Mu returned to the capital?" After the air hall and the obvious and hidden sects got rid of the aristocratic family's control and became partners, there were many relations that needed to be clarified. Shun Mu was better at these kinds of things than Yangfan. Moreover, he was more familiar with the aristocratic families than Yangfan. In addition, he did not have an official identity and could move freely. Therefore, these days, he had been running between the aristocratic families to coordinate and discuss. Now that it was snowing heavily and the end of the year was approaching, Shun Mu had to return to the capital for the new year. Yangfan had asked Renwei to inquire about Shun Mu's return date in advance. The two had not seen each other for a long time. There were many things between the obvious and hidden sects that needed their 2 leaders to discuss. Shun Mu's participation in this important matter was even more important. Renwei said, "I have received news that young Master Shun will return to the capital tomorrow." Yangfan looked up at the gloomy sky and sighed. "The snowstorm in Guangzhou this year is too heavy. I hope there will be no heavy snowstorm tomorrow to hinder his journey." Renwei grinned and said, "General, rest assured. No matter how heavy the snowstorm is, it can only stop thousands of troops and horses. If young Master Shun wants to return to the capital, he will definitely not be delayed." Yangfan nodded. At this time, a subordinate brought him a horse. Yangfan fastened his cloak, adjusted the saddle, and mounted the war horse. By the Longqing Pool, the 5 Junwang mansions on the right side of the Yang family mansion were already half completed. Li Qingqi's and Li Qingyi's mansions had already been officially completed, and Li Longji's mansion only had one last place left that needed to be completed. Due to the cold weather, they had temporarily stopped work. The completion of Li Qingqi and Li Qingyi's new residence naturally necessitated a celebration, and the banquet was held today at Li Qingqi's estate. Compared to Princess Annal's housewarming banquet, which had lasted for several days, and invited all the nobles of the capital. The Prince of Xiang's 5 sons were much more low-key. Besides their own siblings, they had only invited a few members of the imperial family. The 4 young ladies of Shoucheng, Jing Shan, Huayang, and Liang were already engaged, and their future husbands were also invited today. The 4 young ladies could only accompany the noble ladies of the imperial family in the rear residence. It was not good for them to walk around, lest they bumped into their fiancés and embarrassed them. The other 7 young ladies were still young and were not treated as women. They were all treated as naughty children. The girls were lively and extremely active, so it was uncomfortable for them to stay in the rear residence, but it was not good for them to go to the front residence and mingle with the male guests. As a result, the 7 of them walked around the Junwang residence and soon arrived at the secluded left gable. Of these 7 girls, the oldest was only 12 and the youngest was only 6. Each of them wore a coat made of snow fox fur, and 2 or 3 of the older ones even wore a coat made of marten fur. All of them were beautiful, some clean and elegant, some gentle and tranquil, and some bright and beautiful. Although not all of them were exceptionally beautiful, their clothes and elegance made them look the most beautiful. The 12-year-old Shouwang county magistrate, Li Huan, had a gentle and delicate appearance. She had been fond of calligraphy and musical instruments since childhood, so she was the most gentle and virtuous of the 7 sisters. The 7 sisters stopped under a large tree with withered leaves. Li Huan rubbed her hands, which were red from the cold, and said to her sisters, "I heard that the Tibetan envoy still refuses to leave the 4 Quarters embassy. Every day, he comes to the palace to pester imperial grandmother, insisting on choosing one of us sisters to marry to the Tibetans." The Qingyang County magistrate was the same age as her, but her birthday was slightly younger. Qingyang's looks were slightly mediocre, but her skin was extremely fair and tender. Hearing her sister's words, Qingyang timidly said, "I don't want to marry to the Tibetans. I heard that it's very hard there. They use carpet as their rooms and the ground as their beds. Moreover, the highlands are closer to the sky, the sun is blazing, and the wind is strong. It won't be long before I become charcoal black." The Xiqing County magistrate, who was also 12 years old, said, "You only know how to cherish your skin. This small matter is nothing. I heard that for those who marry there, if their husband dies, they will have to marry their son, and if their son dies, they will have to marry their grandson. Back then, when Princess Yicheng of the Great Sui married to the Tibetans, she married 4 times in her lifetime. Heavens, this is too scary. This kind of thing that goes against the moral principles. Even if you beat me to death, I won't do it. That's right. I also heard that the people there don't take many baths in their lifetime. Their bodies are so smelly. A few young girls cover their mouths and noses at the same time, their delicate eyebrows also wrinkled, as if they had already seen a very smelly, very dirty, very, very smelly man." The 9-year-old Chongcheng County Magistrate, Li Qiang, was the most outstanding beauty among her sisters. She had a pair of big and bright eyes, red lips, white teeth, and delicate facial features. Although she was still young, the special bright and beautiful temperament of a beautiful girl could not be concealed. Li Qiang angrily said, "I really don't understand. Why does Imperial Grandmother have to be so tolerant to the Tibetans? Could it be that she is willing to let her own granddaughter marry to the Tibetans and suffer?" Thinking about how powerful our Tang dynasty was under the rule of Emperor Taizong, didn't Wen Cheng receive a cold reception when he entered Tibet? The attendants she brought with her didn't even have anyone to take care of their meals. After she got married, she lived in a simple small room with only a bed and a cupboard in the room, not even enough room for a few people to stand. Wen Cheng brought such a generous dowry, but she received a cold reception and was even bullied by the princess consort. After getting married for more than a month, she didn't even assign a servant to serve her. The Tibetans thought that Wen Cheng's marriage was because the Tang dynasty was afraid of their military power, so they begged for peace with the Tibetans. Our Tang dynasty was obviously humiliated to the point of losing face, but the historian still tried his best to blow his own trumpet, saying that the Tibetans admired our Tang dynasty, and how they bathe in the grace of the heavenly kingdom. They were deceiving themselves and others. Princess Wen Cheng married to the West, and when she arrived in the Tibetans, she was only a secondary consort, not even the legal wife. The Tibetan king built the Jokhang temple for the legal wife and enshrined the 8-year-old statue of Sakyamuni brought from Nepal. But for Wen Cheng, he only built a much smaller Jokhang temple and enshrined the 12-year-old statue of Sakyamuni brought from our Tang dynasty. The difference in status between the two princesses was obvious. Moreover, Princess Wen Cheng and the Tibetan king were husband and wife for 10 years, but Wen Cheng only saw her for less than 3 years. She had no children, no love, and was like a servant. Let me ask you, as the daughter of this young prince, do you think I'm more respected than Wen Cheng? The more Li Huan heard, the more scared she became. She couldn't help but ask, Qiang, where did you hear this? How come I don't know about it? Li Qiang said, I heard it from third brother. The court officials only know how to blow their own trumpet, to make themselves look fat at their own cost. Will they tell you the truth? Li Huan knew that this little sister was smart and quick-witted, and Samling Longji was the most mature and steady of the siblings. He was usually the most concerned about the affairs of the world. Since it was him who said it, it must be true, so she was even more scared. The princess of Hua was only 6 years old, so she didn't know much, but she could understand whether the words of her sisters were good or bad. She couldn't help but be scared, and with tears in her eyes, she said, I don't want to go to Tibet. Li Qiang rolled her eyes at her and said unhappily, All right, what are you crying for? You have 6 older sisters above you, so it won't be your turn. Hearing Li Qiang say this, the 12-year-old sisters of Shouguang, Qingyang, and Shiqing couldn't help but panic. They were the oldest of the 7 girls, so once the emperor agreed to the marriage, the one to be married to Tibet would most likely be one of them. Li Huan clenched her fists and loudly said, I won't marry. I'd rather die than marry. The Qingyang county magistrate bit her little finger and thought for a while. Suddenly, her eyes brightened and she excitedly said, That's right. Back then, Tibet proposed marriage to our Tang dynasty, wanting to marry Taiping Aunt. Didn't imperial grandmother build a Taoist temple for Taiping Aunt so that she could become a monk? In the end, Tibet could only return empty-handed. Why don't we also become monks? The princess of Hua applauded. Good, good. Then let's become monks together. Everyone will live in the same temple in the future, so it won't be boring. The Shiqing county magistrate dejectedly said, Forget it. This is really wishful thinking. 7 imperial daughters becoming monks together. Do you think this reason can deceive the Tibetan people? Do you think they're stupid? The girls looked at each other and slowly lowered their heads. Li Qiang bit her thin and tender lips. Her big watery eyes looked around a few times. Suddenly, she said, Today the emperor's relatives have come to congratulate our Xiong on his housewarming. Why don't we take this opportunity to make a big fuss and let imperial grandmother know that we would rather die than marry? Maybe the Tibetan people will retreat. Li Huan hurriedly asked, Tell me, how do we make a big fuss? Li Qiang was in high spirits as she said, We hang ourselves. Li Huan's mouth opened wide in shock, but she immediately understood Li Qiang's meaning. She couldn't help but ask hesitantly, You mean we pretend to die to show our sincerity? Li Qiang proudly said, That's right. There are so many people going in and out of the prince's mansion, we can't really hang ourselves. As long as we are willing to hang ourselves, the news will certainly reach imperial grandmother's ears. Imperial grandmother can't force her granddaughter to hang herself and then force her to marry, right? Prince Yang had 5 sons and 11 daughters. Among the 5 sons, third son Li Longji was the wisest and had always been respected by his brothers. Among her daughters, Li Qiang, who was only 9 years old, was the most intelligent and quick-witted. Her sisters had always listened to her. The 6 sisters listened to Li Qiang's words, looked at each other, and couldn't help feeling excited. Little brother, you have to be careful. Don't fall down. I know, sister, you're really annoying. Just tell me to look out. Tell me if someone comes. Yang Yinzu, like a monkey, nimbly climbed up a branch of an old plum tree, and then continued to climb higher. Wherever his hands and feet touched, the snow on the tree rustled down. Yang Shinian avoided the falling snow, stood under the tree, and nervously stared at her little brother. The weather was cold, and the siblings really had nowhere to play. Seeing that the old plum tree was gorgeous, Yang Serong took a fancy to the fragrant plum blossom tree. Yang Yinzu, who had too much energy but had nowhere to go, immediately volunteered to climb up the tree. Yang Serong was worried that her mother would see, but she also wanted to break off the plum blossom branches. She was very conflicted. Yang Yinzu was on the first branch. He could reach out and break off the plum blossom, but he was playful. Since he had climbed up the tree, he wanted to climb to a higher place. Fortunately, his body was light, and the trunk could support him. As he climbed up, the old plum tree did not sway much. "I'll land your back." In the distance, suddenly came the solicitous voice of Mo Xuanfei. Yang Serong hurriedly shouted, "Oh, no, father is back." Yinzu, come down quickly. "Sister, don't be noisy. I'm afraid father doesn't know I'm here. How can I go down so quickly?" Yang Yinzu, like a little adult, impatiently interrupted his sister's words, rolled his eyes, and an idea came to his mind. "Sister, I'll hide in the tree and not move. Father will pass under the tree. He won't look up." Yang Serong hurriedly said, "Then what should I do?" Yang Yinzu said, "Sister, you're so stupid. You hide behind the tree. Wait for father to pass, then we'll come out." Oh. Yang Serong happily agreed and tiptoed to the back of the tree. Yang Fan, wearing a military uniform and a cloak, strode along the clean gravel path to the old plum tree. The white snow on the roadside was not cleared, and Yang Fan suddenly saw a clear line of small footprints leading to the back of the plum tree. He looked up and saw a corner of a dress behind the tree. Yang Fan couldn't help but laugh. The little girl was so focused on her head that a part of her dress was exposed, but she didn't notice it at all. Yang Fan only thought that his daughter knew he was home and was playing hide-and-seek with him. He was about to sneak up and catch her when a wisp of snow suddenly fell from the tree. It was because Yang Yinzu was nervous that he moved his feet and touched some snow. Yang Fan was startled, and his figure suddenly floated away like a ghost. Yang Fan suddenly looked up and saw his son hugging the trunk and lying on the top of the tree, looking at him with an embarrassed face. Yang Fan's face turned serious, and he shouted in a deep voice, "You little bastard! Why did you climb so high? Are you going to see the hanging ghosts?" Yang Yinzu was not afraid of the heavens or the earth, but he was afraid of being scolded by his father. Yang Yinzu embarrassedly replied, "Father, I want to help my sister." Yang Yinzu was about to confess, but suddenly saw the situation of the neighbors outside the wall, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, Father, you're so right. Standing here, there really are hanging ghosts. A group of hanging ghosts. It's so spectacular." Chapter 1058. Li Qiang tightly grasped the belt around her neck. Her face was red. She panted and shouted at the youngest county magistrate of Hua. "You little idiot! I clearly told you to pretend to hang yourself. Why did you really hang yourself?" Little Huagua, who was 6 years old, was hanging from the belt. She was so tight that her tongue was almost sticking out. Her face was red, and she kept yelling and kicking her legs. She wanted to raise her hands to grab the belt, but she couldn't lift them at all. Li Qiang gripped the ring around the belt and said nervously, "Why isn't anyone here yet?" "Qiang, it's bad. Little sister is about to hang. Let's call for help." The Qingyang County princess said with tears in her eyes, I can't hold on much longer." Li Qiang said, "Then let go. It's not high from here. You won't die if you fall." The Qingyang County princess said with a trembling voice, No, I'm scared. I don't dare. Ouch." She was weak and couldn't hold on any longer. Her hands loosened and the ring tightened around her neck. The Qingyang County princess' eyes bulged, and she couldn't speak. Li Huan panicked. She was already exhausted, and now her hands slipped and her neck was tightly bound by the belt. This time, the Seven Sisters Act became reality. Originally, they wanted to pretend to hang themselves, but now they were really hanging themselves. The servant girls and maids who accompanied the sisters had already been ordered to leave. In this cold weather, none of the guests attending the banquet in the Junlong Fu were willing to leave the warm and cozy court and run to the easternmost corner of the courtyard. Li Qiang was so scared that tears rolled down her cheeks. She didn't dare to let go and fall. Seeing that she didn't have the strength to hold on any longer, she could only scream in fear. "Quick! Someone! Come!" On the other side of the wall, Yang Fan heard his son talking nonsense in the tree. He couldn't help but feel angry and amused. He scolded him. "Little brat, you've learned to bluff your father? Get down here right now." Yang Yinzu was so anxious that he jumped on the tree. "No, father, there really are people hanging over there. It's a large group of people hanging, and they're all very beautiful girls." A group of people hanging themselves? And it's a group of beautiful girls? How could Yang Fan believe such nonsense? His face darkened as he scolded. "Are you coming down or not? If you don't come down, I'll spank your butt." Yang Yinzu didn't dare to disobey his father's command and quickly slid down the tree trunk. Halfway down, Yang Fan grabbed his back and placed him on the ground. He lightly kicked his butt and scolded, "You little brat, why are you even more mischievous than your father when he was young?" Just as he said this, he heard a faint voice coming from the wind. "Help!" Yang Fan was startled. Suddenly, he jumped 10 feet high and stood on the trunk of the plum tree. He looked out of the wall. His son did not lie. There were people hanging themselves over there. It was a group of girls dressed in luxurious clothes. Yang Fan cried out involuntarily. Someone really hung himself. Yang Yinzu seized the opportunity and stretched his neck under the tree, saying, See, father doesn't believe what they said. You even kicked their butts." Yang Serong anxiously paced around and chased after her brother, asking, "Little brother, who did you say hung themselves? How many? Quickly tell me." Yang Fan didn't dare to hesitate. He leaped up and used the rebound force of the tree trunk to leap onto the top of the wall like an eagle. His toes pushed off the top of the wall, and he leaped another 30 feet into the air. Li Qiang was panicking and afraid, but it was too late for regrets. She saw a strong and vigorous figure suddenly sweep across the sky. In midair, there was a chong-chong-lang sound of a saber, and a dazzling stream of light whistled through the air. The two belts hanging from the tree branches were cut, and the two sisters, Shou Guang and Huogua, fell to the ground. The figure clearly hadn't stopped moving forward, but he straightened his waist and forcefully sank down, landing on the ground before the two sisters. One by one, he steadily caught them. Li Qiang's big eyes were still blurred with tears. She suddenly opened them wide and exclaimed, "Amazing!" On the other side of the wall, Yang Serong had just asked her brother when her father, Yang Fan, stomped his feet on the tree. The thick snow on the tree rustled and fell down. Yang Yinzu and Yang Serong were hit by the pouring snow. The two little ones cried out in pain and ran away like rats. For a moment, they couldn't care less about the girls hanging themselves. Yang Fan didn't stop to think. He grabbed the two little girls and pushed Huogua, who was coughing violently, into Shou Guang's arms. He immediately leaped up again and saved the two girls, Qingyang and Shiqing, in the blink of an eye. Yang Fan hurriedly glanced around and found that the pretty girl with an oval face, big eyes, and a small mouth was the smartest. Her hands were still holding the ring around her neck. Although it seemed that she was in danger, he didn't have to worry about any real danger, so he put her last. Yang Fan moved like a hare and swooped like a falcon. It was as if there were springs under his feet. In a flash, he saved 6 girls. When he landed on the ground with the last 2 girls, the pretty girl with big eyes and small mouth couldn't hold on any longer. She cried out and fell from the tree. Yang Fan was holding one person in each hand. As soon as he landed, the girl fell in front of him. He didn't have time to let go to save her, so he hurriedly stretched out his right leg. Yang Fan was a master of Kuju. He could lift heavy things as if they were light, and lift light things as if they were heavy. He used the girl as a ball, and used the back of his foot to cushion the girl's buttocks. He lowered and lifted his thigh to ease her fall. Yang Fan put down the 2 girls in his hands and slowly lowered his right leg. The girl sitting on the back of his foot had already touched the ground, but she still sat there foolishly. "Little girl, you're safe now." When Yang Fan saw that the girl was scared silly, he couldn't help but find it funny. However, he knew that this was Li Chengqi's royal prince's palace. Looking at the clothes of these girls, they weren't maids or servants, so he didn't teasingly call her a little girl. Instead, he used a proper form of address. "Oh, ah." The one sitting on the back of Yang Fan's foot was Li Qieying. Li Qieying thought that this fall would definitely break her buttocks. She didn't expect that she would land steadily on the ground. She was puzzled and only reacted after hearing what Yang Fan said. Li Qieying quickly jumped up. She tidied up her clothes and stroked her buttocks. She suddenly remembered that this man's foot had touched that place and couldn't help blushing. Although she was still young, she was born in the royal prince's palace. She had received all kinds of education since she was a child. She knew that men and women had different principles, so she couldn't help but feel a bit shy. Yang Fan looked at the 7 little girls, who were still in a state of shock, and said with a smile, "Ladies, what game are you playing? Why did you start to hang yourselves? Do you know how dangerous it was just now?" Yang Fan didn't think that these 7 ignorant little girls really wanted to hang themselves just now. Besides, when he jumped over the wall to save them, he saw that some of them were still holding the noose with their hands, so he thought that they were playing a game. Li Huawan and her sisters looked at each other and were speechless. Yang Fan jumped over the wall. Although it was to save people, it was trespassing. Seeing that the girls were silent, Yang Fan shook his head and said, "Don't play this kind of dangerous game in the future. It's not every time that someone will come to save you. Quickly move that ladder away, lest your family's adults see it and they will reprimand you again." With that, Yang Fan was about to jump over the wall. Li Huawan reacted and hurriedly went forward to thank him. "Thank you for saving our lives. May I ask for Long Jiwen's honorable name?" Yang Fan waved his hand and said, "It's nothing. There's no need to thank me. This lowly one's surname is Yang, and my given name is Fan. We could be considered neighbors." The blush on Li Chuan's face faded slightly. Hearing his name, her eyes lit up and she blurted out, "Looking at Long Jiwen's clothes, you must be a general of the Imperial Army. Lang Jun is also surnamed Yang and given name Fan. Could it be that Lang Jun is the loyal great general who brought the crown prince safely back to Luoyang?" Yang Fan glanced at her in astonishment, his heart secretly on guard. Only after he brought Li Xian back did the imperial court publicly send someone to Fangzhou to pick up Li Xian. Of course, this was only under the guise of picking up Li Xian. In reality, they were picking up the princess of Luling, Lady Wei, and Li Xian's children. The people who knew that he had brought Li Xian back from Fangzhou were all influential figures in the court. Not only did the common people not know, even many of the officials in the court did not know that the prince of Luling, Li Xian, had long since been brought back to the capital. Moreover, so many dangerous and bizarre things had happened on the road back to the capital, but this little girl actually knew. Yang Fan slowly replied, "This lowly one is indeed the loyal great general. As for bringing the crown prince back to the capital, there's actually no such thing. I don't know where you heard this from, but you must not easily believe such rumors." Li Qieying pursed her lips and said, "General Yang is a great hero who is open and above board. There's no need to hide what you've done. I've heard Third Brother talk more than once about how General used a series of clever schemes to rescue my 7th uncle and bring him back to Luoyang. That's why my third brother would spread rumors to deceive his own younger sister. Li Dan has 11 daughters. Among them, there are only 2 younger sisters who share the same mother as Li Longji. One of them is Li Qiqiong, the Lord of Western District, and the other is Li Qieying, the Lord of Chongshan District. Therefore, Li Qieying is the closest to her third brother, Li Longji. From Li Longji, she has learned many secrets that others are unaware of. When Yang Fan heard her addressing Crown Prince Li Xian as 7th uncle, he vaguely understood their identities. Hesitantly, Yang Fan asked, "Your third brother is?" Li Qieying answered, "My third brother is the Prince of Linzi." Looking at these 7 ladies, Yang Fan was enlightened. "So you are the 7 noble ladies from the Prince of Xiang's residence. Forgive me for my lack of manners." Li Qiang replied, General Yang is the benefactor of us 7 sisters. There's no need to be rude. However, does General know that even though you have saved our lives today, if we are unable to solve a difficult problem, we will still seek our own deaths? As Li Qiang spoke, she circled to the front of Yang Fan, blocking his path. Yang Fan frowned, feeling that he has brought trouble upon himself. Bracing himself, he answered, All the noble ladies are descendants of the emperor. Their identities are respected, and their status is extraordinary. What kind of trouble can there be? Li Qiang inquired. Has General heard of the Tubo King's proposal for a peace marriage? Yang Fan nodded. I have heard a little about it. At this point, Yang Fan finally understood the situation. These 7 princesses were not hanging themselves earlier, but because the Tubo King is unwilling to marry them. Judging from their earlier actions, they may not be hanging themselves, but they are intentionally creating a ruckus to exert pressure on the Empress and force her to reject the peace marriage. Li Qiang took a step forward and slightly lifted her chin, looking at Yang Fan. The radiant sunlight is shining on her face, and on her lips there is a thin layer of virgin hair. Under the sunlight, it is as if her delicate skin is covered with a layer of pearl powder. On her sharp chin, there is a small cinnabar mole, giving her a mischievous look. Yang Fan cautiously took a step back, unsure of what this witty lass is up to. Suddenly, Li Qiang bent her knees and prostrated in front of Yang Fan, sobbing, I beg General to show mercy and save our sisters' lives. Yang Fan turned pale with fright. If this was seen by others, Yang Fan quickly dodged and exclaimed, Princess, please get up. What are you doing? However, Li Qiang did not get up. She moved her knees and continued to kowtow to Yang Fan. She sobbed and said, I don't want to marry Tubo, and I don't want my sisters to suffer in Tubo. But Tubo is aggressive, and Imperial Grandmother is likely to agree to Tubo's request. I beg General Yang to help my sisters. Yang Fan can't hide, but he can't just jump over the wall and escape. He was so anxious that he was sweating. He hurriedly looked back. Fortunately, this place is relatively remote, and no one came. Yang Fan quickly stepped forward and said, Princess, please get up. The peace marriage is a national event. My words carry little weight. How can I make the decision? Originally, there was a difference between men and women, so Yang Fan shouldn't help her up. But at this time, he couldn't care too much. No matter what, he had to pull this troublesome little girl up first. If this was seen by others, it would be improper. But he didn't expect that as soon as Yang Fan reached out, Li Qiang would grab his sleeve tightly and not let go. Li Qiang turned her head and said to the 6 sisters who were in a daze. When 7th uncle returned to the capital, the treacherous officials had set up layers of traps to intercept and kill him. It was thanks to General Yang's clever plan that 7th uncle returned to the capital safely. Third brother said that General Yang's strategy is outstanding and he is the world's top wise man. There is nothing in this world that can't stop him. Our lifelong happiness now depends on General Yang. If you don't beg with me, when will you? Li Qiang was now desperate to find a doctor. She didn't care whether Yang Fan could really solve her problem or not. But she did hear from Li Longji about Yang Fan's clever plan to save Li Xian. After hearing it, Li Qiang worshipped Yang Fan like a god. Li Longji's evaluation just now was indeed from Li Longji. As Li Longji grew older, he was no longer as naive and childish as he was in the past. He already understood that sometimes good and evil, distant and close, were not always the same on the outside. It was unavoidable to put on a show in the officialdom. As a result, he no longer held any prejudice against Yang Fan getting close to King Liang. He also sincerely admired Yang Fan's ingenious arrangements, which was why he said these words. Li Qiang wasn't the oldest among the girls, but she had the most prestige. As soon as she said these words, the sisters who had no idea what to do all knelt down one after another. Li Qiang said, General Yang, we entrust our lives to you. Please help them to the end, and help them to the end. The 7 little girls knelt in front of Yang Fan and said in unison, General Yang, we entrust our lives to you. Please help them to the end, and help them to the end. Yang Fan immediately broke out in a cold sweat. If someone saw this, who knew what kind of ugly rumors would come out of it? He looked around in panic. Fortunately, there was no one around. Yang Fan was drenched in sweat as he said, "Don't be like this. This is too much for this Yang. Get up, get up. We can talk things out, we can talk things out." Chapter 10:59. Yang Fan flew back to his own wall. His heart that had been hanging in suspense for a long time finally relaxed. That scene just now had been far too thrilling. If others had seen the 7 princesses of the Prince of Xiang kneeling before him, the little lowly leading them, even hugging his thigh, even though she had only been tugging at the corner of his clothes, Yang Fan, who had long ago experienced the gossipy woman's ability to spread rumors in Luoyang's show and workshop, could completely imagine it. Saying that the girl was hugging his thigh would be an understatement. Just this scene was enough to shake the world, and these 7 little girls, who hadn't even fully grown their hair, were still saying that they would entrust their lives to General Yang. It was simply unimaginable. Yang Fan patted his chest and inwardly rejoiced. Fortunately, I escaped in time and no one saw me. The immeasurable Lord of Heaven, my Buddha. In those circumstances, Yang Fan was in a hurry to escape, so he could only agree. The girls, who ranged in age from 6 to 12, were easy to deceive. As soon as Yang Fan made a promise, they believed him. Yang Fan wasn't sincerely deceiving them, but ever since he had received the news from Maozhou, he knew that this peace marriage would be filled with twists and turns, and there was a high chance that it would end without any results. However, he didn't dare to guarantee that this matter would be foolproof. If he tried his best, and the marriage ended up becoming a reality, he wouldn't be able to do anything about it. If he went back on his word, then so be it. In any case, he was forced to do this. Lord Yang wouldn't feel guilty towards those little girls, and they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. After thinking it through, Yang Fan walked toward the back of the residence. Separated by a wall, the 7 little girls excitedly gathered together. Li Huan excitedly said, "This is great. Third brother has praised great General Yang so much. Since he's agreed to help, us sisters won't have to marry off to Tubo." The Lord of Qingyang County had a naturally pessimistic personality and timidly poured cold water. But not even father can do anything about this matter. He can only hurry up and marry off. No matter how powerful General Yang is, he can't be more powerful than father. And besides, will he really help us? What if he goes back on his word? Li Qiang glared at him and threw down a harsh sentence. He dares. If he dares to go back on his words, I won't let him off. Li Huan rolled her eyes at her and said, "He is a great general who has a large army under his command. Even if you're a princess or a princess, what can you do to him? I heard that Sister in Lu was humiliated by him in the East City. I have my ways." Li Qiang rolled her eyes and puffed out her chest, saying, "If he dares to go back on his words, I will sue him for molestation and have Imperial Grandmother punish him." The 6-year-old county princess of the Hui Kingdom clapped her chubby little hands and said in admiration, "Good idea. Shenyang is the smartest." Li Huan rolled her eyes again and said, "What good idea? How old is Shenyang? Would anyone believe that great General Yang molested her?" Huagua's county magistrate nodded and said, "Wen Yang is right." Li Huan and Li Qiang spat her together. Bootlicker. Li Qiang was unconvinced and said to Li Huan, "Why can't we believe him? I heard from third brother that Lu Qiantian, the magistrate of the Chong and local government, is a heretic and likes to play with young girls. He said that it can nourish yin and yang and prolong life. Anyway, if he dares to go back on his words, I will make him suffer. When the time comes, you can help me testify and see if Imperial Grandmother will believe him alone or the 7 of us." The 6 little heads nodded like chicks pecking at rice, and the county princess of the Hui Kingdom's silly flattery could be heard. Shenyang is so smart. As Yang Fan walked, he suddenly sneezed for no reason and hurriedly pulled his clothes tighter. As soon as Yang Fan stepped in the moon gate in the backyard, he saw Xiaoman and Si Rong hurrying over. Nianzu was running in front of them, but he stopped when he saw Yang Fan. Xiaoman said, "Lang Jun is back." Nianzhu is talking nonsense about a group of little girls in the Sichuan prince's mansion hanging themselves. Xiaoman saw Yang Fan's strange expression halfway through and was startled. She asked curiously, "Is it true?" Yang Fan shook his head and smiled bitterly. "It's hard to explain. Why did you come out wearing such thin clothes? Come, let's go to the hall and talk." Yang Fan and Xiaoman led the two children back to the hall. The animal charcoal stove in the hall was burning brightly. Although it was winter, the hall was warm as if it was spring. There was also a faint fragrance in the warm air. Anu was wearing a soft silver silk innergarment and a pair of reed flower warm shoes with a soft inner lining made of cattail straw. She was sitting on the left side of the Kong bed, while Yang Ji was lying beside her with his head on her lap. He was snoring loudly, and his sleeping posture was extremely pleasant. Anu was holding a beautifully made hand stove in her hand and talking to Gu Zhuting, who was sitting on the other side of the Kong table with a smile. There was a swaddling cloth next to Gu Zhuting. Yang Dyer was also sleeping soundly. Gu Zhuting was wearing a soft silk dress. Her abdomen was bulging. She was going to give birth in 3 months. At this moment, she was supporting herself with her hands on the edge of the bed. Her slender feet, wearing snow-white socks, were stepping on a rolling footstool. This rolling footstool was made of bamboo. It was 2 feet long and 6 inches wide. It had a roller cylinder inside. When one stepped on it and rolled the bamboo cylinder, it could massage the soles of one's feet. Now that Gu Zhuting was pregnant, it was not suitable for her to exercise. It was also not suitable for her to take a walk in the courtyard in the middle of winter. Therefore, she used this rolling footstool to activate her blood vessels so as not to affect the fetus in her belly. Seeing Yang Fan coming in, the two hurriedly stood up. Yang Fan quickly gestured for them to sit down. He and Xiaoman sat on the side chair. Yang Yinzu couldn't wait to ask, "Father, are the sisters next door dead?" Yang Fan said, "Who said that they wanted to hang themselves? They were too naughty and didn't listen to adults. They didn't know the severity of the situation and used hanging as a game. In the end, they were almost hanged to death. Fortunately, Father saved their lives. Otherwise, Nianzhu, you can't be so disobedient. Do you understand?" Yang Nianzhu didn't expect that in less than 3 sentences, his father would go back to lecturing him. He couldn't help but agree dejectedly. Yang Fan asked again with a frightening face, "Have you memorized the article that I asked you to memorize today?" Yang Nianzhu said in a panic, "I have almost memorized it." Yang Surong quietly stuck out her tongue and tiptoed to the study. Yang Fan pretended not to see and said to Yang Nianzhu with a straight face, "Quickly go and memorize it. Father will test you in a moment. If you can't memorize it, I will hit your palm." Yang Nianzhu made an "oh" sound and walked to the study with his head drooping. Xiaoman whispered to Yang Fan, "It's almost a new year. Don't be so strict with them." Seeing that his son had already entered the study, Yang Fan said to Xiaoman with a smile, Don't you understand the principle that a loving mother spoils her son? You, Anu, and Zhuting all spoil them. If I don't let them know what fear is, won't they turn over the sky? Do you think I like to play the role of a villain?" Xiaoman wrinkled her nose at him. Although she was a mature woman, such a small action still carried a bit of playfulness of a young girl. All right. If you continue, I will also be scolded by you. What happened in Prince Shochuan's mansion? Did someone really hang himself?" Yang Fan sighed and told them what had happened just now. Anu and Gu Zhuting also listened attentively. After listening to him, Anu smiled and said, "There are always some false rumors among the people. Although Tubo is not as good as our Central Plains, you don't have to treat them as barbaric as foreigners." Gu Zhuting said, "Even so, even if Tubo is 10 times stronger than it is now, these noble ladies may not be willing to marry there." Anu nodded and said, "That's true. Which ordinary people would be willing to marry their daughter to Tubo?" These princesses were desperate to find a doctor, and they actually pestered their Lang Jun. "What is Lang Jun going to do? Do you really want to help them?" Yang Fan spread out his hands and said with a smile, "Whether they marry or not depends on the current emperor. How can your Lang Jun make them refuse to marry?" Xiaoman said angrily, "Then you shouldn't have lied to them. Why did you lie to them that you were willing to help? Yang Fan touched his forehead with his hand and said with a bitter smile, You don't know the situation at that time. The 7 little girls were kneeling in front of me. If people saw that, how could I not agree? However, I didn't mean to deceive them. Today I just received a secret report. If it is true, this peace marriage will definitely cause more problems. Yang Fan was silent for a moment. He raised his eyebrows and said to Xiaoman, Tomorrow, ask the kitchen to prepare some fine wine and dishes. There are distinguished guests coming. Early the next morning, it was another bad weather with heavy snow falling from the sky. Today, Ma Qiao was on duty at the Black Tortoise Gate. Yang Fan and Ma Qiao were like brothers, so he only sent someone to deliver a message to Ma Qiao. Yang Fan himself didn't rush to the palace to patrol and only cared about waiting for Shun Mu. As soon as Shun Mu's carriage entered Chang, and he did not return to his mansion, but went to Longqing Square. Yang Fan held a banquet to welcome Shun Mu in the Pine Wind Pavilion. The dishes were naturally sumptuous, the 8 treasures of water and land and dried fruits. However, in this winter, the real precious thing was not the dragon liver and phoenix marrow, but the chives, celery, rape, spinach, and other fresh green vegetables. In this era, if one wanted to eat these green vegetables in winter, they either had to use the natural geothermal hot spring or build a greenhouse. It was very expensive to take care of them. Therefore, only the imperial banquets could be enjoyed. Even the noble families had no chance to ask, let alone the ordinary people. On Yang Fan's left was Princess and Li's mansion. On his right was Shochun Junwang's mansion. His own family's 3 meals a day, or the banquets and banquets these past few days, admittedly had no lack of delicacies, but he had never seen this kind of fresh green vegetables. For Yang Fan's dining table to have this kind of imperial treatment, naturally it was because of the succession hall's strong financial resources. Yang Fan raised his cup and said, When I saw the heavy snow this morning, I was worried that Brother Shun would miss the journey. I did not expect that Brother Shun would brave the wind and snow to rush back. Now let's prepare some water and wine. Let's have a drink. Cheers! The two drank a cup together. The wine was soft and sweet, leaving a fragrance on their cheeks. Shimu took a mouthful of vinegar-stained celery. Yang Fan asked, How is Brother Shin's trip? Shinmu smiled and said, I have already said that they're all outstanding people who know how to adapt to circumstances. Naturally, everything went smoothly. How are you doing here? Yang Fan said, Chang'an used to be peaceful, but recently it seems that the trees want to be quiet, but the wind does not stop. Shimu's gaze froze. He put down his chopsticks and asked, Where does the wind come from? Yang Fan said the Tubo Plateau. As he said this, he took out the secret letter from his sleeve and slowly pushed it towards Shun Mu. Shun Mu took the letter and read it carefully. He put the letter on the table and poured himself another cup of wine. Yang Fan sat in front of the table and calmly asked with a smile, I wonder what good plan Brother Shin has. Shun Mu glanced at him and drank the wine in one gulp. He took a mouthful of celery and said, You obviously have an idea. Why test me? Tell me, what do you plan to do? Chapter 1060. Yang Fan narrowed his eyes and said, I have indeed thought of a solution and waited for you to discuss it with you. However, I still have 2 doubts. If I cannot confirm it, I do not know if my solution will work. Shimu picked up a mouthful of boiled spinach and dipped it in the chili oil made from dogwood. He chewed with relish while looking at Yang Fan. Yang Fan said, This winter, the Turks suddenly launched an all-out attack on our court in Hebei and Longyu. Such a large-scale war is unprecedented. Almost at the same time, the Turks also deployed their troops and began secret operations in Sichuan and Shaanxi. Are the Turks and the Turks communicating with each other? Is this a joint operation? If not, why is there such tacit understanding between them? If so, why did the Turks make their move earlier while the Turks are so slow? Shinmu asked, What's the second reason? Yang Fan said, If the Turks intend to ally with the Turks and take advantage of the fact that our capital has just moved to the west and has yet to gain a firm foothold, why would the Turks send an envoy to our court to request for a peace marriage? That Tubo envoy is still staying in the Four Quarters Embassy and refuses to leave. Every day, he pesters us, showing his sincerity. But ever since the news of the Turks invading our court, he has become quiet. This is not in line with their usual practice. At this time, the Turks did not take advantage of the situation and added more conditions. Instead, they are being reasonable. This is also the reason why I suspect that the two countries are plotting something. Shunmu quietly pondered for a moment and slowly said, "The last place I went to was Longyu. On the way back, it was snowing heavily and the journey was difficult. This winter, not only Chang'an, but the Turks also experienced heavy snow. Little Flying Arrow Zhang is active in the Turks' territory this winter. He received news that the Turks are not only active in Sichuan and Shaanxi, but are also secretly deploying their troops in Kongning." Yang Fan's eyes narrowed as he blurted out, "You are saying that it is true that Tubo and the Turks have joined hands to send their troops? And the reason why Tubo did not cooperate with the Turks in time was not because they did not want to, but because of the heavy snowfall, which slowed their movements and delayed their journey." Shenmu said, "It is highly possible. Today's snowfall was too heavy. It was rare to see such snowfall in more than 10 years. And on this point, if the Turks and the Tufan were conspiring, they would not have been able to predict it, so that the Tufan would not have been able to send their troops in time, unable to coordinate with the Turks from afar. Otherwise, our court would have been attacked from two sides." Yang Fan slowly raised his cup and pondered. "But what is the purpose of the Tubo peace marriage? They have offered 2,000 good horses and 2,000 taels of gold as tribute, plus a bushel of pearls and several carriages of beautiful women to entertain the ministers of our court. Since the Tubo people are determined to fight with our court, why would they bother with this superfluous action?" Shenmu said, "I came from the northwest and heard of something." Yang Fan glanced at him and said, "Can you finish it all at once?" Shenmu smiled and slowly took a sip of the wine, carefully savoring it before finishing it in one gulp. He leisurely replied, "The Tuju have also sent a marriage envoy to our court. They want to marry Madwa's youngest daughter to our great Zhou's imperial grandson." Yang Fan frowned and said, "They're still doing it? The last time they said they wanted to marry off their daughter, but in the end they tricked Wu Yinxiu to go to the Tuju and have not released her until now. Now, they want to trick the imperial grandson too?" Shenmu said, "If they use the same trick again, naturally our court will not be fooled again. But this time their conditions are very relaxed. If our emperor agrees to the marriage, they will release Wu Yinxiu back to our court. At the same time, the imperial grandson need not personally go to the Tuju to escort the bride. He can only welcome the Tuju princess at the border of the two countries." Shenmu winked at Yang Fan and said with a smile, "You see, they are very sincere." Yang Fan was stunned. Shenmu said, "The Tubo people first use courtesy before using force. On one hand, they send an envoy to make peace. On the other hand, they are mobilizing their troops. On the other hand, the Tuju people first use force before using courtesy. They first sent their troops to invade our court, and then, full of sincerity, they sent an envoy to make peace with our court. Don't you think this is somewhat illogical?" Yang Fan's heart vaguely grasped something, but for the time being he could not understand it clearly. He put down his chopsticks and quietly pondered. After a long while, Yang Fan suddenly raised his eyes and met Shunmu's smiling eyes. Shunmu leisurely asked, "You have thought of something?" Yang Fan said, "If I am the Tubo king, you are the Tuju Khan." The Wuzhou emperor suddenly moved the capital to Chang, and Chang, and is closer to the Tubo and Tuju than Luoyang. Once the Wuzhou emperor moves the capital to Chang, and he will inevitably increase the military strength of Guangzhou and Longyu. Next to his bed, a fierce tiger is lurking. It makes people uneasy." Shenmu said, "That's right. Therefore, I came to discuss with you and decided to join hands to attack Wuzhou while the Wuzhou emperor is still unstable. Based on the military strength of our two countries, it is impossible to destroy Wuzhou. But if everything goes well, we can drive the Wuzhou emperor back to Luoyang. If we are lucky, we can also occupy a large piece of land in Longyu, Hebei, Kongning, Sichuan, and Shaanxi." Yang Fan frowned and said, War is a matter of great importance to a country. It is a matter of life and death, a matter of survival. We must be careful. What if the operation fails? If the Wuzhou Emperor wins, not only will Wuzhou gain a firm foothold in Guangzhou, its prestige will also soar. At that time, you and I will not be able to eat or sleep in peace. Shenmu said, "That's why before we think about victory, we must first think about defeat. We must have a backup plan. If we can win, we will fight. If we can't, we will make peace through marriage." Yang Fan said, "Of course the purpose of making peace through marriage is not to become relatives." Shenmu said, "That is natural. If we can't win, we can just pat our butts and leave. The Wuzhou Emperor does not have the strength to chase into our country. Why should we make an unnecessary move to become relatives?" Yang Fan said, "Then we must think carefully about who to make peace with. Between the Crown Prince and the Prince of Xiang, only the Prince of Xiang still has a daughter to marry. Why don't I appoint the Prince of Xiang as my father-in-law and marry one of his daughters?" Shenmu said, "Aya, you beat me to it. Then I can only suffer a loss and choose a daughter to marry to their imperial grandson." Yang Fan said, "If we join forces, the Wuzhou Emperor will definitely have a headache. If we want to stop fighting and make peace through marriage, she will be more than happy. At that time, I will be His Highness the Prince of Xiang's son-in-law, and you will be the imperial grandson's father-in-law. We will wholeheartedly help our relatives, and Wuzhou will become lively." Shenmu said, "Great. With our help, the more we help, the better it will be. When the time comes, the brothers will fall out. What we cannot achieve through war, perhaps we can achieve without bloodshed through our personal soldiers." Yang Fan said, "But what if the Crown Prince and the Prince of Xiang don't need our help?" Shenmu said seriously, "How can that be? As a father-in-law, I will stand up for my daughter and future grandson. I am the right. Who would dare to stop me?" Yang Fan nodded and said, "That makes sense. Then as a son-in-law, it is perfectly justifiable for me to stand up for my father-in-law and brother-in-law." The two looked at each other and suddenly laughed at the same time. With a clear dang, the two drank another cup of wine. Yang Fan said, "Fortunately, this heavy snow has caused a setback to the joint operation of the Turks in Tubo. The Tubo was unable to respond to the Turks in time. Our troops can still be mobilized. Although the Turks are launching an all-out attack in Hebei and Longyu, our court has not mobilized the elite troop stationed in the Guangzhou area. At present, the troops from the east and south have been gathered and can be sent north at any time." Shenmu said, "But although the Tubo troops have been delayed by the heavy snow, they will come sooner or later. Although we are prepared and won't let them take advantage of us, chaos is inevitable. At that time, if they bring up the marriage, the emperor will definitely agree. If the Turks and Tubo interfere with our internal affairs, they will become a big problem." Yang Fan said, "If we fight back when the troops come, even if we repel the invading enemy, the marriage will inevitably happen in the end, giving them an excuse to interfere with our internal affairs. To repel the invading enemy and prevent the emperor from agreeing to the marriage, there's only one way: to have the two countries withdraw their troops of their own accord." Shenmu said, "To have them take the initiative of their own accord, the only way is to take drastic measures." Yang Fan nodded and said, "That's exactly what I'm thinking. With your support, the chief of the Tukashi tribe, Wuzhile, has already replaced Huzuruo as the Khagan of the 10 tribes of the Western Turks. If you can have him stab a knife into the heart of the Turks, do you think the Turks will retreat?" Shenmu thought for a few moments before slowly replying, "Although I can influence Wuzhile to a certain extent, mobilizing the soldiers of the 10 tribes to attack the Eastern Turks is a huge matter. Even if Wuzhile is willing to agree, he may not be able to convince the chiefs of the 10 tribes. Without sufficient benefits, they will not mobilize their troops," Yang Fan said. "With the strength of the hidden sect alone, they might not be able to bring about a war between the Eastern and Western Turkic Khaganate. However, what if His Majesty also sends an envoy to reward the 10 tribes and request for them to send troops to attack Mosh, setting the southwest corner of the Turkic Khaganate on fire?" Shenmu slowly nodded. If the imperial court is bewitching us in the open and the hidden sect is instigating us in the shadows, this matter will succeed. But what about the Tubo side? Yang Fan raised his cup with a smile and said, "Let me burn the fire in the backyard of the Tubo Empire." You? Shenmu was a little surprised, but he quickly understood. You intend to light this fire in the southeast of Tubo? Yang Fan smiled. Brother Shun has been managing the north and west for many years. It is not good for this brother to interfere, so I can only develop elsewhere. The western regions have been the territory of the hidden sect for many years, and after Shun Mu had been sent to Xinluo, the hidden sect had rapidly expanded its influence in the north. Moreover, that region had been the foundation of the 7 sects and 5 families, so the two could easily become one. If Yang Fan did not want to have any conflict of interest with the hidden sect, he could only take another route. From what Shenmu said, not only the south, but even the east had become his sphere of influence. Shenmu knew that when Yang Fan had quelled the chaos in the 6 paths of the southeast, he had established an extremely close relationship with many tribal chieftains in the south border, and had even become sworn brothers with a few important tribal chieftains. With such a foundation, in addition to the formidable strength of the hidden sect, it was easy to infiltrate his influence into the south border. However, other than Japan, the East was a vast ocean. Shenmu had no idea how the hidden sect established themselves in the East and how they expanded their strength. Other than admiration, he couldn't help but be curious about Yang Fan's methods. However, he also knew that this was related to the hidden sect's secrets, and Yang Fan would not reveal the whole story to him. Shenmu raised his cup and said, "Since that is the case, let's light these 2 fires and see who can burn more vigorously." Chapter 1061. The saber spun like a wheel, and the spear moved like lightning. The 2 burly men, 1 saber and 1 spear, 1 long and 1 short, cooperated very well, attacking and defending like tigers and tigers. There was only one person facing off against the 2 of them. This person wielded a spiked mace. The entire spiked mace was made of black iron, and it was powerful and heavy. The spiked mace in his hand was extremely domineering, and the 2 people wielding the saber and spear couldn't get close to him at all. This kind of fierce and unyielding martial arts couldn't be performed without divine power. However, once one had divine power, it was enough to cause headaches for many martial artists. This was because no matter how exquisite one's moves were, it would be difficult to injure them until they were exhausted. It was currently the bitterly cold weather, but the 3 people fighting were all bare-chested, and their bulging muscles emitted steaming hot air. Among the 3 people, the one wielding the spiked mace was especially sturdy. He was at least 3 meters tall, had a shaved head, and his bronze skin was covered in scars. His chest and shoulders were as sturdy as rocks, and his manly and wild aura made him seem like a giant beast from the primordial era. His muscles and bones, which had been forged from years of exercise, were as strong and solid as cast iron. From his movements, it could be seen that he was not only born with divine power, but was also skilled in martial arts. His strong, flexible, and well-proportioned muscles contained a turbulent violence, and all of this was reflected in the unstoppable spiked mace he wielded with ease. Suddenly, the spiked mace in the burly man's hand whistled as it spun in a circle, and the steel saber in the hand of his opponent barely touched it. With a loud clang, the steel saber flew out of the man's hand. The surrounding soldiers quickly scattered, allowing the saber to fly far away and stab into the snow at an angle. I'm done. I can't hold back any longer." The 3-meter-tall, burly man slammed the spiked mace on the ground, panting heavily as he spat out clouds of white mist. He chuckled at the man who had lost his saber and said, "Commander Luo, I'm sorry. I've ruined another good saber of yours." Luo Sima laughed. "You can't be blamed. You, Governor Chun, are nicknamed the Mighty Bear King, and your martial arts are renowned throughout the army. Wouldn't I be asking for trouble by sparring with you?" Governor Chun laughed heartily. At this moment, a guard who had already arrived at the drill ground and was watching the battle hurriedly walked over and whispered a few words into Governor Chen's ear. Governor Chen frowned and said, A peddler says he has an important military report to me. Damn it, what important military report does a peddler have? Luo Sima's eyes flashed, and he said, Governor, why don't we go take a look? If there's something important, we won't miss it. Governor Chen grunted. Someone took his leather robe and hat. Governor Chen put on the leather robe and hat and put it on his head. This leather robe and hat were actually made of white bear skin. This Governor Chen was the military governor of Maozhou of Jianan Path, Chendesai. His name was very refined, but this Governor Chen had the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. He was 2 meters tall and looked like a black diamond. Not only did he not have a kind and benevolent appearance, he did not look like a benevolent and compassionate scholar. Instead, he was a brave and skillful general who killed people like flies. Chen Desai led a few generals back to the commander's tent, where he saw 2 burly men with tall noses, deep eyes, dark red faces, and sharp facial features. Their hair was braided into braids, and they were tall and burly. They were dressed in khaki robes, and Chen Desai could tell from their facial features that they were Chong people. The Maozhou region was inhabited by many different tribes, but most of them were the Chong people. Chen Desai had led troops here for a long time and naturally recognized them. Chen Desai looked at them and asked loudly, What are your names? Since you're merchants, what urgent military matters do you have to report to me? The 2 Chong people were serious people. Although they knew that he was the governor of Maozhou and bowed respectfully to him when they saw him surrounded by a large group of generals, they did not have the habit of smiling like ordinary merchants. Chen Desai knew that these Chong people were straightforward and serious people. Although they were merchants, they did not change their nature, so he was not surprised. The older man said, Governor, my name is Ri Wabuji, and this is my brother Ri Gudeji. The 2 of us have been traveling the world, doing small businesses to make a living. A few days ago, we were going to Yi City from Jiaoyang province. In order to save trouble, we took a shortcut and passed through a Tubo area. Chen Desai had been guarding the border for many years and was an old enemy of the Tubo people. As soon as he heard the word Tubo, his eyes widened and he stared at Ri Wabuji. Ri Wabuji said, We discovered that there are several thousand Tubo soldiers secretly stationed nearby, and there are more coming from all over the country. My brother was frightened and hastily broke camp and left. On the way, we happened to meet a Tubo rider who was chasing an injured gazelle. We were afraid that he would attract the Tubo soldiers, so we had no choice but to capture him. After asking around, we found out that they were gathering a large number of soldiers to attack Maozhou. We are from Maozhou and were afraid that our hometown would be in danger, so we rushed here to report to you. Chen Desai did not interrupt. After listening to his story, he asked, Where is the Tubo soldier you captured? Ri Wabuji said, He tried to escape and was killed by us in a panic, but we still have his body with us. Chen Desai went outside the tent and saw someone untie a stiff body from the back of a horse. The body was covered with cuts and bruises, and his right foot had been chopped off at the ankle. Although Chen Desai was illiterate, his many years in the army had trained him to be a cautious and meticulous person. He squatted down and pried open the dead man's hand to take a look. Then he looked at his teeth, hair, skin color, face. Some things on the surface can be disguised, but some things are very difficult to disguise. For example, the calluses between the thumb and index finger of a saber, or the red and rough skin caused by living on the plateau for a long time. Even different eating habits and hygiene habits can cause different changes in the color of skin and the wear and tear of teeth. Chen Desai examined the corpse carefully. He also asked Wabuji for the things he found on the man's body. After a careful examination, he was convinced that it was the body of a Tufan soldier. With a wholehearted smile, Chen Desai said, Your information is very important. This supervisor will send someone to verify it. You can stay in the army for the time being. Once it is verified, I will report to the imperial court on your behalf. Ri Wabuji said with difficulty, General, we brothers still have a batch of goods to transport before the end of the year. Chen Desai laughed and said, You have made such a great contribution. Why do you still care about a small profit? Go, rest for the time being. Once the information is verified, the imperial court will reward you handsomely. Don't worry. Even if the imperial court does not reward you, I will not treat you unfairly. Chen Desai ordered his men to bring the two brothers away. Immediately, he turned to Luo Sima and said, "The dead man is definitely a Tubo, but I don't know if the information these two brothers gave is true or false. You have seen their residence just now. Immediately check with the local magistrate to verify these two men's identity." Luo Sima nodded and walked out in quick steps. Chen Desai turned to a high-ranking military officer and said, "Quickly send out scouts to investigate if there are any Tubo troops hiding around Maozhou." Chen Desai used his finger to draw on the map. Although he did not recognize many characters, he knew every mountain and every river in Maozhou by heart. With one look, he knew what was going on. Chen Desai's carrot-like thick finger pointed on the map and said, "These two merchants said that on their way from Jialiangzhou to Yeqing, they took a shortcut and encountered Tubo troops and horses along the way. In that case, the Tubo troops and horses should be hiding here. See Lai Ping. Focus on this place." The high-ranking military officer cupped his fists to receive the order and left in a hurry. Chen Desai squinted his eyes and stared at the map, lost in thought for half a day. Then he turned around and walked out. He casually said, "Keep a close eye on those two merchants. Don't let them slip away." A shrill sound, like a ghost crying in the night, suddenly swept across the wilderness. Although the sound was not very loud, it lingered on for a long time. A hunter was excitedly taking a trapped rabbit out of a snow hole. Suddenly hearing the sound, he could not help but raise his head in astonishment. But the shrill voice was gone in a flash, and the huntsman shook his head, thinking that he had misheard. He knocked the hare to death, slung it over his shoulder, and hurried on to the next trap, 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. The whistling sound was actually a whistling arrow. It was the warning sent back by the mounted scouts of Maozhou, who had traveled hundreds of li into the depths of the Tufan territory. Every arrow's distance, there would be several mounted scouts. With this kind of relay, news from hundreds of li away could be delivered to Maozhou in the blink of an eye. Chen Desai quickly received the news from the scouts. The 3 armies in Maozhou were immediately mobilized. Immediately report this news to the chief of Jiannan Dao's troops and horses, and to the Ministry of War in Chang'an. Send a copy to the garrisons in Tuazhou, Gongzhou, Yazhou, Weizhou, and Pengzhou. Chen Desai grabbed the commander's seal and stamped a bright red seal on the urgent military intelligence report with a bang. He threw it to a courier and then strode to the map. The few generals who were surrounding the map and arguing with each other hurriedly made way for him. Luo Sima said, "Governor, I think we should send troops to Min Mountain. We should use Min Mountain's geographical advantage to repel the enemy. We should not trap ourselves in the camp and wait for the enemy to attack." Chen Desai stared at the map and slightly bent his back like a giant bear ready to pounce. He said loudly, "Taking the initiative to send troops is the right thing to do. But waiting for the enemy to attack by relying on Min Mountain is very inappropriate. Although this place is dangerous, it is only suitable for defense. Now that we know what those sneaky bastards want to do, why are we still waiting for them at Min Mountain?" What a joke. Luo Sima and the generals looked at each other and asked, "Then how does Governor plan to fight?" Chen Desai stretched out his bare paw and slapped it on the map. "Wenchuan. We will fight at Wenchuan. Gather the troops and immediately rush to Wenchuan. We will hide our troops at Xianglai Mountain and catch them off guard by the Min River." Mother asterisk her. Were they the only ones allowed to play dirty? I know how to do it too. Tubo had sent troops to attack Maozhou. There was no court meeting today. When Wu Zetian heard the news from the back palace, she could not help but turn pale with fright. She immediately went to the main hall of the Courtyard of Longevity and ordered people to summon the prime ministers of the Political Affairs Hall, the Minister of War, the Assistant Minister, and other officials to see her. After the eunuch who delivered the edict left the hall, Wu Zetian anxiously paced with the help of her dragon-headed crutch. "I have just moved the capital to Chang, and Mozu has already started a full-scale war with the Great Zhou. Now Tubo has ruthlessly stabbed me in the heart. The country is in a difficult situation, if the military situation is unfavorable." Wu Zetian worriedly looked out of the hall and muttered to herself, Why did Tubo send troops? Is it to force me to marry my granddaughter to their monarch? Fighting on two sides. One careless move, and we will lose the whole game. Tubo is taking advantage of the situation. If I give up my daughter and stop the war, it is not impossible. Today, Yang Fan was on duty in the palace. He had just met with Shanghai Wanner. Wanner heard that her tone was a little hesitant. She quickly said, "Sage, according to the information from our scouts, Tubo has made a move in the Kong, Ning, Sichuan, and Shan area. This does not seem to be for the peace marriage. If Tubo had not encountered the blizzard that they have not seen in 10 years, I am afraid they would have already attacked our country with the Turks." Wu Zetian was startled. She suddenly turned to look at Shanghai Wanner and said in a deep voice, "You mean Tubo and the Turks have joined hands to plot against our great Zhou?" Shanghai Wanner said, "Wanner does not dare to make a conclusion, but from the information I have, it is very likely." Wu Zetian's eyes gradually became blank. She muttered, "If so, even if I agree to the peace marriage, this war cannot be avoided." Shanghai Wanner's eyes flashed. She suddenly said, Wanner suddenly remembered something. When the Tubo envoy went to the Linda Hall for the state banquet, didn't he see a general who defeated the Tubo army? That general has been leading troops in the western region. He is familiar with the Tubo situation. Why not let him participate in the military strategy? Maybe he will have a solution. Wu Zetian said, Yes. What is that person's name again? I want you to remember his name. It seems to be the governor of Liangzhou." Wu Zetian gently knocked her head. She frowned and thought. Wanner said, "That general is called Tang Xiujing." Wu Zetian said, "Yes, it is him. Quickly send an edict to summon him to the palace to discuss the military strategy." Wanner complied and quickly walked out of the hall to announce the edict. Yang Fan was standing in the courtyard holding his sword. He walked back and forth in the sparse snowflakes. His shoulders were covered with snow. Wanner called over his servant and hurriedly said a few words. The servant ran away like a wisp of smoke. Wanner turned around to return to the palace. Yang Fan happened to walk to the front of the stairs. When Wanner came to his side, she quickly gave him a charming look and said in a low voice, "It's settled." Yang Fan smiled and nodded without leaving a trace. He walked out of Changshan courtyard. At the Prince of Shochun's mansion, the five brothers were leisurely eating and drinking. An imperial bodyguard suddenly came to Li Longji's side. He whispered a few words in his ear and handed over a ball of paper. Li Longji did not avoid his brothers and directly opened the ball of paper. It was a secret letter from Gao Li Shi, informing him of what had just happened in the palace. Li Longji frowned after reading it. He rolled up the letter and threw it into the copper charcoal stove. Li Qingqi asked, "What is troubling third brother?" Li Longji waved his hand to dismiss the serving maids in front of the hall. He said to Li Qingqi, "Eldest brother, Tu Fan has sent troops to attack our court. I'm afraid our little sister will not be able to escape the fate of marrying to Tu Fan." Hearing this, Li Qingqi and his brothers looked at each other, stunned and speechless. Behind the screen, Li Qing tiptoed away. After a while, the seven sisters gathered again under the big locust tree by the eastern wall. Li Qiang's little face was flushed red as she said loudly, "He didn't keep his word. He promised to help us think of a way, but he broke his promise." Li Huowan said helplessly, "Now that Tu Fan has sent troops to fight, I'm afraid even Imperial Grandmother is at her wit's end. He is only an Imperial Guard General. What can he do?" Qin Yang and Shi Cheng's little faces drooped. They were dizzy. If one of them had married a Tu Fan, it would most likely be one of the three of them. Li Qing angrily waved her hand and said, "I don't care. Who told him to promise us? I'll go find him." Shenyang. Li Huan did not manage to pull her back. Li Qiang had already puffed out her chest and angrily walked away. Chapter 1062. Yang Fan exited the Black Tortoise Gate and mounted his warhorse. Once he was out of the Black Tortoise Gate and around a wall, he suddenly reined in his horse's reins in surprise. This was still within the boundaries of the Imperial Palace. There was another wall on the outside of the Imperial Palace, and in the middle was a long path that was specially used for people coming and going from the back gate of the imperial palace. It was simply impossible for ordinary people to come here, so the path was very deserted. Not even the snow had been swept away. The snow on both sides of the path was gentle, rippling in the wind. The center of the path was covered in messy footprints of carriages and hooves, making it seem rather filthy. On this path stood a petite girl, a snow-white fox fur coat wrapped around her cute and petite figure. On her head was a furry beard hat, and two snow-white foxtails draped over her chest, making her small face seem as delicate as a budding winter sweet. She wore a snow-white fox fur coat that reached her knees, revealing a lake green skirt. Underneath the skirt was a thread of light yellow silk. Following that, she wore a pair of white satin high-heeled boots that wrapped tightly around her slender calves. For an unaccompanied girl to appear in this sort of place was a little too strange. As a result, Yang Fan immediately recognized her as the girl who had tugged at his clothes in the Prince of Shochuan's estate and forcefully thrown a massive problem onto his shoulders. She was naturally the Prince of Xiang's daughter. As for what rank this girl had amongst the Prince of Xiang's daughters, and what her name was, Yang Fan had no idea. He had not asked that day, and even if he had, how could he possibly remember the ranks and names of the 7 girls? Li Qiang seemed to have been standing there for a long time. Her snow-white face was red from the cold, and her straight and exquisite nose was also red from the cold. She curled up her hands and breathed in, stamping her boots as she strove to keep warm. When she suddenly saw Yang Fan appear, she immediately straightened her back and clenched her hands into fists. She had the imposing and tyrannical air of a debt collector, but before she could speak, 2 crystalline teardrops slowly condensed and hung on her long eyelashes. Rinwei and the others stopped their horses and looked at Yang Fan. It was common for beauties to block the way a few years ago, but it was very rare in recent years. But today, not only was there a beauty blocking the way, it was also a little beauty. No matter how one looked at it, she looked to be around 10 years old. Rinwei and the others did not suspect that this little girl would have any feelings for the sect leader. Although the sect master was dissolute and was very popular with women, no one had ever heard of him having strange fetishes like young girls. No matter how beautiful these young girls were, how amorous could they be? The sect master would not have any emotional disputes with her. However, although it was impossible for this little lass to be the sovereign's lover, it was hard to say if she was the seed of some of his romantic debts. In this era, most people got married early. Although men from rich families got married later, they didn't spend too much time with women. At the age of 12 or 13, there were many rich young masters who went to brothels to seek pleasure. There was also no lack of people who secretly tasted the forbidden fruit with their lovers. The sect master was now 28 years old, and this girl looked to be around 10 years old. Speaking of which, she was younger than the sect master by 18 years. If the sect master had an ill-fated relationship when he was 17 or 18 years old, then it was normal for his daughter to come looking for him now that she had grown up. So they immediately stopped. When Yang Fan saw this crafty little girl, he really had a headache. He was afraid that some minister would pass by and see this scene. So he quickly got off his horse and walked in front of her. Li Qiang's body was shivering from the cold. When she saw Yang Fan walk in front of her, tears of grievance rolled down her face. She sobbed and said, You are shameless. You are a great general. You have promised me something, but you still lied to me. Yang Fan smiled bitterly and said, Little girl, why do you say that? When did I promise you something, but I didn't do it? Li Qiang said angrily, Yes. Do you still want to lie to me? I heard that because our court has been slow to agree to the marriage, the Tubo army has already attacked Maozhou. This time, Imperial Grandmother will definitely agree to the marriage. What about your promise to me? Yang Fan's heart thumped. The emperor had just gathered all the ministers to discuss military matters, and this little girl already knew? The Prince of Xiang's estate was very well informed. As Yang Fan thought to himself, he said, Then what do you want me to do? Do you think that if I say that the Tubo army is not allowed to send troops, they won't send troops? Or do you want me to single-handedly charge into the Tubo army and kill the Tubo King with a single stroke of my blade. Once the groom is gone, you won't need to get married? Although Li Qiang was young, she also knew that this was far too impossible. However, Yang Fan was her last straw to clutch at. She was like a drowning person. Even if she knew that he was unreliable, as long as her last sliver of hope remained, she was unwilling to give up. In truth, rather than saying that she had placed her hopes on Yang Fan to refuse the marriage, it was better to say that she wanted to preserve a sliver of hope in her heart. If her hope was shattered a little longer, her heart would feel a little better. Li Qiang said nothing, only pursed her lips and put on a very aggrieved appearance. Yang Fan sighed and softened his voice as he comforted her. Don't worry, I'm already thinking of a way. But this will take time. Since the Tubo army has already sent troops, no matter what, they will have to fight. If the emperor immediately agrees to the marriage just because the Tubo army is sent, what dignity would the imperial court have left? So, you don't need to worry. There are still many variables in this matter. Li Qiang's thick eyelashes trembled. Her originally blurry eyes blinked a few times, gradually becoming black and white. She bit her tender cherry lips and thought for a while, then hesitantly asked, "Are you telling the truth? You're not lying to me?" Yang Fan hurriedly replied, "Of course not. Why would I lie to a child? I won't hide it from you. Today, the palace is discussing this matter. Since the Tubo army has sent troops, we must retaliate. Once we start fighting, victory and defeat will not be decided in a short period of time. Even if the marriage is delayed, I will definitely think of a way during this period of time." Li Qiang sniffed and asked, "Is this true?" "Of course it's true. However, only you and I can know of this matter. You absolutely cannot tell anyone else." Li Qiang saw that he was speaking with such caution and gradually began to believe him. She lightly nodded her head. Yang Fan saw that this girl immediately knew that the palace was in the middle of a military conference, so he knew that the Prince of Xiang's estate had to have bribed spies in the palace. Even if he didn't say anything about the imperial court's counterattack, this girl would quickly find out. For the sake of escaping, there was no harm in telling her first. But he couldn't let her spread this matter to anyone else. Whether it was letting others know that he had leaked military secrets or letting others know that the Prince of Xiang's estate had spies in the palace, it wouldn't be a good thing. Thus, Yang Fan added, "When I say anyone, I include your sisters, brothers, and your father. In short, you absolutely cannot let anyone know. In the future, if you hear any news, you can't carelessly spread it. If someone finds out, it will be very disadvantageous to your father and brother." Although Li Qiang was young, she had been born into an imperial clan, so she understood this principle. She solemnly nodded her head and whispered, "Didn't I just tell you? I naturally won't carelessly spread it to outsiders." Yang Fan replied, "That's good. Just treat this matter as a little secret between us. No matter what, you absolutely cannot tell anyone else, understand?" Li Qiang rolled her eyes at him and said, "I understand. As long as you don't lie to me, I won't tell anyone else." Yang Fan didn't really believe in the promise of a girl, so he threatened, "You absolutely can't tell anyone. If you tell anyone, my plan won't work. When the time comes, the emperor will send someone to be married off to Tubo, and I will suggest to the emperor that you be married off to Tubo as a bride." Li Qiang bit her cherry lips and suddenly waved at Yang Fan. Yang Fan suspiciously bent down and asked, "What's the matter?" Li Qiang tiptoed and leaned close to Yang Fan's ear. The bangs on her forehead touched his cheek, exuding a touch of a girl's fragrance. Li Qiang whispered in Yang Fan's ear, "I'm also telling you, if you dare to break your promise, an imperial grandmother really wants to choose one of us sisters to marry off to Tubo, I will volunteer to be the princess." Yang Fan looked at Li Qiang in surprise, raised his thumb, and sincerely said with admiration, "Little lady, you have a deep sense of righteousness and share the country's worries. Such a noble character and unquestionable integrity is really admirable. Such a deep love between sisters is even more touching." Li Qiang's small mouth curled up, and she snorted, "Don't try to flatter me. I did this because I entrusted this matter to you. If this matter is ruined by your hands, I, Li Qiang, will naturally bear the consequences. However, If you don't keep your promise, I won't let you go. I will make you my dowry." Yang Fan was startled and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Me, as a dowry? I am a general of the Imperial Army, not a palace eunuch. Why should I be a dowry?" Li Qianying's pair of beautiful almond-shaped eyes slightly narrowed, and a murderous look appeared in her eyes. "Can I just castrate you?" Yang Fan was suddenly stunned. The corner of Li Qianying's mouth slightly curled up, and a beautiful arc appeared on her pretty face. She proudly raised her chin and said to Yang Fan, "I will keep my promise to you. Today's words will only be known by the heavens, the earth, you, and me. I will not let a third person know. You should also keep your promise to me. Otherwise, you will accompany me to Tubo." Li Qianying was still a child after all. It seemed that she had a weapon to threaten Yang Fan so that she and her sisters would not have to marry to Tubo. Her heart lightened, and a faint smile appeared on her face. She turned and walked away with the light step of a doe, like a general who has won a battle. At the corner in front, a few little servants hurriedly came in, and then a light carriage arrived. Li Qianying lifted her skirt and stepped onto the carriage. When she was about to bend down to enter the carriage, she suddenly stopped and turned her head to look at Yang Fan. Yang Fan was still standing there. The two of them were far apart, and he couldn't see Li Qianying's facial expression clearly. However, Yang Fan could completely imagine how proud she was when she glanced at him. This move was really ruthless. If this little girl, who didn't know when away the consequences, was chosen as the princess of marriage, she might really do such a thing. If she uses me as a dowry as the only condition for the marriage, will the emperor agree? Yang Fan thought for a moment, and his hair suddenly stood up. Chapter 1063. The prime ministers and officials of the Bureau of Military Personnel came up with a strategy to defend against the Tufan invasion in the Maozhou region. The royal court immediately issued an order for the troops of the various provinces of Jiannan to be on guard against the Tufan invasion. At the same time, a second line of defense was set up to prevent the Tufan army from entering the Maozhou region after the Jiannan region was breached. Even though their strategy was conservative, it was still a relatively safe one at the moment. Firstly, the capital had just been shifted back to Chang, and there was no room for mistakes. If the Tufan army were to invade the Maozhou region, the emperor would have to shift the capital back to Luoyang. Even if it was only temporary, the prestige of the empire would be tarnished. Furthermore, it was currently winter and the roads were blocked by snow, making it inconvenient to move around. Furthermore, the Tufan army was on the offensive, and they had already grasped the initiative. At the same time, the Tufan army was moving around the Kong, Ning, Sichuan, and Shaanxi regions, making it difficult to determine the direction of their attack. If they were to take the initiative to attack, it would be easy for the enemy to take advantage of the situation. Thus, the best strategy was to station troops in the provinces bordering the Tufan army. As for Maozhou's Governor Chen Desai, the scope of the battle was still within Maozhou. Furthermore, he was only dealing with the first wave of Tufan army that had invaded Jiannan. Even if he were to fail, it wouldn't have a negative impact on the overall situation. If he were to win, it would even raise the morale of the Great Zhou army. At the moment, they could only let the situation play out. This could be considered as attacking while defending. With regards to the current military operations of the Tubo Empire, the strategy of the Great Zhou dynasty's ministers was commendable. Wu Ziqian also agreed with their opinion and immediately issued a decree. However, the officials were unable to come to a consensus on how to deal with the joint operation of the Tufan and Turks. Wei Yuanzhong once again brought up the old suggestion of agreeing to the Tufan peace treaty, but King Liang's faction was adamant. Both sides had their own arguments, and Wu Zetian couldn't agree to it either. She could make the final decision on internal affairs, but when it came to military affairs, especially specific strategies and tactics, Wu Zetian knew her own shortcomings, so she wouldn't express her opinion rashly. At this moment, Liang Province's Governor Tang Xiujing arrived at the Longevity Courtyard. Tang Xiujing had intended to return to Liang Province in the near future, but due to the heavy snowfall, his journey was delayed. However, Tang Xiujing was not surprised to suddenly receive Wu Zetian's edict. This was because there had already been guests who had come to visit him and revealed the news in advance, helping him analyze the situation in the western region. Tang Xiujing was the same as Gui Yuanjin. As a vassal who guarded the western region, he had to manage the military, political, and economic affairs. Therefore, he could not do without the support of the local tyrants. Most of the local tyrants had inextricable ties with the succession hall, and some were even members of the hidden sect. Therefore, it was very easy for Shan Mu to establish a close relationship with Tang Xiujing through these connections and exert a certain amount of influence on him. After of Tang, great of Tang, they of Tang, they of war with, and to with of Tang of the of academy, of. With of Tang, of war of governor, with of Zhou of imperial of the Tang of. After Wan finished, Wu Ziqian asked, Subject Tang has lived in the West for a long time and is familiar with the situation of Tubo and Tubo. Now that our court is fighting on two fronts, it is inevitable that we will be stretched. Does Subject Tang have a good plan to get us out of our current predicament? Tang Xiujing already had a plan in mind, but it wasn't good to say it out loud. He pretended to ponder for a moment, and all the officials stopped arguing and looked at him in silence. Tang Xiujing frowned and pondered for a moment. He bowed to Wu Zetian and said, Your Majesty, this subject thinks that to break the deadlock, we can only destroy the alliance between Tubo and Tubo. Wu Zetian nodded. All the chancellors have the same idea. However, if Tubo and Tubo are really in cahoots, advancing and retreating at the same time, forming an alliance, what should I do to break their alliance? Tang Xiujing said, This subject thinks that the court can borrow the power of Tubo to restrain Moshe. Once Moshe retreats, the alliance between the two countries will naturally be broken. Wu Ziqian was silent for a moment and hesitantly asked, If I issue an edict, will the Tubo send out their troops? Regarding this, Wu Zetian really has no confidence. Perhaps the Tubo will not openly defy the edict, but as long as they carry it out passively and do not put in any effort, the court will be helpless. If we place all our hopes on the Tubo and the Tubo refuse to send out their troops, it will instead delay the battle. Tang Xiujing confidently said, This subject thinks that this plan is feasible. Although the eastern and western Tubo share the same ancestry, they have long been enemies. Moreover, the eastern and western Tubo's roots are in the grasslands, and the grasslands are the foundation of their survival. Now that Moshe has occupied the most fertile area of the Tubo, just based on this fact, the eastern and western Tubo have become irreconcilable enemies. Now that Moshe's troops are out to attack the Central Plains, the country has no military power. For the Tubo, this is a rare opportunity. If your Majesty can promise them some benefits, the Tubo will definitely become your Majesty's elite troops and receive the edict to attack the heart of the Tubo and relieve the court of its danger. Wu Ziqian immediately grasped the crux of the matter. The key to getting the Tubo to send out their troops is to offer conditions that can move them. Wu Ziqian immediately asked, In subject opinion, what conditions should we offer for the Tubo to send out their troops? Tang Xiujing sighed. The most important thing is to first offer them a righteous cause. Wu Ziqian's eyes slightly flashed as she asked, A righteous cause? Tang Xiujing affirmed, That's right, Your Majesty. The leader of the Tubo's 10 families is His Majesty's successor Khan, Ashina Huziruo. However, Huziruo has long since become a figurehead. For many years, Huziruo had left the tribe and lived in the capital. The 10 families have always been managed by Mohedegan, a Turkic official name. This Mohedegan's name was Wuzheil, and he was the leader of the 10 families tribe's most powerful Takishi tribe. He was able to appease his soldiers and had great prestige. The Hu of the western regions all fought to submit to him, and now he had 20 military governors under his command, each of whom had 7,000 elite cavalry under their command. In addition to the 60,000 elite soldiers under his command, Wuzheil had 200,000 soldiers who could control the bowstrings. This was enough to compete with Mohedegan. At present, Wushel had set up a large tent in Suya City and a small tent in Crescent City. All of Huziruo's former territory belonged to him. However, Our court still only recognizes Huziruo as the ruler of the 10 families. Huziruo had a name, but no reality, and Wushel had a reality, but no name. If your majesty recognizes Wushel as the Khan of the 10 families, Wushel will definitely be grateful for the grace of the heavens and will definitely be willing to serve the court. Once he is recognized by the court as the ruler of the 10 families, he will be able to legitimately order the tribes under his command to send out their soldiers. As for the 10 families' chiefs, the court does not need to bestow them with money. You must know that once the Turks cause chaos in the Central Plains and the trade routes to the western regions are cut off, the 10 families' tribes will be the first to bear the brunt of the attack and will definitely suffer. As long as we send an emissary to warn them of the dangers, and with Wushel commanding the other tribes, they will definitely send out their soldiers. Wu Zetian was overjoyed. Good. If we order you to bring our imperial edict to the 10 tribes and bestow the title of Prince Wide, chief of the Tukashi tribe, Tukashi Khan, and order him to lead an army to attack the Turks, would you be willing to share our burden? Tang Xiujing bowed. This subject will go to Xie and not disappoint your majesty's expectations. Wu Zetian was overjoyed and repeatedly nodded her head. Wan on the other hand, was swiftly drafting up the edict for Wushel. Tang Xiujing continued, Your Majesty, this subject believes that we can use the same method to repel the Turks. Wu Zetian had originally thought that as long as the Turks retreated, the court would have enough troops to deal with the Turks' invasion. Hearing that Tang Xiujing also had a suggestion for the Turks, she became even more excited. She hurriedly said, Subject Tang, please tell me quickly what brilliant plan you have. Tang Xiujing said, Your Majesty, the Turks have always been in internal strife. It was not until Songzan Gampo put down the rebellion and swallowed the other tribes that the Turks overtook Zhangzhung and became the most powerful country on the plateau. However, Songzan Gampo died young. Fortunately, the father and son, Lu Dongzan and Luan Trinling, were outstanding talents of the present age. Of these two, one was good at internal affairs, the other was good at military affairs. With these two as prime ministers, the Turks were able to maintain their peace for several decades. However, the internal and external troubles of the Turks had never been eliminated. They could only be suppressed by Lu Dongzan and Luan Trinling. Now the Luan Trinling family has been eradicated by the Turks' king in one fell swoop. The Turks have lost all their good generals. Not only their military strength has been damaged, both inside and outside the country have been oppressed for a long time, and now they are somewhat restless. The Nanzhao states were originally vassal states of our Central Plains. Later on, they were forced by the Turks to become our vassal states. However, our Central Plains has always used virtue to win people's hearts. We treated the Nanzhao states with preferential treatment. On the other hand, the Turks were harsh. Comparing the two, the Nanzhao states naturally sided with the Central Plains and became the enemy of the Turks. These last few years, the Nanzhao states and the Turks have repeatedly waged war against each other. Sometimes they surrendered, sometimes they rebelled, sometimes they surrendered. Now that the Turks are attacking the Zhou, they will certainly extort the Nanzhao army's provisions. If your majesty issues an imperial edict to the Nanzhao princes, accepting them as our vassal states, the Nanzhao princes will certainly respond to the imperial court. At that time, the Turks will face the dilemma of being attacked from two sides. Naturally, they will not dare to send troops to our Central Plains. Without the Great Zhou support, the Nanzhao states would rebel from time to time. Now that they are being extorted by the Turks, with the Great Zhou support in weapons, armors, money, and provisions, it would be strange if they did not rebel against the Turks. What Tang Xiujing said was reasonable, and it sounded very feasible. It was such a difficult problem, but he put the solution outside of the imperial court and unexpectedly solved it easily. Listening to him, Wu Zetian's countenance was very pleased. She recalled the last time the Turks' envoy talked about Misa. He said that this person was brave. He once defeated the Turks and made the Great Zhou proud. The more she looked at him, the more she liked him. If she had used this kind of talent early on and fully utilized his talents, the Great Zhou would not be like it is now, being bullied and humiliated by the barbarians. Wu Zetian gladly said, "Tang Xiujing, listen to my appointment." Tang Xiujing quickly stood still and respectfully said, "Your subject is here." Wu Zetian said, "I order you to be Xia's minister Shangshu, Liangzhou's military governor, the same rank as the Phoenix Pavilion's Luantai, third rank." Tang Xiujing was startled. He did not expect that with just a prelude to the emperor, he would be promoted to the current imperial court's prime minister. He hastily expressed his gratitude and said, "Your subject's virtue is shallow. How can I take on such a heavy responsibility?" Wu Ziqian glanced at the officials in the hall with dissatisfaction and said to Tang Xiujing in a serious tone, "Your subject is the country's talent. You can share Zhen's worries. It is already Zhen's regret that you have been promoted too late." When the officials heard this, they all felt that their faces had lost some light. Chapter 1064. When Yang Fan returned to Longqingfang and passed by the Prince of Shouchuan's mansion, he felt a little nervous. He was afraid that the gate would suddenly open and a young girl with a scarf over her face and a broadsword in her hand would jump out and yell in a childish voice, "Hey, you untrustworthy general, just obediently follow me and marry to Tubo." Fortunately, the main gate of the Prince of Shouchuan's mansion was tightly shut. His horse passed through the front gate of the Prince of Shouchuan's mansion without any accident. In front of the Yang mansion, the family members were busy hanging red lanterns on the lampposts. Seeing that the new year was coming, the lanterns in front of the gate were replaced with 2 strings of red lanterns. A string of 9 red lanterns was hung up, making it look especially festive. Mo Xuanfei climbed high on a ladder and was hanging lanterns on the pole. Yang Fan dismounted and stamped the snow on his boots. He was about to step into the gate when Mo Xuanfei saw him from the ladder and shouted, "Ah Lang is back." Yang Fan grunted. Mo Xuanfei said, "Ah Lang, there's a girl looking for you today." Yang Fan was a little surprised. He stopped and looked up, asking, "What girl?" Mo Xuanfei hung the lanterns and quickly climbed down. He scratched the back of his head and said to Yang Fan, "That girl calls herself Li Shinyang. She looks like a young lady from a rich family. She is accompanied by a light carriage and a servant. She is the first guest to visit our house. I don't know her." Li Shinyang? I have never heard of her. Yang Fan frowned and thought. He did not remember such a person. Yang Fan did not know that Li Qieying was the 10th daughter of the Prince of Xiang and that she was usually called Shinyang among the sisters. Yang Fan thought for a moment, but did not know what to say. He asked, "Why did that girl come? Where is she now?" Mo Xuanfei said, "That girl came at noon. As soon as she heard that Ah Lang was not here, she turned around and left. I did not ask her anything else. That little girl is only about 10 years old. It's really strange. I don't know what this little lady wants from Ah Lang." When Yang Fan heard this, his heart skipped a beat. A young lady of around 10 years of age from a wealthy family. Was there even need to ask? She must be the daughter of the Prince of Xiang's estate. Didn't she go to his estate at this time and go to the palace instead? Yang Fan had a lingering fear in his heart as he quickly instructed, "Remember, if this lady comes again, regardless of whether I'm here or not, tell her that I'm not here." "Oh." Mo Xuanfei nodded and scratched the back of his head. Suddenly, he remembered something and hurriedly said, "By the way, Ah Lang, there's another guest here today." Yang Fan turned around and glared at him. "Do you have to speak in halting sentences? Who else is coming?" Mo Xuanfei mumbled. "That person seems to be a foreign monk." A foreign monk? Yang Fan was even more confused. Among the people he had interacted with in recent years, there had never been a monk, let alone a foreign monk. Mo Xuanfei said, when a monk heard that Ah Lang was not at home, he left without even entering the door. He left a letter for Ah Lang, which is now in the gatehouse. "Ah Lang, please wait a moment. I'll go get it." Mo Xuanfei hurriedly ran into the gatehouse and soon took out a visitation card. Yang Fan opened the visitation card under the door. After reading it, an extremely strange look slowly appeared on his face. He hurriedly rolled up the visitation card, turned around and walked out, saying, "I'm going out for a while." Mo Xuanfei chased after him and shouted, "Ah Lang, the weather is gloomy. I'm afraid it's going to snow again." Alang, you'd better bring a raincoat. It's already late. Why don't you go to see the guest tomorrow? Yang Fan waved his hand behind him and said, Tell the First Lady that I have something to do tonight and won't be coming back to sleep. The gloomy setting sun in the sky reflected the majestic and tall gate of the temple. A spire emerged from the temple wall, pointing straight to the sky. When Yang Fan arrived, the gloomy sky was unexpectedly clear. Yang Fan stepped into the temple under the beautiful setting sun. The white walls, the black tiles, the tall bamboos, and the pine trees were all covered with a layer of white snow. The little bridge was winding, and the river under the bridge had already frozen, and the ice was covered with a layer of white snow. A few lonely lotus branches stood upright on the surface of the snow, rustling in the wind. Not far away, there was a rockery. White snow, moss, rocks, and sparse wisteria branches cast a mottled light and shadow, like an ink painting. This was the Dayun Temple. In the past, the 10 eminent monks of Luoyang wrote the Dayun Sutra under the guidance of Shui Huai. They claimed that there was a saying in the sutra, Goddess Bodhisattva ruled the country with the body of a woman, which referred to the current Empress Dowager. Wu Zetian then ordered all the prefectures to build a Dayun temple with a built-in sutra depository and a copy of the Dayun Sutra. This Dayun temple was built in Chang, and at that time, when Yang Fan walked in the temple, it was dusk, and the temple was unusually quiet. The 8th Japanese envoy to Tang had just arrived in Chang 2 days ago. This time, the envoy was led by Soda Jinrin as the envoy to Tang, Sakagawa as the ambassador, and Great Envoy Yi Ji as the deputy envoy. Most of the entourage were monks, so they stayed in the Dayun Temple. The Dayun Temple was built under the imperial edict to specially store the Dayun Sutra. Most of the temple was not open to the public, so it was very quiet and peaceful. After becoming the residence of the Japanese envoy to Tang, it became even quieter. Not a single worshiper could be seen. Yang Fan walked over the small bridge and saw a monk dressed in Japanese robes, a bamboo hat on his head and straw sandals on his feet. His hands were clasped together, waiting solemnly. Yang Fan suddenly stopped and was silent for a moment. He suddenly quickened his pace and rushed over. The monk in black also quickly walked over, opened his arms, an excited smile on his face. 17. 6 senior brother. The two of them hugged each other tightly. After a while, Yang Fan let go of his arms, wiped the tears of joy on his cheeks, and said happily, I really didn't expect that the two of us would meet again here. The monk in black was the rogue monk of the White Horse Temple in Luoyang, Hong Lu. Hong Lu grinned and said with a smile, Who said it wasn't? I thought that I would never be able to return to the Central Plains and see you again in this lifetime. Ha ha, let's go. Master has been waiting for you for a long time. Hong Lu pulled Yang Fan and walked along the long corridor with green eaves and red pillars. Along the way, there were 2 Japanese samurai standing quietly at every corridor pillar, with sharp katanas on their waists. Their left hands were pressed on the hilts of the katanas wrapped in black and white cloth. The back of their hands was red from the cold, but they stood solemnly and meticulously. Seeing Hong Lu striding over, the samurai all bowed to him, but Hong Lu ignored them and dragged Yang Fan forward excitedly. They came to the front of a quiet room, but before they could reach out to knock on the door, a noise was heard from inside. The door was opened with a crash, and the person who welcomed them was also a monk in black. It was Hongi. When Hongi and Yang Fan saw each other, they inevitably hugged each other tightly. Someone in the room laughed and scolded. How long do you plan to chat at the door? Come in quickly and let me see 17. Hongi hurriedly let go of Yang Fan and saw a person sitting cross-legged on the couch, wearing a snow-white robe that exposed his muscular chest. He was smiling at Yang Fan, and there were tears in his eyes. It was Shui Huai, whom he had not seen in a long time. Shui Huai looked a little older than before, and his cheeks were also a little thinner. The snow-white skin that he was once proud of had now become slightly darker. Yang Fan took off his shoes and quickly walked into the room. Shui Huai stood up from the couch and welcomed Yang Fan with a hearty laugh, giving him a strong hug. The two hugged tightly for a while before Yang Fan let go of Shui Huai and worriedly scolded, "Master Shui, you shouldn't have returned to the Central Plains." Shui Huai said, "What Master Shui? Master Shui is already dead, and there is no Shui Huai in this world anymore. I have now restored my ancestor's surname, and my name is Feng Xiaobao. Don't worry, no one will know who I am. Other than you, I won't be seeing any old friends on this trip." The few of them sat down on the couch. The four walls of the room were empty, and the walls were painted snow white. There were two tall paper candles on the ground, and there were bamboo leaves painted on the lamp paper, which made the four walls look blurred, as if they were standing in the shadow of the bamboo. There was a sunken stove on the ground, and it was level with the ground, with steam rising from it. Yang Fan said, "There was a letter from the South Sea, saying that Master was not happy living in the South Sea, and after only a year or so, he insisted on leaving. In the end, he left without saying goodbye, and no one knew where he went. Today, I suddenly saw the letter from the Japanese envoy, and saw the words, 'the person who shaved for you.' It really gave me a fright." Shui Huai laughed and said, "If I don't do things that shock the world and make people look at me, then would I still be Feng Xiaobao? Since you're here, don't leave tonight. Let's have a good drink." As Shui Huai said this, he clapped his hands 3 times, and the wall behind him suddenly opened with a huala sound. A beautiful girl wearing a light blue kimono with large floral prints walked in gracefully. Her hair was tied up in a bun, and there were 3 hairpins in her hair. Her kimono was tied with a large bow, which made her small waist and the plain kimono look a little lively. A pair of snow-white cotton socks were faintly visible under the kimono. She walked in small steps to the front of Yang Fan, bent her knees, and put down a red lacquer plate. There were a few dishes and a small jar of wine on the lacquer plate. The girl's eyebrows were like crescent moons, and her eyes were as pure as colored glass. She smiled shyly at Yang Fan, and then poured wine for them. As she moved, her pure white sleeves with light yellow edges revealed her fair wrists, and her posture was extremely elegant. Yang Fan didn't expect that there would be a Japanese girl in this temple, and he couldn't help but reveal an astonished expression. When the girl poured wine for Hong Yi and Hong Lu, the two respectfully accepted the wine cup and said to the girl, "Thank you, Master's wife." Yang Fan was even more unable to close his mouth after hearing this. Seeing his expression, Shui Huai couldn't help but laugh. 17, I'll introduce you to her. Her name is Ruoxiang, and she's my woman. Shui Huai scratched his bald head and said proudly, "Hee, if you're capable, you'll be able to do well wherever you go. By the way, I have to clarify that this time Feng Xiaobao, didn't rely on a woman, but on my own ability to achieve what I have today." The girl pursed her lips and smiled at Yang Fan. She put her hands on her knees and bowed her head and said softly and slowly, "Please enjoy." After saying that, she picked up the empty plate and slowly retreated. After a while, she came back and washed her hands in a basin in the corner of the room. She took out a guqin and sat down cross-legged. Her white hands gently plucked the strings, and a melodious tinkling sound flowed out. Yang Fan was secretly surprised. His master, Zhang Qua, had clearly said in the letter that when Shui Huai left the South China Sea, he only brought Hong Yi and Hong Lu with him. He didn't have a single penny on him. Yang Fan didn't know how Shui Huai arrived in Japan and what kind of fortuitous encounter he had. Suppressing his curiosity, Yang Fan raised his cup and congratulated. "Congratulations to Master for returning to the secular world and marrying such a gentle and virtuous mistress." Hong Lu laughed and said, 17, you're wrong. Our Master didn't return to the secular world. Not only did he not, he even founded the Hanbo sect in the Fusan country's capital. He built a Hanbo temple and declared himself the Pope of a sect. He's very impressive. This fake monk, Shui Huai, could actually create his own sect and become the Pope? Yang Fan almost couldn't believe his ears. Hong Yi and Hong Lu explained in detail, one after another, before Yang Fan finally understood. It turned out that Japanese monks had many sects that allowed them to marry by eating meat. Many monasteries were passed down from father to son, son to grandson, and passed down from generation to generation. The monasteries were like family businesses. With such an amazing monastery, not only did it have its own armed forces, a large amount of land that didn't need to be taxed, and a large number of believers, it could even be an independent region and interfere with the political affairs of the daimyo. The samurai in the corridor just now were Shui Huai's private soldiers. In fact, not only did some sects of Japanese Zen forbid marriage, but there were also some sects with strict discipline. It was also an open secret that the high monks of their sects had affairs with women. It was precisely, sometimes there are rivers and sometimes there are mountains. Outside the world, Taoists seek fame and fortune. Every night, Mandarin ducks sleep on the Zen bed, whispering amorous words. Shui Huai established his own sect, so he naturally had the final say in all the rules. His sect didn't forbid alcohol and women. It was particular about wine and meat passing through the intestines. The Buddha sat in the heart and pointed directly to the human heart. Its doctrine was similar to the enlightenment of the sixth patriarch, Huineng, but only in appearance. At that time, there were many nobles and people in Japan who worshipped and believed in Buddhism, but there were very few monks who were truly proficient in Buddhism. Shui Huai used the half-baked Buddhism that he had heard in the White Horse Temple to open up a situation in Japan and established a great foundation. After saying that, Hong Lu said proudly, 17, you can't imagine Master's prestige in Japan now. Not only are all the daimyo respectful to Master, but even the King of Japan treats our Master like a distinguished guest. Hong Yi added, Master brought the two of us from the South China Sea to Japan and built up this family business with our bare hands. Shui Huai scratched his bald head and tried to show a humble expression, but the big grin on his face revealed an indescribable pride. Yang Fan laughed and said, I didn't expect this. I really didn't expect this. Ha ha, Master, you're now drinking wine, getting drunk with beauties, and practicing Zen. This kind of freedom is really enviable. When the Japanese girl who was playing the zither heard this, she gently bit her plump red lips, and a charming smile appeared on her face. Her bright eyes quickly glanced at Yang Fan, then at Shui Huai charmingly. She flicked her slender finger and played a glissando, full of shyness and lingering feelings of a young girl. Shui Huai laughed heartily and said, If you're envious, then follow Master to Japan. Master will still give you the position of first seat. With your ability, the two of us, Master and disciple, will definitely be able to move unhindered in Japan. We could be independent like Curly Beard and live a carefree and happy life. Isn't it better to stay here and suffer the filthy anger of that old woman? Yang Fan's eyes flashed, and he asked warily, Master, do you still hold a grudge against her? Shui Huai shook his head and stopped smiling. He replied indifferently, Do you think I came here with the intention of revenge? Ha ha! For a woman, she has long received her retribution for not being treated sincerely by a person in her life. I know it's my fault, so why should I take revenge on her? Shui Huai looked at Ruo Xiang with a gentle gaze and said emotionally, If I have the time, I might as well use it to cherish the people in front of me. When I came to Japan from the South Sea, I was penniless and down on the streets. It was Ruo Xiang who took me in. When a man is down on his luck, he will only know who truly loves you and who truly treats you as a friend. Love may not develop after a long time, but it will definitely show a person's heart. Shui Huai raised his cup and said to Yang Fan, Everything in the past has already turned into smoke for me, except for you. 17, I came this time because I wanted to come back and take a look. If I don't come back, I won't be able to rest easy. I've been to Luoyang and White Horse Temple. Now, I've come to Chang, and because of you. If it's possible, you should be like me and live a free and unfettered life. This temple is really too filthy. Yang Fan raised his cup and said with deep emotion, Master Shui has already let go of everything that should be let go. That's why I can live a free and unfettered life today. But I still have many people and many things that I can't let go of. Perhaps one day, I will also live a free and unfettered life like Master Shui, but not now. In the future, when I can let go of everything, I will definitely travel the world. At that time, I will bring my family to Japan to see you. Chapter 1065. That night it snowed again. The snowflakes fluttered in the air silently. Yang Fan, Shui Huai, Hong Yi, and Hong Lu drank to their heart's content. They simply opened the door and drank while looking at the misty snow in the garden. Sometimes, a gust of wind blew the snowflakes into the room. When it hit their faces, it would turn into a ball of moisture, making them feel very carefree. Yang Fan and the others talked about the past when they played bowls together and drank together. When they talked about Shui Huai shaving his head on the street and beating up the imperial censor while drunk, they would burst into laughter from time to time. Sometimes, when they talked about sad events, they could not help but sigh and even cry. Ruoxiang understood Chinese, so she could understand what they were saying. However, she only smiled peacefully and sat quietly in the corner, as gentle as a newly bloomed rose. She did not make a sound and did not say a word. Sometimes, she would go up to Shui Huai to wipe away the wine stains that had spilled on his chest. Sometimes, when she saw that the wine jar was empty, she would quietly fetch another jar. Even if the four of them were drunk, she would not say a word. She only tried her best to serve them better. Her meekness was very different from the women of the Central Plains. Yang Fan had heard from Shui Huai that this Miss Ruoxiang was not a commoner's daughter. She was the daughter of a small lord in the capital. Yang Fan was happy for his old friend to have such an encounter. Unknowingly, the snow became heavier and heavier. The four of them drank more and more wine, and the wine jars rolled on the ground. The last scene that Yang Fan remembered was Hong Lu lying on his lap, while he rested his head on Hong One's stomach. Shui Huai was sleeping soundly next to him, his snores shaking the heavens. As Yang Fan's eyes were blurred from drunkenness, he saw Ruoxiang gently walk in with a few blankets in her arms. She covered each of them and gently tucked the corners of Shui Huai's blankets. She then tiptoed out and gently closed the door to block out the heavy snow. At daybreak, Yang Fan was the first to wake up. He often had to wake up early to attend court, so he was not as free as these three carefree monks. These monks could meditate whenever they wanted, sleep whenever they wanted, and sleep until they woke up naturally. He did not have such good fortune. Yang Fan sat up and saw that Shui Huai and the other two were still sound asleep. There was a kettle on the small table beside them. Reaching out his hand, he felt that the water was still warm. Presumably, it was Ruoxiang who had brought it here early in the morning. Yang Fan poured a bowl of water to quench his thirst. Pulling open the door, a cool and refreshing aura assaulted his senses. The courtyard was covered in silver. It had been snowing for a whole night, and the whole ground was covered in fluffy pink, which was very cute. Yang Fan put on his boots and walked down the corridor. He heard the ta-ta-ta sound of wooden clogs. Turning his head, he saw Ruoxiang walking down the corridor with a basin of hot water. Today, she had changed into a pink kimono with small floral patterns. She looked like a cherry blossom blossoming in the snow. Seeing Yang Fan, Ruoxiang stopped in her tracks and bowed to greet him. "You're up. Please wash up." Thank you, mistress." Yang Fan quickly took the basin of water and returned to his room. After washing up, Yang Fan went to the courtyard and practiced 2 rounds of martial arts in the snow. Only after his whole body was warmed up did Shui Huai and the other two get up. Shui Huai washed up with Ruoxiang's help and walked into the courtyard. He looked at Yang Fan, who had just stood still, and said with a smile, "I heard that you're already a rank 4 great general. You haven't forgotten your skills yet?" Yang Fan smiled. "This disciple is a general, so naturally I can't neglect my martial arts. Does Master Shui still practice martial arts?" Shui Huai blushed slightly and laughed. "In the past, I was just boasting. Actually, I know in my heart that my martial arts are all showy, but impractical. They're street tricks. Ha ha ha. They can't be taken seriously. They're useless. Why would I practice them?" As the two of them were talking, a skinny man in a kimono came from afar. When he saw Shui Huai, he stopped and bowed respectfully to him, saying, "Good morning, great monk." Turning his eyes, he saw Ruoxiang coming out of the room and bowed to her, saying, "Good morning, sister-in-law Fan." Shui Huai and Ruo Xiang also greeted him. The three of them spoke in Japanese. Yang Fan didn't understand what they were talking about, so he ignored them. Although the man saw Yang Fan, he didn't know his identity. He only bowed to him and left the corridor. Shui Huai said to Yang Fan, "This person is the Tang envoy from Japan, so does Junren." Yang Fan thought, as the envoy, he must be someone with great power. Since he's so respectful to Master Shui, it seems that what Honglu said was true. Master Shui has really made a name for himself in Japan. Yang Fan asked, "When does Master Shui plan to return to Japan?" Shui Huai laughed. "What? You're in a hurry to send me away?" Yang Fan said, "Of course not. It's just that." Shui Huai laughed. "I know you mean well. You're worried about my safety. Don't worry. Even if it's for Ruo Xiang, I won't act recklessly. I won't wait until the envoy leaves. At the beginning of spring, I'll take a boat to the east and sail back to Japan." When Yang Fan heard this, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. He knew that this envoy was not a tribute envoy. The tribute envoy would leave after paying the tribute. This envoy was a political and cultural exchange envoy. Every time he entered Tang, he would stay for at least a year. He would visit everywhere, buy books and shops, appreciate the customs of China, and learn about China's culture and system. He would only leave after he had gained something. If Shui Huai wanted to leave with the envoy, he would have to stay in Chang and for at least a year. Ever since the incident where he was discovered by Du Wentian while visiting Xingjiao Temple, Yang Fan didn't believe in secrecy anymore. Naturally, he hoped that Shui Huai would leave as soon as possible to ensure his safety. Yang Fan quickly said, "If that's the case, when Master returns to the east, I'll arrange the boats, carriages, and horses. I'll definitely protect Master all the way." Shui Huai naturally didn't need to pretend to be polite to him. He readily agreed. Yang Fan, Shui Huai, Hong Yi, and Honglu had breakfast together. They agreed to visit often before they left. Yang Fan left Dayun Temple and turned onto Zhuke Avenue. He saw that the long street was covered in white. Many servants were clearing the snow in the square under the command of Basho. The snow on the long street had not been cleared yet, and there were already many footprints left by early passers-by. Yang Fan rode his horse with his bodyguards. Because there was no court meeting today, he wanted to return directly to Longqing Square. When he reached an intersection, he suddenly saw a group of soldiers escorting a camel team coming from afar, blocking the entire road. Yang Fan rode his horse to hide under the eaves of a house and watched the huge team pass by. There were about 200 people in this team. More than half of them were camels with all kinds of bags and weapons on them. One look and one could tell that they came from afar. From the style of the robes of the people riding on the camels, they should be Turks. Since they were escorted by soldiers, they couldn't be merchants. Therefore, Yang Fan paid extra attention to them. Icicles hung from the eaves like sharp swords, glimmering in the sunlight. Yang Fan peered through the cluster of icicles and immediately saw a carriage with a banner written in both the Chinese and Turkic languages. When he saw the words on the banner, Yang Fan's heart skipped a beat. The Turks and the personal envoy are finally here. Compared to the Tubo, the Turks were even more shameless. The Tubo were like strong men who relied on their strength to bully others, while the Turks were scoundrels who would do anything. When he was in a disadvantageous position, Moshe could thicken his skin and ask to be Wu Zetian's godson. However, once he saw that he could take advantage of something, he would immediately turn hostile. He did not care about the reputation and dignity of a country at all. Take this time as an example. At the very least, the Tubo first asked for benefits from the marriage. When a marriage proposal failed, they resorted to force. The Turks, on the other hand, decided to fight first. Regardless of victory or defeat, they would shamelessly negotiate for benefits. The Great Zhou imperial court hated the Turks even more than the Tibetans. However, due to the current situation, they had no choice but to receive the Turks' peace marriage envoy. Wu Zetian could only use the Ministry of Rights as an excuse to delay them for 3 days. In the end, she still invited them to the Golden Palace to deliver the letter. Interestingly, this time, no matter which faction it was, all of them strongly opposed the marriage with the Turks. The moment the Turks' personal envoy handed over the letter, stating the purpose of their visit and the intention of the marriage, the entire court of civil and military officials attacked them. After Wu Zetian moved the capital to Chang, and Zhang Jianji, who had just been appointed as the assistant minister of the Autumn Palace, was the first to step out. He raised his scepter and said loudly, "I object. Since ancient times, there has never been a prince of China who married the daughter of Naidi as his wife, let alone the emperor's grandson. How can the future mother of the country be a barbarian? Your Majesty must not agree. This is a great humiliation." Toward Zhang Jianji's words, Wu Zetian did not like it from the bottom of her heart. What great humiliation! Since the Han dynasty, how many princesses of the Central Plains have been defiled by the barbarians? Why didn't anyone say it was a great humiliation? When the Tang dynasty sent Princess Wenshang to the marriage, why didn't he jump out and say it was a national humiliation? So it became a great humiliation for us to marry their daughter to us. This old man's idea of men being superior to women is quite serious. Besides, the daughter of the barbarians, what daughter of the barbarians? Is the bloodline of the Li Tang imperial family very pure? Then why would the 7 sects and 5 families, who considered themselves Orthodox Han people, look down on the imperial family? However, Wu Zetian also knew that the Turks were even less dignified than the Tibetans. Going back on their word was like farting. Making peace with the Turks would not help ease the tension between the two countries. As long as there was an opportunity, Moshe would definitely take a bite at the fastest speed possible. Moreover, last time she asked her nephew Wu Yinxiu to make peace with the Turks, but Moshe detained her until now. She still has not vented her anger. Although she did not agree with Zhang Jianji's reasoning, Zhang Jianji's attitude was exactly her attitude. Therefore, Wu Zetian did not say anything. Immediately Wei Yuanzhong came out with his scepter, his beard and hair standing on end. He said in a stern voice and countenance, "The Turks are ambitious and capricious. How can they be betrothed to the Turks? Moshe wants to betroth his daughter, but arrogantly insists that she must marry our dynasty's imperial grandson. How preposterous! The imperial grandson is the heir to the throne, the future son of heaven. If he marries the daughter of a barbarian as his wife, then the future son of heaven will have the blood of a barbarian, disrupting the bloodline of our imperial family. Your Majesty must not agree," Zhou Yong said in a strange tone. Previously, Moshe groveled and claimed to be your Majesty's adopted son and proposed a betrothal to your Majesty. In consideration of his sincerity, your Majesty sent the Prince of Huaiyang, Wu Yinxiu, to the Turks to escort the bride. Since ancient times, when a woman was betrothed, she would take the initiative to send the bride to the other country. There is no such thing as a prince coming to the Khan's court to receive the bride. Your Majesty's courtesy is enough to show his benevolence. In the end, the Turks detained the Prince of Huaiyang and broke the betrothal. To this day, they have not released the Prince of Huaiyang. How can our dynasty make peace with the Turks? The Turk envoy's name was Mo Hagen. He had a pair of sharp eyes, a hooked nose, and a mustache above his lips that looked like 2 scimitars. He had the temperament of a sinister vulture. Mo Hagen was neither angry nor annoyed by the repeated accusations from ministers. He only calmly stood there with a faint smile on his face. When these people finished speaking, Mo Hagen lightly coughed and said in a clear voice, "Our dynasty's Khan has always recognized only Li Tang as a member of the imperial family. In the previous betrothal request, he clearly stated that he wished to marry Li Tang as a member of the imperial family. Although Wu Yinxiu is a prince, she is not a member of Li Tang's imperial family. In this matter, your noble country is in the wrong. Our princess was dressed to the nines and was happily waiting to be married. In the end, your noble country used a fake member of the imperial family to deceive the marriage. Our princess wept bitterly and did not smile for a long time. Detaining Wu Yinxiu is actually to seek justice. Our Turkic princess is the Khan's beloved daughter, and he has always doted on her. Your noble country's ministers belittled her as a barbarian and disdained her. Is this how a country of propriety treats its guests? In the past, your country's Emperor Taizong once said, 'Since ancient times, China has always been valued, and barbarians are the only ones I love. You ministers keep saying that there is a difference between the Chinese and the barbarians. What is the logic behind this? Mo Hagen took 2 steps forward and cupped his hands proudly to Wu Ziqian, saying, "Your Majesty, when I came here, my Khan personally told me that if your noble country agrees to the marriage, the Duke of Huaiyang, Wu Yinxiu, will be released. Once your Majesty agrees to the marriage, there is no need for your country's crown prince to personally escort the bride. My Khan will personally escort my beloved daughter to the border. Is this not enough to show our sincerity? Today, Mo Hagen has come here on imperial orders to represent the Turkic Khaganate, but your noble country's ministers are mocking and belittling me in the royal court. The one being humiliated is not me, Mo Hagen, but the Turkic Khaganate that I, Mo Hagen, represent." Mo Hagen waved his hand down like a saber and arrogantly declared, "My Turkic Khaganate has a territory of tens of thousands of li, and the barbarians of the northwest are all vying to submit to us. Furthermore, Khan Moshe is a wise ruler with countless capable generals under his command. If we are to be humiliated today, my Khan will definitely mobilize the entire country to avenge this humiliation. When the time comes, the 2 countries will fall out of harmony and the flames of war will rise from all directions. Who will bear the blame then?" A commotion broke out in the Golden Hall. Some people were stunned by the words, 800,000 soldiers. In truth, Mo Hagen's words were a bit of an exaggeration. The Turks only had around 300,000 soldiers at most, and their vast territory meant that they needed to be guarded everywhere. The strategic locations in the territory and the central command of the king's tent required elite soldiers, and all of these required a certain number of soldiers. Moreover, they also had to guard against the 10 tribes of the Western Turks. Thus, Moshe's so-called entire country's soldiers could not exceed 200,000 at most. But not every minister understood the situation of the Turks. Many civil officials were only skilled in internal affairs, and some were only skilled in the ways of officials. They did not know how many soldiers the Turks had, but they knew that their country only had around 400,000 soldiers, so they were naturally stunned to hear that the Turks had 800,000 soldiers. Although Wu Ziqian was an old woman who had lived in the palace for a long time, she had a good understanding of her powerful neighbor and was not intimidated by Mo Hagen's words. But even though they did not have 800,000 soldiers, just 100,000 some Turkic soldiers were enough to ignite the fires of war in the Great Zhou, and they also had the support of the Tubo Empire. Wu Ziqian indifferently said, "Is this the style of your noble country's envoy to flaunt his military might in peace? My Great Zhou has 3 times the number of Turks. My Great Zhou has 50 million people. Even if the army is wiped out, we can still summon another army at any time. No one can use military might to intimidate we. Noble envoy has come from afar with a mission of peace, but all you talk about is fighting and killing. Is this your idea, or is it Maji's?" Wu Ziqian was indifferent at first, but her tone became more and more solemn, eventually becoming harsh. Mo Hagen hurriedly put his hand to his chest and apologized. This foreign subject knows his mistake. This foreign subject was only angry at the repeated humiliation of your noble country's ministers, causing me to speak such nonsense. I ask for your Majesty's forgiveness." Wu Ziqian coldly snorted. "Peace is not something that can be settled in a moment. Withdraw for now. We will discuss this matter later." Mo Hagen wanted to say something, but when he saw Wu Ziqian's cold expression, he ultimately chose to say nothing. The moment Mo Hagen left, Zhang Jianji, Wei Sili, Wei Yuanzhong, Yao Cheng, Zhou Yong, and the others all rushed forward to speak up. "Your Majesty." With a wave of her sleeve, Wu Ziqian said wearily, "We know. There is no need for you to say anything more. Delay this matter until the situation on the battlefield takes a turn for the better." The news of the Turks' marriage proposal quickly spread through Chang'an. The girls in the Prince of Xiang's residence did not need to ask around to hear about it. Shi Cheng anxiously said, "I didn't expect the Turks to take advantage of the situation. They even threatened that if our court did not agree to the marriage, they would immediately send troops to invade." Li Huawan said. The crown prince's grandson, Zhongjuan, has already been caned to death by imperial grandmother. The crown prince now only has 3 sons, Prince Zhongfu of Pinjin, Prince Zhongjuan of Yixing, and Prince Zhongmao of Beihai. They're all bastards, so the position of the crown prince has not been decided for a long time. If the imperial court wants to agree to the marriage, it must first decide on the crown prince. Imperial grandmother will definitely not be willing to hastily decide on the position of the crown prince's grandson. In this case, we can only agree to the Tubo's marriage proposal and defeat a strong enemy first. Huogua pouted and said, I already said that Yang Fan is not reliable. Shenyang asked him for help, but the more he helped, the more trouble he would cause. Oh, you're capable now, aren't you? Li Qiying pinched her fleshy nose and said, Is it because you heard from your mother that no matter who gets married, it won't be your turn? You're no longer anxious, so you don't flatter me anymore, huh? I'll go find him right now. Qing Yang sighed and said, Forget it, Shenyang. What's the use of looking for him? I already said that he can't do anything about this. Li Qing said angrily, Can I go find him to settle the score? If he can't do anything about it, then he should just admit it. Why did he lie to us and say that he will find a way? Since he has promised someone, he should do it. A promise is worth 1,000 gold, and it will not change even if he is killed. How can he not understand something that even a little girl like me can understand? Li Qiying angrily turned around and left. At this time, she had already returned to her residence in the Prince of Xiang's residence. She immediately ordered someone to prepare a carriage and go straight to Longqing Square. The Prince of Xiang's children were very close, and they often visited each other. The Prince of Xiang only thought that she was going to find his royal brothers, so he did not ask any questions. Li Qiying rushed to Longqing Square and asked to see Yang Fan. Mo Xuanfei had already received Yang Fan's orders. Seeing that Li Shenyang had come again, he hurriedly said, Our Lang is not here. He has gone to the palace to be on duty. Li Qiying frowned and turned to leave. Suddenly, she saw a few guards from the general's mansion standing by the door. It looked like they were about to go out. One of them was leading 2 horses. One of them was Snowstorm Cloud. This horse's head and tail were as black as lacquer. Only its 4 legs were as white as snow below its knees. Li Qiying had seen Yang Fan riding this horse in the palace. Of course, the owner's mount would not be changed at will. Li Qiying immediately became suspicious. But on second thought, she suddenly remembered that there was no court meeting today. This loyal general probably did not attend court. Li Qiying was immediately filled with anger. She put her hands on her hips and posed like a big teapot. Yang Fan hid behind the screen wall and secretly rejoiced. He was just about to go out to Diyun Temple to visit Shui Huai. When he looked up, he saw the little devil getting off the carriage. Fortunately, he dodged quickly and was not seen by her. Yang Fan was secretly rejoicing when he heard a crisp girl's voice outside. Yang Fan, come out. Yang Fan, come out. The main door of Princess and Li's mansion was opened. More than 10 servants escorted a car out of the door and moved along the Longqing pool. A shout came from the front door of the Yang's mansion. A crisp and sweet voice suddenly ordered, Stop the car. Chapter 1066. The carriage stopped in front of the Yang estate. The curtain was lifted, revealing a charming face that could turn all living things upside down. It was Enlu. Enlu seemed to be going to some banquet. She was dressed to the nines, and her appearance seemed to have been meticulously groomed. Her already delicate face was now even more beautiful. Li Qiying turned her head and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, Big sister Enlu? Enlu did not have a close relationship with the Prince of Xiang's family. Although she had seen these cousins before, because they had not interacted much, she only recognized Li Qiying's face. She could not remember which daughter of the Prince of Xiang's estate she was or what her name was, but she felt that Li Qiying looked familiar. Now that she heard Li Qiying call her big sister, she was convinced that she really was the daughter of 8th uncle's family. Enlu glanced at the gate of the Yang estate and put on a sweet smile. In a gentle voice, she said, Little sister, why have you come here? Why are you looking for General Yang? Li Qiying was suddenly a loss for words. Although this girl was not very old and had a rather impetuous personality, there was one good thing about her. She kept her promise. Ever since she had promised Yang Fan in the palace that she would not tell anyone else about this matter, she had kept her promise and never mentioned it to anyone, including her sisters and her closest third brother. Now that Enlu had asked, Li Qiang naturally would not go back on her word. Her eyes turned as she randomly answered, I was playing shuttlecock in eldest brother's estate. The shuttlecock kicked over the wall and fell into the Yang estate. In the end, it was broken by that brat from the Yang family. I came to find him for compensation. How could Li Qiang's ability to lie compare to a cunning fox like Li Gui'er? With a glance, Li Gui'er could tell that she was lying. Li Gui'er had originally only been a little curious about Li Qiang's actions. She did not think that this little cousin of hers would have anything to do with Yang Fan. After all, Li Qiang was too young, and it was difficult to associate her with romantic feelings. But as soon as Li Qiang lied, Enlu couldn't help but become suspicious. She got out of the car and walked to Li Qiang's side. She held her little hand and said with a smile, I see. General Yang's precious son is indeed a devil incarnate. Last time, he stood on top of the wall and peed on the face of the Lord of Hanoi. Li Qiang couldn't help but laugh out loud. Enlu said with a smile, Our Li family sisters can't be bullied by that surnamed Yang. But what about you? After all, you're a noble lady of the imperial family. It's not proper for you to stand at the gate and shout. Come, big sister will take you to the Yang family to seek justice from General Yang. Li Qiang was a little embarrassed. When she looked up, she saw Enlu smiling at her carriage. Li Qiang's pretty face suddenly blushed. She just said that she was playing shuttlecock in her eldest brother's mansion. The shuttlecock fell into the Yang family's young master and was broken by the Yang family's young master. But she forgot that she came from afar. The carriage and servants were all waiting on the side. Her eldest brother's mansion and Yang Fan's mansion were next to each other. If she was in her eldest brother's mansion just now, would there be a need for a carriage? Li Qiang was a little embarrassed when her lie was exposed. Enlu didn't expose her. She held her little hand and was about to break into the Yang family's mansion. Mo Xuanfei stood at the door with an awkward expression. She had a noble identity. If she really wanted to break in, he really didn't dare to stop her. Yang Fan's hearing was extraordinary. He stood behind the screen wall and heard the conversation between the two clearly. Seeing that he couldn't avoid it, Yang Fan hurriedly coughed and pretended to walk out. Coincidentally, he met Li Gui'er and Li Qiang at the door. Yang Fan looked surprised and said, I was wondering why I heard two magpies chirping for a while. So it's two noble ladies visiting. May I know what's the matter for you two? Li Qiang rolled her eyes at him and said snappily, General Yang, don't pick nice words. As long as you don't think that it's a night owl visiting, I'll be thankful. Yang Fan glanced at Li Gui'er and smiled meaningfully. You don't say. Last night, there really was a night owl that couldn't stop chirping. Li Qiang thought that Yang Fan was talking about her, and her little face immediately turned serious. But Li Gui'er's pretty face sank. She naturally understood that Yang Fan was saying that he did not like her coming to the Yang family's door. Li Qiang said unhappily, General Yang, I'm here today to collect a debt from you. After saying that, she was afraid that Yang Fan would misunderstand. If Yang Fan thought that she had already told the matter to Enlu and simply revealed the secret between them in front of Enlu, then it would be bad. She hurriedly added, My shuttlecock kicked over the wall and was broken by your child. What do you think about it? Yang Fan said with a smile, The child is not sensible. There's no need for you to lower yourself to his level. How about this? I'm about to go out. Why don't you come with me to Chang'an City? I'll buy whatever shuttlecock you like and return it to you. What do you think? Li Qiang was anxious to send Enlu away. She quickly agreed. You must keep your word. Then let's go. Yang Fan glanced at Li Gui'er. He was still smiling, but his smile turned cold. May I know why your highness has come to visit? Li Gui'er saw that the two of them were echoing each other. It was impossible for her to have a good show. Although she couldn't let go of her doubts, she let go of Li Qiang's little hand and smiled. Nothing. I'm here to accompany my little sister. Since you've made up, then there's nothing for me to do. General Yang, little sister, I'll take my leave. Li Gua turned around and walked down the stairs. Suddenly, she looked back with a smile and said to Yang Fan, General Yang, you have to fulfill your promise. If my little sister is bullied, I'll definitely seek justice for her. Yang Fan frowned slightly and was very displeased. Li Qiang stood at the side. Seeing his expression, she couldn't help but feel perturbed. But she gently bit her lower lip and didn't speak. Until he boarded the carriage and left, she couldn't wait to explain to Yang Fan. I didn't say anything to her. Yang Fan coldly said, I know. He lifted the hem of his robe and walked out of the residence. Li Qiang secretly glanced at his expression and nervously followed behind him. Yang Fan held his hands behind his back. Looking at Li's fleet of carriages leaving, he lightly said, I really don't like this cousin of yours. Li Qiang said, I know. I wasn't the one who found her. I heard that at that time in Chong and East City. Yang Fan said, I dislike this person, but it has nothing to do with that matter. Li Qiang choked and gathered her courage to say, I also don't like her. Sister-in-law always has some airs. And my third brother also told me not to have any contact with in-law. He said that she's not a good friend. I don't quite understand what third brother meant, but third brother will not harm me. He must have his reasons for saying so. Yang Fan couldn't help laughing. He glanced at the little girl beside him and suddenly asked, Do you know that you are somewhat similar to her? Ah. Li Qiang's pair of beautiful big eyes suddenly widened. She strangely said, How am I similar to her? Yang Fan's face darkened. He said, Both of you have no sense of propriety and are willful and impulsive. This was the first time Li Qiang saw him getting angry at her. She couldn't help but be shocked and didn't dare to reply for a moment. Yang Fan walked towards the Long Qing pond. The lake water in the pond had already frozen and was covered with ice and snow. There were a few withered lotus stems by the lake, struggling in the ice and snow. It was a scene of withered. Li Qiang took small steps, slowly moving to his side. Sneaking a glance at his face, she timidly said, You're angry? Yang Fan gazed at the snowy field in front of him and coldly said, Although you're young, you were born in the imperial household. You should understand things better than ordinary girls. Tell me, isn't this marriage between the two countries a matter of national importance? If it is, then whether this matter succeeds or not should be left to the imperial court to weigh the pros and cons and make the choice that best suits the interests of the country. As for whether one of the women will be happy for the rest of her life, that's not even a consideration. And as an official of the imperial court, I shouldn't play any tricks. If this is a private matter, then it's a private matter involving the women of the Prince of Xiang's household. What does it have to do with me? If I help you, doesn't that count as a favor? Why does it seem like I owe you? Why do you keep coming to my door to make a fuss and put on the face of a creditor? Do you think that just because you're an imperial daughter, you can do whatever you want? Li Qiang felt extremely wronged by his lecture. Her eyes brimming with tears, she said, I also know that I'm asking for your help, General Yang. But I suddenly heard that the Turks also want to come to the marriage, and the entire court is against it. If this happens, I'm afraid that Imperial Grandmother will agree to the Tubo marriage, and I don't see General doing anything. Yang Fan said, The Emperor also doesn't want to have a marriage between the Tubo and the Turks, but can she directly refuse? Even if it's a marriage between two ordinary families, if the two families often have business, and the family with the daughter is afraid that it will affect their own family's business, they can't rudely refuse and say that because your son eats, drinks, and gambles, that he's not a son, my daughter can't marry, right? He has to find all sorts of reasons to tactfully refuse. This way, he won't offend anyone, but he can also protect his daughter. If he wants to find someone to mediate, this person has to use even more tricks. I've been running around for this matter all this time. But do you think that I've done everything in the open? Or do you think that I have to tell a silly girl like you everything I've done, no matter how big or small? Li Qiang lowered her head and fell silent at his lecture. Yang Fan emphasized, Don't just listen to the wind and think it's rain. You do whatever you think. To put it nicely, this is called being straightforward and naive, but don't forget that you're a princess, And this matter has even greater implications, so you need to be especially cautious. Do you understand? Li Qiang felt wronged and said, I understand. As she spoke, 2 teardrops fell from her eyes and fell onto her lapel. Li Qiang couldn't help but softly sob. In the distance, the maids and servants of the Prince of Xiang's estate seemed to notice something. They stood on their tiptoes and looked over, whispering to each other. Yang Fan noticed their strangeness and couldn't help but curse. He had spoken too harshly and made this girl cry. If the people of the Prince of Xiang's estate went back and told the Prince of Xiang, it would be difficult for him to explain himself. Yang Fan smiled and suddenly became amiable. He said to her, But I've realized that you're better than in Lu in at least 2 areas. A child's attention was truly easy to divert. Li Qiang, who had been scolded to the point of tears, immediately blinked her eyes, her eyelashes still glistening with tears. She curiously asked, Is that so? How am I better than big sister in Lu? Yang Fan replied, One is that you're willing to listen to advice and not so arrogant as to believe yourself infallible. That kind of woman is the most loathsome. Another is that you take your promises very seriously. Although you're still young, once you make a promise to someone, you'll definitely keep it. You're a good girl. Li Qiang's tears broke into a smile. Yang Fan continued to encourage her, continuing to praise, I've now discovered yet another area in which you're better than her. Li Qiang's eyes glowed. Is that so? Yang Fan nodded. Of course. You look very good when you smile. I suddenly realized that you're a beauty in the making. When you grow up, you'll definitely be more beautiful than in Lu. Li Qiang's pretty face blushed from his praise. She bashfully said, How can I be as beautiful as big sister in Lu? You're talking nonsense. And Li's happiness was famous in the upper circles of the capital. Princess Taiping was once hailed as the flower of Luoyang. Now that she was middle-aged and had established her own government, she began to display the image of a strong woman in the political arena in front of everyone. She was no longer as famous as she was when she was younger. But even when she was in the prime of her youth, she had never received such an evaluation from Enlo. Li Qiang's few elder sisters were still in their youth. Usually, when they gathered together, they would often evaluate the beauty of the noble ladies in the capital. Li Guo would always be the well-deserved first place. Naturally, Li Qiang was aware of this. She simply did not dare to think that she could be more beautiful than Enlo. But regardless of age, once a girl became sensible, they would like others to praise her beauty. Although Li Qiang felt that Yang Fan was exaggerating, she was still extremely happy. Her mouth said that Yang Fan was talking nonsense. But in her heart, she wished that what Yang Fan said was true. Yang Fan said, Women are like flowers. Some are as light as chrysanthemum. Some are as clear as lotus. Some are as cold plum blossoms proudly in the snow. Some are like orchids in a deep valley. They are all colorful and different. Beauty is beauty. There's no difference. Li Qiang had never heard of such words. For a moment, she was fascinated. She tilted her head and thought for a while. She innocently asked, Is that so? Then what kind of flower do I look like? Yang Fan was secretly amused. He made up some nonsense, and this little girl actually took it seriously. Yang Fan pretended to look at her seriously. Li Qiang actually shyly avoided his gaze. Yang Fan said, The reflection of the lotus in the spring, the peak of the Yang Mountain. Compared to the ability of the lotus pod, the fragrance of the flower is drawn. As for Miss, you are comparable to a lily. Li Qiang was overjoyed. Yang Fan did not know that because of his casual words, this little girl would henceforth love lilies among hundreds of flowers. Not only did the flowers arranged in the house become lilies, the embroidery on her clothes became lilies. She even went around collecting lilies. It was to the extent that on her birthday, her sisters were proud to give her a pot of a different kind of lily. Yang Fan gave her a slap on the face and gave her a sweet date. He successfully coaxed this little girl to leave happily. Yang Fan stood on the same spot with a deep frown on his face. He had already started his plan earlier, but he did not expect the two Ju to come so quickly. If the Empress could not hold on until the Tubo and two Ju were in trouble, the situation would be very bad. At this time, a rider suddenly galloped over. Ren Wei went up to greet him. After exchanging a few words, he suddenly turned around and ran excitedly towards Yang Fan. From afar, he shouted, "General! General! Victory at Maozhou!" Chapter 1067. The news of Maozhou Governor Chen Desai defeating the Tibetans became the most sensational news in the capital before the new year. The Wuzhou court, which had been tense due to the Tibetans and Turks sending troops to force a marriage, also heaved a sigh of relief. The Tibetans had mobilized more than 10,000 elite cavalry to attack Maozhou, but they did not expect that their whereabouts would be exposed. They did not expect that the Zhou army, which was used to defending but not attacking, would leave their camp and set up an ambush at Wenchuan instead of setting up an ambush at a place like Min Mountain, which was easy to defend and difficult to attack. Ever since the internal strife between the Tibetan kings and ministers, the Tibetans had lost almost all of their good generals, and it was difficult to find a great general who could hold his own. Because of these reasons, the Tibetan army suffered a huge ambush by Chen Desai at Wenchuan and suffered a crushing defeat. As the Tibetan army retreated in panic, Chen Desai gathered his courage and led his army in hot pursuit, killing until the Tibetan corpses littered the plains. Chen Desai pursued them and fought 4 battles in a row, winning all 4 battles until the Tibetans threw away their helmets and armor. He chased the Tibetans for several dozen li into Tibetan territory and only returned in triumph, fearing that he might fall into an ambush. After 4 battles, Chen Desai beheaded more than 1,000 soldiers, captured more than 3,000 Tibetan soldiers, and seized a large number of cattle and sheep used as food by the Tibetans. Wu Ziqian was overjoyed at the news and immediately ordered the 3 armies to reward him. Due to Chen Desai's great victory, Wu Ziqian's confidence had been boosted. When Miso went to the royal palace to ask about the marriage proposal, Wu Ziqian didn't allow him to enter the palace. Misa couldn't do anything to the imperial army soldiers guarding the palace gates either, so he could only return to the 4 quarters embassy in frustration. Wu Zetian was in no hurry to receive the Turkic envoy, Mo Hagen. After 5 days, under Mo Hagen's repeated requests, and considering that it would be New Year's Day soon, and that there would be many celebrations, and there would be no time to receive foreign envoys, Wu Zetian finally agreed to host a banquet at the Suyu platform. On that day, the Crown Prince, Prince Xiang, Prince Liang, and all the high-ranking officials in the capital attended the banquet. This could be considered a gathering of the important officials of the court before the new year. The Crown Prince's 2 sons, Prince Pinjin Li Zhongfu and Prince Yixing Li Zhongjuan, were also summoned to serve the emperor. Crown Prince Li Xian also had a younger son, the Prince of the North Sea, Li Zhongmao. Because he was not yet 10 years old, it was impossible for him to become a marriage partner, so he did not attend the meeting. Mo Hagen was led to the front by an official from the Ministry of Rights. He bowed to Wu Zetian and glanced at the 2 young men in embroidered robes standing beside Wu Zetian. He asked knowingly, "The 2 young men beside Your Majesty must be Your Majesty's royal grandsons." Wu Zetian said, "That's right. Zhongfu, Zhongjuan, this is the envoy of Tujue, Mo Hagen." Li Zhongfu and Li Zhongjuan stepped forward, and Mo Hagen quickly rushed forward to greet them, saying, "Your subject Mo Hagen greets." At this point, Mo Hagen suddenly paused and pretended to be hesitant. I wonder which one of you is the current imperial grandson?" Li Zhongfu and Li Zhongjuan froze for a moment, then cupped their hands and said, "This little prince is Wang Zhongfu of Pinjin, Wang Zhongjuan of Yixing. Envoy Mo Hagen, the 2 of us are not the imperial grandson." Mo Hagen turned to Wu Zetian and said, "Your Majesty, this subject has come to make peace through marriage. If Your Majesty can introduce this subject to the imperial grandson, this subject will welcome it. However, my Kagan has designated the marriage of my beloved daughter to your country's imperial grandson. Why has Your Majesty only invited the 2 princes but not allowed this subject to meet the imperial grandson?" Li Zhongfu and Li Zhongjuan's expressions suddenly changed. Wu Zetian indifferently said, "The Crown Prince's family has 3 sons, Zhongjuan, Zhongfu, and Zhongmao. Zhong Mao is young and has not reached the age of marriage, so he has not attended the banquet. We have only established the crown prince and not the imperial grandson. What? Do you want to help we choose a grandson? Mo Hagen hurriedly bowed and said, This subject does not dare. This subject does not dare. It is just that my country's Kagan has designated the marriage of only the imperial grandson. As of now, your country has not established a grandson. What should we do? Wu Zetian looked up at the sky and laughed. She indifferently said, This is easy. The crown prince only has Zhongfu and Zhongjuan as marriageable princes. The two of them are the sons of the phoenix and the descendants of the emperor. They will not bring disgrace to your princess. You can see which one of them is a good match for your princess. Just go ahead and marry her. Mo Hagen craftily said, Your Majesty, the son-in-law or Kagan wants to choose is your country's imperial grandson. Wu Zetian smiled and said, That is easy. In that case, after we have established a grandson, your country can send an envoy to make peace. Mo Hagen gradually became angry, but he forced himself to restrain himself and said, If your country does not establish a grandson, will I, the Turkic princess, have to wait forever? Wu Zetian's expression became even more amiable. She said, Our imperial grandson can wait, but can't your country's princess wait? If your country's princess will not marry anyone other than my great Zhou's imperial grandson, then we can only wait until we have chosen a grandson. Do we have to hastily choose a grandson just for your country's princess to marry? If we choose a Turkic princess to marry someone other than your country's crown prince, will your country immediately choose a crown prince? The Turks were used to acting shamelessly. Now that old Mistress Wood suddenly started acting shamelessly, Mo Hagen was momentarily speechless. While the court was engaged in a heated debate, the officials below were also restless. At this moment, the deputy minister of the imperial censor, Song Jing, had just entered the Suyu Terrace. Last time, he had impeached Zhang Tongxiu and his two brothers and fined Zhang Changzong 20 caddies of copper. It was under Song Jing's instructions that the imperial censors had completed this. Since then, Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong had held a grudge against Song Jing. But the two of them also knew that Song Jing was now the deputy minister of the imperial censor, controlling the Suyu Terrace and the imperial censors. He had the power to monitor and report all the civil and military officials in the court. Against such a troublesome figure with real power, it was better to make friends than to make enemies. Besides, although the two brothers had lost face last time, it was also a blessing in disguise. The three brothers of the same clan had all been sent out to hold real power in the prefectures and counties, so they could not go too far. Song Jing entered the hall and looked around. Just as he was about to go to the seat next to Wei Yuanzhong and sit down, Zhang Yizhi hastily stood up and gave up his seat closer to the Son of Heaven. Walking over to Song Jing, he said with a sincere smile, Duke Song is the current #1 person. How can you sit down? Come, Duke Song, please take the seat of honor. Song Jing glanced at him and indifferently said, Jing's talent is inferior, but official Zhang thinks that you are #1. What is the logic behind this? Zhang Yizhi's face immediately froze. He was just casually flattering Song Jing. Who knew that Song Jing would take it so seriously? Zhang Yizhi looked embarrassed. He did not know how to justify himself. Zheng Gao, the assistant minister of the heavenly official, saw this and was immediately displeased. He had already taken refuge with the second Zhang and became their henchman. As soon as he heard Song Jing's question, Zheng Gao immediately said coldly, Isn't Duke Song the current #1? If you're not #1, why would you call Wulong official? Prior to the Han Dynasty, official was a respectful title for others. Since the Wei, Jin, and Six dynasties, it became a nickname or a humble title. By the time of the Sui and Tang dynasties, it changed again and became a special title for the emperor to address his subjects. Zheng Gao's choice of words could be said to be full of murderous intent. Song Jing laughed and said, Zhang Yizhi's position is one of the 9 ministers. According to the official's words, he is a proper official. I am not Zhang Yizhi's servant. Why do you call him Lang? Song Jing's words were a bit unreasonable. Nowadays, the term Lang was widely used. To a man whom they did not know, they could respectfully call him Lang Jun or nobleman. As for adding another Lang, according to rank, it was a title used by those who were close to them. Many people called Zhang Yiji and Zhang Changzong Wulong and Wulong to show their closeness. But the servants also called their masters and young masters Lang. For example, in Yang Fan's residence, Yang Fan was called A Lang, Yang Yinzu was called the Lang Jun, and Yang Ji was called Second Lang Jun. At this time, Song Jing deliberately emphasized the way the servants addressed their masters. It was clear that he was publicly mocking Zheng Gao for attaching himself to the rich and powerful and bootlicking. Zheng Gao was stiff by nature. He was not good at eloquence. How could he be like Song Jing, an imperial censor who relied on his writing skills and eloquence? For a moment, his face turned red. He was tongue-tied and could not say anything. Many officials in the hall heard the conversation between the two of them. Seeing that both sides were opposing each other with equal harshness, they could not help but be somewhat surprised. As soon as the hall quieted down, Zheng Gao felt even more embarrassed. His face swelled up until it turned purple. Song Jing laughed and walked slowly toward Wei Yuanzhong. With a smile on his face, he greeted Wei Yuanzhong and sat down next to Wei Yuanzhong. Zhang Yiji's cheek twitched a few times. He flicked his sleeves and walked back to his seat. All the officials in the hall saw that Zhang Yiji's handsome face was ashen and his eyes were faintly burning with anger. At this time, Wu Zetian and Mo Hagen were talking, so Wu Zetian did not notice the confrontation between her lover and Song Jing. But Yang Fan, who was patrolling the hall, saw it clearly. Yang Fan immediately frowned. He knew that the struggle between the court officials and the two Zhangs was far from settled. This time, it was only because of the successive invasion of the Turks in Tubo and the marriage alliance that the tense situation between the court officials and the two Zhangs was temporarily eased. Once the external threat was resolved, it would be time for them to fight to the death again.